Personally, I want to call that spirit a familiar spirit. Yeah. It was that spirit that picked Napo. And that spirit didn't have any regard to the fundamental weakness of Matthew Poku as a candidate based on his own unfortunate utterances. His own unfortunate utterances. Because when I'm saying, how is he going to pull the people of Keta? Because you need them. You will need them. How is he going to do that? Now, let's go ahead. I said, make democracy a reality by decentralizing the administrative and financial machinery of government to the regions, the districts, and by affording all possible opportunities to the people to participate in decision making at every level in national life and in government. Now, you go to the MPP's constitution, and one of the abiding purposes of that constitution is a desire to have proper decentralization. Because we want you to understand that the parting point between the NLM and the CPP, because we need to understand that the NLM came from the CPP. So, in spite of all the propaganda that the UGC, NLM came from the UGC. By 1954, the UGC was practically dead. The CPP had finished them. NLM was a party formed by a group of Ashantis who were in the CPP. Understand? And their point of departure from the CPP was based on how power was going to be centralized after we had independence. That was the point of departure. You understand? Some people can extend to federal system, but at the end of the day, you can still have decentralized system, proper decentralization in a unitary system. So when you're talking about one of the core and fundamental value set of the NLM, the UP, and now the MPP, it is in a firm belief in proper decentralization. It is in their constitution. Now let's take, and you saw an attempt at that proper decentralization. We couldn't do it, but at least you saw a fundamental attempt at some form of decentralization. Now, in the history and annals of the Fourth Republic, no government has been as centralized as this MPP government, as this Nanado's regime. As we do some fake, I think we believe in appearances, or our politicians, we believe in appearances. So let me go and say that we should go and vote for. Voting for your DC or MC does not mean decentralization. It does not. So the fact that you were pushing for voting does not mean that you were pushing for proper decentralization. After we have DCs. You understand? Sometimes I don't like, if you've noticed, I don't like criticizing MPs too much. The reason, ministers. And the reason I don't like criticizing ministers is you can have all the beautiful policies you want, but you do not have the power of fiscal policy. That's the power to and take money. That power is in the hands of the president. You understand? So really to bring about proper development, and that's the essence of decentralization. When you decentralize the system, then at every level, then you have the ability then for the people themselves at the various levels to then develop themselves, to then partake in proper democracy. Because you see, when you define democracy, it's power not just of the people, it's also power by the people and for the people. but you can only do that. Well, and then you also give some form of fiscal power at the grassroots level, at the decentralized level. You understand? And even property rates and sometimes even the money, what's it called? The total will even take everything. Government wants to take everything. So how are they going to bring about what's it called a proper development at the grassroots level? But this Nanado is all about control. He's all about control. You understand? And because he's weakened decentralization and he knows that nobody will look at it, people will look at the unfortunate MPs. Yeah, because strangely we think that is the duty of the MPs to be doing road. There is a very dangerous misconception that we've allowed, you understand, and it is impacting our democracy in terms of it is undermining the ability of our democracy to deliver on responses. Because the people don't understand what we are doing. So we don't know how to even apportion blames and expectations. But another will take those powers, then he can use that one to remote control the MPs. So you didn't vote from my MP. I didn't know the president owned MPs. I didn't know the president owns MPs. If the president owns MPs, there are 3 MPs that they can tell me. I didn't know that the president, he owns MPs. Yeah, because you didn't vote from my MP. But that's the power, because everything about money. You understand? So you have a vice president who was marketed to the people of Ghana as going to be the person who will be in charge in transforming the economy. Now, we know that the power of government in terms of the economy is in 2 things: monetary policy, fiscal policy. That's the role government plays in any economy. So when you sell him to us as being the one to turn around the economy, you are telling Canada you are going to place the power of fiscal policy and money, how you spend money, into the hands of the vice president. He himself, in the big, how do you call it? Is it a big push or that thing you want to do at UPS? He was trying to become the meat.
Yes.
Or as in,
when he announced his vision.
Did you see any vision? I didn't see anything. It was so chaotic. But in paragraph 67 of that document, he told all Ghanaians that he was the one tasked by the president to transform the economy. Transforming the economy also means that you bring about proper decentralization. Because without proper fiscal decentralization, you can't transform the economy. So when the MPP was choosing him, and by extension then choosing Napo, they did not have any kind of regard to this, because by their fruit, and that's what the Bible says. As you can say, not all who say Christ shall enter into the kingdom of God are people who do the will of the Father. So it's not about you putting your constitution that we believe in decentralization. After all, they've also placed in their constitution that they believe in liberal democracy. But by their acts, it's clear that they do not believe in the principle of liberal democracy. Other than that, they will realize that one of the cardinal principles of liberal democracy is that those who govern will only do same with the consent of those they govern. And immediately your consent, you buy consent with money. Then the consent is vitiated. Immediately you beat people up, like they beat up Alan Chamanten's guy in what's it called? The Northeast. Then that consent had been bought by duress. You understand? So it's not about what they've written, but it's about what they are exuding, what they are showing us. And what they are showing us is a spirit, is a party fought by principles other than what's it called? The value set, or that the constitution says should guide us. You understand? Now you talk about the same. You talk about the state shall take steps to eradicate corrupt practices and abuse of power. Jesus Christ! If there's one thing that I will describe Nanado's MPP, this is now a party that's fraud by the spirit of a wanton abuse of power, arrogance of power. And I'll give you examples. What will make a minister of state somebody who is exercising executive power? Executive power that we give to the president, who took a vow, an oath, that he's going to defend and protect the Constitution of Ghana. He took that oath. And all his ministers, they are using his powers. So what it means is that they are bound by this oath of the president to protect and defend the Constitution of Ghana. Now, when we say to protect and defend the Constitution of Ghana, what does it mean? To protect and defend the Constitution of Ghana also means that you are going to protect the objects and the purpose of the Constitution of Ghana. What is the object of the Constitution of Ghana? I said it earlier, and I'm going to say the fundamental object of the Constitution of Ghana. Because you see, we must understand that our Constitution is a constitutional, as our democracy is a constitutional one. So we have democracy, but we also have constitutional democracy. And the fundamental purpose of a constitutional democracy is to protect the liberties, the lives, the rights of the people of Ghana to pursue their own happiness. And constitutional democracy believes that it can only do that if it limits the powers of government. So when the president says that he takes an oath to defend the Constitution of Ghana, he's going to defend the purpose of that Constitution, as in to defend our fundamental rights, you understand, to our freedom. Now, when the Ashanti Regional Minister gave orders to the police to go and curtail the fundamental right of a Ghanaian, his liberties, only because light had gone off at Cape Poly because they had failed to pay for the electricity bill. At that point, was the president defending the Constitution of Ghana. And yet you saw MPP communicators go on air defend this fundamental abuse of the purpose for which we give our powers to the president. The Minister for Transport, did he not also give orders to the police to arrest GPRT members only because they dared charge prices above price that the GPRT, a club, GPRT is a club, had agreed that they would charge? But let me extend this. Let me extend this to the Minister of Interior. Because if you're going to defend the Constitution, the purpose of the Constitution, then you are defending any act, or you must be seen to be against any act that can potentially undermine your ability to defend the Constitution. When the Minister of Interior had the cockroach audacity to stand before Ghana and say that he's going to give slots, 30 slots to parliamentary candidates, and as I know he came out with some kind of excuse, but that excuse, the mere thought that you think that you can base appointments, not on merit, into very critical institutions that the Constitution created with the focus of protecting the liberties of Ghanaians. When you, the minister, you go and stand and you do not have any qualms, but say that you are going to give parliamentary candidates of your party 30 slots. That statement can potentially throw this country into chaos. Because then what it means is that when you are choosing people into our security agencies, it will be based on merit. It will be based on a special skill they have to defend or execute their tasks. But it will only be based on the fact that their party are parachicks. No wonder that under the watch of Ronaldo, party people had the balls to go and pick up a judge, also to go and interrupt court proceedings, only because Ghanaians who are only members of the MPP had breached the law. And party people can go and do the Ayawaso West Wagon issue. Do you know how these acts can throw our country into chaos? The fact that 8 of our citizens lost their lives in this simple exercise of we're going to take a decision as to who will lead us. Do you know the dangers that the president put all of us in by the arrest of the NDC PC? What was the name? Only because in the spelling of a name, because some things are common sense. I mean, I'm called Andrew. People call me Andrews. I would say because they've called me. I remember when I went to Afrobarometer school, and then for the first class in first year, and then we all used to write. So I wrote my name Andrew Apia Dankwa, and then I was talking to a siesta, and then they wrote my name and they said Andrew Dankwa, and I said I refuse to show up because I'm not Andrew Dankwa. The beatings I received, the beatings I received. So where you the police, you take you put your common sense somewhere and arrest somebody only because a license she has that you gave her, so you wrote the name there, has 1 L less. Because of that, you take away somebody's fundamental rights. But that will only happen because of the quality of people we have at the police. Because appointment into the police is not based on merit. And it's something that both political parties have been doing something for a very long time. But for the interior minister to have the cojones to stand in front of Ghanaians and make that statement, now it tells you the level of depravity that they are taking us. But that level of depravity will only be tolerated because of the spirit that is following their party. Of the spirit that is following them. That same spirit that caused the parent to say, all that we die, and we kept quiet. Of the spirit that is following their party. I'm telling you, that same spirit that has caused them to appoint them. So their consideration, their most important consideration for the choice they made is not because of any loyalty they have to Ghana. Their sole consideration is who can perpetrate the MPP agenda, whether by fair or foul means. You understand? Also, their choice of His Excellency Bobie, we all know, was to answer a certain question, which I didn't know why, was to answer a certain northern question. Because that was the reason why they chose Napo. They can't say it about when you speak to a lot of them. They tell you that the reason why we chose, the reason we chose Bawumia was to answer that northern question. It was not because they felt that he had any special skill. We've seen his works as vice president. We know the man can't do the job. We know. Who doesn't know? We know he's not capable of doing the job. He lacks that basic leadership skill. Maybe he may be a good lecturer, but I'm talking about leadership here. You understand? After all, he went to say in secret that they chose me because I'm a Muslim. That is divisive. That is divisive. He sat on TV and told all of us on Asempa that the signature project is palatable. Is there a foundation there? Is there even a stone there? You understand? Where we are right now as a nation, we need credible leadership. And His Excellency Bawumia simply lacks that credibility to afford us the leadership that will cause a revival, a restoration of the Ghana we know. Okay.
Please wrap up for me.
So it's the same tribal consideration that has caused them to choose Napo. It was not a Ghana consideration. Now, on 7th December, the people of Ghana will also make a decision. Then they've made their decision. They've made their decision based on their values, their principles, based on their spirit, their familiar spirit. But that familiar spirit has not permitted Ghanaians. It's just in their party. After their party, the membership is about 500,000. We shouldn't be deceived. About 500,000. Even at 500,000, you must belong to a certain faction before it's just about 500,000. We are over 30 million people. You understand? And the word that God told Elijah is also relevant. And that's not every prophet in Israel who has bowed down to Baal. But I have over 7,000 prophets who've neither bowed down to Baal, nor been permeated by that evil spirit. There are over 30 million Ghanaians who have not been contaminated with this spirit. And on 7 days, they'll vote. They'll go and choose. They'll go and decide. Not based on that foul spirit, but based on the principles in the Constitution, the principles of leadership, based on the need, the call to restore Ghana, to cause to begin the process that will lead to the rising up of this black star of Africa. That is the call on 7th December. Yeah, I understand. And we will certainly reject Dr. Bawumia. We will reject Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh because they do not have the kind of spirit. They do not have the kind of message. Because after all, if you are party in power, your message is how you have performed. They simply do not have it. Rather, we will vote for Honorable Alan Chemanten, who had the courage to say no to the NPP when he became convinced that where they've reached, where the spirit has taken them, there was no coming back. Where they've departed and deviated from their ideals, from their principles, there was no way. It's totally impossible for the NPP to come back. Where they don't see anything wrong with ministers breaching public trust, then because he is fueled by different spirits, he must leave the party and take all of us along with him. So come 7th December, let us vote for leadership that is fueled by the right spirits. Let's vote for leadership that is fueled by the spirits based on a deep-seated love for our country, Ghana. Let's vote for a candidate who's fueled by a spirit whose focus is to bring together all manner of Ghanaians, irrespective of your tribe. Whether you are from the Volta region, whether you are a Ga, whether you are an Ashanti, whether you are from a Mampusi, whether you are from... We are all Ghanaians, and nobody will build our country for us. Let us vote for such a leader who has a plan that will lead to the restoration of the credibility of the economy of Ghana. Let us vote for Honorable Alan John Kojo Chemanten. Let us vote and start the process of causing Ghana, a star that has been sleeping, that has been plunged further into further sleep by Nanado, that needs to be awakened. Let's vote and rouse, awaken this great nation, so that we take our place once again in the galaxy of nations. Thank you very much.
Andrew Apia Dankwa is a member of the Movement for Change and the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Well, I'll come to Honorable Nilanti Vanderpoy to conclude this is the very first topic for us. But before that, this is Vision from Tamale, who says if MPP are rejoicing over the appointment of Napo to partner Dr. Bawumia, then they should reconsider the reasons to their joy. Napo is someone people feel has attitude issues. Typical example is his response to Ghanaians when they demanded a timetable for Dumso. There are a lot more about him, including corruption, and I believe Ghanaians never mind him because they knew there will be a day like this. Consider his influence on the people of the Ashanti region to that of Alan Cash, and you have no other opinion than to admit that MPP made a very big mistake by provoking Alan to leave the party. MPP will record shocking results in Ashanti region in 2024 election. Thank you for that comment. Try to read someone. This one says, the reason why this set of MPP and their governance should be curtailed is they are destroying our democracy, and if care is not taken, they will render democracy unpopular and every politician will become irrelevant. So I suggest every patriotic and relevant politician must stand against this system. The corruption and violations of a constitution is just overwhelming. Thanks. Levi sent that one. This one says, either Bawumia or Napo, NDC is winning the 2024 general election come December 7th, inshallah. His name is Dubi Kumbungo. Thank you for that comment. Okay. Okay, thank you for the comment. And then there's Dennis Yakwete who says, Napo for me does not have the character of being in public service in the first place because of his verbal diarrhea and arrogance, and therefore strange to see him considered for such a high office after all. For the conduct of the CJ to suggest that she is either not vested with the legal processes in appointment of judges to the Supreme Court, or she may have disregarded the process for whatever reasons, it should give us a cause to worry about the quality of justice emanating from the corridors of the judiciary. As for price regulation of cement, though the intention may be good, it gives a wrong impression as though cement is the only building material which price is currently skyrocketing, not to talk about general price hike in Ghana today. Shalom. Thank you, Dennis, for that message. This one, Honorable Kisi, has shocked me by comparing Napo to Prof. Both Bawumia and Napo together can never match with Professor Nana. Well, Bawumia has made a good choice because they are birds of the same feather. Both lack the credibility in leadership, lies, arrogance, and discrimination, etc. Paul Dizang sent that from Nadoli in the Upper West region. Then this one says, please, okay, kindly tell the MPP man that we all know the difference between being arrogant and speaking your mind. What kind of free SHS did Napo implement? We need a progressive free SHS, not Mampom, America free SHS. JDM all the way says the lawyer has spoken well in truth. Thanks for the education, Mr. Lawyer. The MPP are ruling as if the whole Ghana is NPP. Thank you for the comments you're sending. Keep them coming. Honorable.
Well, thank you very much, Sena, and let me say good morning to my brothers. And I am a bit constrained in speaking about this topic because one thing we are, let me say, advised not to do is to speak ill of our fellow members of parliament because of that spirit of unity, cohesion, and also consensus that we always have to build in taking decisions in the House. So whilst we are a member of parliament, sometimes you are careful in how to speak about your colleague member of parliament. But then principally when we're talking about issues, you might look at issues. I'm grateful for Andrew for the insight he's giving me into the character, the make of the MPP as a party and what it is today. He has come from there. And old people say when the fish comes from the river to tell you the crocodile is dead, who are you to dispute that? I am not surprised about the choice of Napo. It's been there for long. We've known it. I have known that for almost a year now. I have known it because Intel we picked was to satisfy what Andrew said, that the way they treated Alan Chamanting and the way even the primaries between Bawumia and Kennedy Japan went, there is this fear of the people losing grounds in the Ashanti region. So to compensate the Ashanti region, in order not to wither down the votes they get from the region, they must necessarily get somebody from the Ashanti region. This is something we all know. So like Andrew said, the choice is not based upon competence, ability to deliver, the will, the spirit to come and do things in the interest of Ghanaians and the people of Ghana, but to satisfy a particular political interest. That's all. So the search started with Joe Sewusu, Dr. Educhum, Napo, Chairman Sabunsu. They evaluated them. They got to a time about 5 months ago, after the NDC has chosen Professor Jena Opoku-Agyeman, then the whole idea came and said, look, because of affirmative action and the possibility of the NDC taking the votes, the women's constituency, let's rather consider a woman. So 3 women basically came to the forefront. My sister, Irina Toshi Adolate, the Chief of Staff, Fremont Parry, and also, rather mysteriously, the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, who we've never known to have any roots in the MPP. So that, along the line, also was fended off. But there was this lingering interest of the Chin Mafia to still control power with the exit of Akufo-Addo. So behind the scenes, the Eslausu's agenda were also being pushed here and there. So to avoid that murky situation, they said, let's go for the original interest, where our votes are, Ashanti region, let's settle. Because the truth be told, today, the MPP can never beat their chest and say that they are as popular in Ashanti region as they were some few years ago. Because just a case of neglect. The cry of the chiefs and people of Ashanti region over the neglect of the region for a party that they've consistently voted for, but for them, they will never get anywhere close to power. It's so huge, and everybody could testify to it. I'm not saying it. Chiefs in Ashanti region have come out to talk about it. Otiko Kosuo, the Otumfuo himself, has had cause to complain about this. He's complained severally about total neglect, to the extent that it got to him so much that he himself has to appeal for funds to get money to rehabilitate part of the Confrontation Teaching Hospital. What didn't the chiefs of Kwabena say? What didn't the chief of Goso say? All these people have talked about the monumental neglect of the region by the party and the government that they helped to bring to power. In fact, and they enumerated the things that John Dramani Mahama did in Ashanti region for them, even though they did not vote for him. They said it. They mentioned all the clinics that John Mahama has built or has started in the region, some of which have been abandoned over years. And I'm happy Dr. Agumako Kise is here. He's talking about some projects that they have continued. Look, if I were anywhere close to the MPP, the first project I would have even made sure is completed even within the first 2 years of coming to office will have been the Afari Hospital. Because that's a huge project. Huge project. That is almost equal to the UGMC or the 37 or Kolebu we have here. And it was going to take pressure off Confanoche. So much that people from Ekumangwebeja all through to go to the Hafo region could also depend on that one. But what has happened? Up to today. Last time I heard somebody talking about it has gotten to about 90%. It's not true. I was in Ashanti region a month ago. I went there. I went to a funeral in President Kufuor's hometown. The whole place is full of weeds. Yes, you could see some work being done, but the whole place has been abandoned for some time because if there was action, there was any work being done there, I would have seen it. You will have seen trucks around, you will have seen nothing. That is how the Ashanti region. Go to Kumasi today and go and see what is happening even to their roads. It's terrible. Terrible. I decided to do my local government work by visiting the landfill site between Inshiaeso. I decided to do that detour because I couldn't use that Noga road, and it was terrible. So you see, satisfying that political interest defeats the fundamental principle of choosing leadership for this country. Look, we didn't just get up to choose Professor Jane Opoku-Agyeman as running mate. We look at her public service life, her demeanor as a person, and when you listen to her passionately, you don't see somebody who is into public office because she sees herself as the most important, the most intelligent, or the most powerful person, but then sees herself as somebody who is privileged and graciously has been given the opportunity by God to serve. Go through her life as the vice chancellor, and look, testimonies of people she has worked with on the university campus abound. The last time I was at Cape Coast University in the induction ceremony of Professor I've forgotten that she used to be the vice chancellor of the pro-vice chancellor of the university, a lady, recently, and she said she wouldn't have reached where she has reached but for Professor Jane Opoku-Agyeman. As a young lecturer, when she came in, she took her up, mentored her, helped her, and up to today, when she is even associate professor, Professor Jane has not abandoned her. She continued. And that was fundamental. There's something Professor Jane Opoku-Agyeman said when she was chosen as a running mate. She made a statement, a very profound statement. She said, it's not about when the door is open for you, but how you keep the door opened for others to enter. And that is sort of message I deduced, or the takeaway I took from Andrew's presentation, that choosing a leader is not just about anybody, but the one who will create the opportunity for others to also benefit from that appointment. Because after all, what did the Bible say? Ye are blessed, that ye may be a blessing unto others. So it is not about we sitting here. And saying, last time I was talking to you, I didn't have a good experience in Kenya. But then, there's one fundamental thing that has benefited me. It has changed my whole perception about leadership, political leadership especially. That Ghanaian politicians, and I spoke about it in the House last time, when we were lucky to have had our leader, the leader of parliament now, Afenyo Makin, make a statement on the political class and how our impunity is making the ordinary people in this country lose interest in the democratic dispensation we have. And I said it, that if we are not careful and we only think about political interests, our selfish, capricious interests, and not about pure leadership quality and how we can serve this nation, we may be walking down the slope of destruction. So, I think that I wouldn't want to go to all those things about his character, his attitude. He's a very good friend of mine. One-on-one, nice person I talk to, we chat and all those things. We crack our jokes. But then, me sitting here, I'm not Andrew Appiah-Kubi, who is a colleague from the same region, from the same political party, sits together in parliament. And for him, the testimonies he has given about him makes me feel maybe I didn't know him very well. Maybe coming from outside. Or his attitude and behavior to me is different from how he relates to people like Adumako Kisi. Because Appiah-Kubi wasn't the only one. 2, 3 others have thought the same thing. I think that sometimes in our youthful exuberance, sometimes we don't anticipate that tomorrow will come that fast and easy for us, to be considered for certain positions. So we may, like he said, everybody will go off the line one bit or the other. But I have seen people who have been chosen, who have been asked to serve in a position, and they have come out and said, look, I'm sorry. Thank you for choosing me, but I don't think I befit this position. And looking at the sort of sentiments that have been poured out by people who know Napo, people who are related with him, people who have been close to him and all those things, I begin to see that his negatives far outweigh the positives. And especially at a time when the MPP has performed this poorly in office, when the fundamentals have become so bad that they shouldn't even have thought about contesting elections in the first place. Oh yes, because you see, let me be frank with you. You sitting here, my good friend of mine. The truth of the matter is that sometimes you become aware of the fact that we have not performed. And that is what the MPP themselves have been saying. Samuel Oku have said it several times. I heard Miracle Sabaji also saying it last week, that they are not going to win these elections by anything, by a particular strategy. So their considerations are not on their performance. The MPP will know in 2020 we're saying that our performance will win us these elections. I'm not more talking about performance, because they know when it comes to performance, zero. So their interest is a strategy that we do not know. Maybe Techiman.
It's performance strategy.
You'll be so proud to say it if it is performance.
Oh, it's performance strategy.
It is performance. You'll be
That's
so proud to say it. You see, so at this point when things are so bad for them fundamentally, and every Ghanaian is testifying to what elections 2024 December 7 will be, they know it is not a time to choose somebody who further will let you go the path ordinary Ghanaians have been saying you go explain our tire. You understand? You need to choose somebody who harmonize the system, who people will say that, oh, in spite of this, in this person possibly could help reshape things. And that is why let me sitting here, let me be frank with you. I was praying when we heard these rumors about that they are reconsidering people like Alan Chematin and the rest as running mate and all those things. I said, oh, maybe when they choose those people, it will affect our strategy. It will let us rewind what we need to do and all those things. Because the three people who came up at that time, Educhum, Napo, as for them, we know them. You know, so we know what we have to do and what we have to say. We know what campaign we have to do. But if they should bring anybody outside that realm, it means that we have to go and sit down again and replan. So we know we prepared for Napo almost a year ago. We prepared. That's immediately, even before he was announced, you have snipers of people, throwing things in here and there and all those things. And those things will come. So in fact, the dossier is there. So yes, of course, we're praying for him to be nominated, and he's been nominated. Because they say, those that the gods want to destroy, they first make mad. So the thinking to choose somebody better, the thinking to choose somebody who will really complement the ticket of poor performance and to minimize the impact of poor performance, God decided to take it away from you. Because look, they've tried. Look, do you know why they delayed this nomination? So, now let me tell you. Because one, the man is presiding over the energy sector, which has created our crisis. So in the midst of the crisis, they couldn't choose him, they couldn't announce him. So I have to wait and see how the crisis go down a bit before they announce him. Two, to satisfy this same issue, the Ashanti region was heavily affected by the power crisis. So what do they have to do? They have to transfer the Ameri plant to Kumasi to stabilize things in order that when he is announced, people will not say, oh, no, Ubia, oh my, you do me a cania. And
you were in the boardroom when
I'm an operational person, so I take my intels very serious.
It seems like you're talking as if you were in the boardroom. I don't think that is the case.
Oh, it is. Let me be frank with you. It is. This announcement was planned as far back as April. But in April, that was when the power crisis, even during the time of
temporary power shortages.
We are still exercising power crisis. Yesterday I didn't have lights. He was the one who brought Doom CC, the word Doom CC, which became very annoying to the intelligence of Ghanaians. Oh yes. Your hospital.
I said your words are boxing words. You see.
So Senna, you see, I say that it's good fortune for us. That doesn't mean we will not work. We're going to work very hard. But I want to assure the MPP that the Ashanti region, if they care to know, have decided that this time it's not going to be the same high life as usual. It's not going to be the same high life as usual. They now dancing another tune. Because you say, look, I don't know whether people like Adumaku Kisi have been, have averse themselves to statements that are coming from Ashanti region youth these days. I said, ye papa non party, ye nana non party. Those things are gone. Because their papa non are not there today when they are suffering to make a living. Yes, they said it. Kumasi, if you go to Kumasi today, that's the language, that's the music being played all over. Look, I had the privilege of being with people within Ashanti royalty. Somebody by graciously invited me to a party, a birthday party in Kumasi. And I thought it was my presence. But after the party, the next day in the morning, we drove to go and wash our car at, they call the place Bonsu, around Centreso.
Okay.
And that's the words that are coming from the mouth of almost all the drivers and things there. Say, you transfer they be the Jimmy say you we tum, you don't party, and they transfer, and they be vote and It's this time they want to do. You see, and sometimes you may dismiss those things because some people will say, oh, don't mind them. Oh yeah, I'm okay. No, look, in Kenya, I saw something. They said, oh, in Kenya demonstrations always they come, they sing, they dance, and then they go. But for the first time, sustained pressure on government for 4 consecutive weeks.
Escalating. And
every day they escalate. Just yesterday, Ruto has now come to say he has accepted everything that the Gen Z have proposed. Cutting down government. It's going to cut down the number of ministers. It's going to cut down the amount of money they are paid. It's going to cut down the issue of their holidays. It's going to... Couldn't you have done this long ago? No. But pressure. And the same pressure I would demand from the youth of Ashanti region to make people have a feel, to know that voting for you is not mandatory, but it's premised on you satisfying my interests and aspirations. When I get up in the morning to go and queue and vote for you, it's not because you are more intelligent but it's because I expect you to do certain things for me that will make my life better. But if I consistently vote for you, as we do in Ashanti region, and it is rather the opposite, that we suffer more under your regime, then I don't legitimately have any reason to vote for you again. And so this deception of choosing somebody from Ashanti region so that Ashantis will vote for us again and all those things, to this particular generation, is a nullity. It's a mirage. This particular generation of Ashanti youth are determined to prove to the politicians that our loyalty and allegiance is no more about political colors, but about delivery, competence, and also realizing our dreams. And I believe it is not only Ashanti region, but that should be the character of the normal Ghanaian voter from today. That when we are voting for a political party, we are voting for somebody, we are voting for the person because we believe that that person will serve our interest, will help us be able to realize the opportunities that are open for everybody and not for few. That we are not voting for somebody who will come, who will tell us that if the fundamentals are weak, the cedi and the dollar rate will expose you. And then today, he come back and tell you, if I said that if the fundamentals are weak, the cedi dollar they will expose you. It doesn't really mean at every time when the cedi dollar rate goes up, it means the fundamentals are weak. That was a day I saw that Bawumia has no credibility. Because now, you cannot come and stand in front of me and tell me 1 + 1 is 2. And then the next day you come and they'll tell me it is not always the case that 1 + 1 is 2. And you expect me tomorrow to believe you again. The truth of the matter is that this particular ticket, like Andrew said, both up and down is not credible. Both up and down, you can never rely on it. Because me, my friend Napo, for example, me, for all what I was expecting Napo to have done during this energy crisis, to accept the fundamental principle that, look, we are having a crisis, but as a government, we are working in order to make sure that it's abated or minimized. But not the way he came to present himself to Ghanaians. It doesn't really fit the position he was holding at the time. And I know we are going to talk about Katie Amon too, so I'll end there. But like Andrew said, it's the general character of the MPP now. Maybe not the MPP of President Kufuor, but the MPP of Nana Addo Bawumia. Okay. And like he said, they succeeded in making themselves so omnipotent and so politically, colossus and dynamos. So no one can talk about them. No one can make even suggestions that portray them as not competent enough to hold a position. Ghana is not their own. They do what they like. And so I will beg that maybe we reduce our discussions, like somebody said, because it's a dead case. It's a dead case. Baumia na put ticket. It's a dead case.
Okay.
It doesn't inspire. It doesn't inspire any confidence in any MPP supporter. Look, my brother is saying it because he has to say it. I know himself is not confident. He's not confident in this ticket. He's not.
How sure are you?
Oh, you're my friend. Me and you.
Oh,
me and you.
Thank you.
I don't want to say the things we discuss in secret.
Thank you. No. This from Kojochumba, who says, please correct me if I am mistaken. The running mate of the MPP, the same Dr. Matthew Pokpempe, who asked our students to go and ease themselves in black bags and hail it over a fence. Is that his version of digitalization of toilets? Is it the same Matthew Pokpempe who said that Ashantis don't need development? They simply make do with MPP t-shirts. Is it the same Matthew Pokpempe who said we should go and implement our own doomsday timetable if we thought there was doomsday? What an empathetic vice president would have should the MPP break the 8? Thank you for that message. There's also positive change. My dad says change of government by the ballot paper in Durban 7th is inevitable. The hardship on us is louder today than ever before. This year's election is not only about the NDC, it is a collective responsibility to liberate ourselves from the corruption, theory, mismanagement, dictatorship, incompetence, economic hardships, and tyranny. Thank you for that comment. There's also Musa Bato, who says MPP has a lot of work to do in ensuring public trust regarding Napo's ethnocentric and arrogant posture. However, 2024 elections will be like a communal labor where every Ghanaian fights for their economic and social well-being. It's a pivotal moment for our country, and voting massively for John Mahama is essential. His proposed 24-hour economy policy aims to create sustainable jobs for the teeming unemployed youth in our country. This policy is designed to harness the full potential of our economy by ensuring that industry, businesses, and services operate around the clock, thus increasing productivity and employment opportunities. There's Nana PSA Osanto says Napo's background is traced to Apejefie, I hope I got that right, in Kumasi, where his father hails from. Curiously, where does his mother come from? Ghanaians want to know. Mr. Senna, the butterfly seems to be flying at every opportunity to sell and cash. Hopefully, they should watch their position on Info Analytics and other ratings agencies. Well, that's coming from Nana. Some more comments from the WhatsApp platform says we shall make no mistake. Okay, this is quite very harsh. Says, can these two talk to their failed driver Nanado to sign the anti-LGBTQ plus bill so we can salute our norms and values? What is the state of our educational system and the energy sector now? After Bobie failed to hold the dollar in bringing the office of the vice president to disrepute, he has also appointed another failure and arrogant personality to team up with him to finally destroy our beloved country. Wake up, proud Ghanaian, and save your country. Vote for His Excellency JDM and the able Professor Nana Pokwajiman. Thank you for that message. And this one says, Apia Diankwa has made it all. Tell him I have a reward for him. There's Honorable Marcelino from Lejokuku constituency. There's okay. Yes, this one says Dr. Adumako Kisi is too honest to be an MPP member. Tell him to join the NDC. All the comments. This one says, good evening. We seem to forget that.
That's what they voted for.
We seem to forget that.
They say he's too honest. That's why they threw him out.
We seem to forget that Napo is the same person who has ensured that the flood victims in the Volta region have still not been attended to. Such a wicked fellow. That's coming from there was no name attached to that. There's George in Debugre, we saw in that says the strategy Okay, thank you very much for that comment. This one says, yes, I wish my father was alive to see for himself how his MPP has ruined the country. For me, I have changed my hands and managed to pull my husband and siblings out of MPP. We are Ghanaians. We are not for any party. If you work, we will give you the nod. And we have seen Mahama's works and Kufuor and Bawumia's works, and we can see the difference. That didn't come with a name. It says, good morning, Senator. The MPP has a mission to accomplish to benefit their interests, and they did this by putting into action the Japatia document. Council Dankwa has said it all. Council, I salute you. Regina Puasana, Anaba Garo in the Upper East region. Now, we're moving on to the CJ's letter that's attracting a lot of attention. The Constitution says the President is supposed to appoint Supreme Court judges on the advice of the Judicial Council and in consultation with the Council of States. The Chief Justice's letter is actually making a request, a proposal and a request for the President to appoint 5 judges of the Court of Appeal. It's attracting a lot of attention. Some of the people pointing out that if you look at the list carefully, there are people who have dealt with cases involving politically tainted cases involving persons who were aligned to the National Democratic Congress. There are also questions about whether she even has favorites within the judiciary. Well, I'll start with lawyer Apian Dakwa on this one.
So the CJ's letter, was it also a love letter, or that was a...
Which other love letter do you know?
Oh, I know my dearest. I know my dearest. Okay, so I think the proper place to start this conversation is to try and analyze into which or who holds the judicial power of Ghana. You know that the system which was government has 3 powers: the executive, the legislature, and then the judiciary. Now, the executive power is placed in the hands of the president, the legislative into the hands of parliament together, and the judicial power also is placed into the hands of the judiciary. So it's not in the hands of the CJ; it's in the hands of the judiciary. Now, I think Article 125 says that. I'm not the one saying it. And then so the next question is, what's the composition of the judiciary? So the judiciary is composed of the Superior Court of Justice, the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, the regional tribunals, the lower courts. They constitute the judiciary. Now the next question is, so what power then does the CJ have, being the head of the judiciary? Once again, the Constitution didn't leave room for any confusion. It says the Chief Justice shall subject to this country be the head of the judiciary. So she's the head and shall be responsible for the administration and supervision of the judiciary. I think it's pretty clear. I think the next question we should consider, I think that's where these issues come up, is then how are the members of the judiciary appointed? So the Constitution Article 144 has made provision for how the CJ itself is appointed, how the Supreme Court justices are appointed, in the Court of Appeal, the High Court and all. Now, Article 144.1 says that, and I want to read that so we get a better understanding of the 142. It says that the Chief Justice shall be appointed by the President, acting in consultation with the Council of State, with the approval of Parliament. I think that's pretty straightforward. Now, the other Supreme Court justices, how are they appointed? It says there, and it's clear here, it says the other Supreme Court justice shall be appointed by the President, acting on the advice, and it's very critical, acting on the advice of the Judicial Council, in consultation with the Council of State and with the approval of Parliament. Understand? So I think it's pretty much clear, because we need to understand that the judiciary is independent. The judiciary is independent, and then because of the focus of this constitution, which is to limit the powers of government, it means that it's not just the executive powers that are going to be limited, but also the judicial powers also are limited, because each arm of government serves as some form of check and balance on each other. So when it comes to the other Supreme Court justices, the constitution is clear that you, the Judicial Council, the council comprises of a number of people, the CJ herself, rep from the Supreme Court, rep from all the courts, the Supreme Court, the Appeal Court, High Court, the lower courts, the Attorney General, some lawyers, the President himself makes appointments there. And it is their power, to advise the President when other Supreme Court justices have to be appointed. You understand? So, per my understanding, they can tell the President that His Excellency, in our view, we think that A, B, C, D should be appointed onto the Supreme Court. The President will have a discussion with the Council of State, and then when the President then will present those names to Parliament, and Parliament, per their own procedure, will approve or disapprove of the. That's the procedure as has been stated clearly in the Constitution. So I find it very baffling, extremely baffling, why the CJ would attempt to write that letter, especially in the kind of political climate we have now, where there's so much distrust, inability of the judiciary to dispense with justice. Or it is unfortunate, especially when we understand that the duty on the judiciary is not just to dispense with justice, but is to be manifestly be seen to be delivering justice, and that extends the burden on them. And that's why there's so much you and cry about the supposed packing of justice into the Supreme Court, because then what it does is that it sort of takes a lot away from the ability of the judiciary to then dispense with this most critical job, because there's a reason why we say they are the guardians of the democracy we have now. You understand? So for me, it is pretty straightforward. I'm struggling to find where the CJ got her powers from to be writing that letter. And even the heading, so is there a proposal? Can I see the proposal? If you're proposing, then you don't need a letter. You don't need a letter. You can get the president somewhere and lobby him, and lobby the president, lobby your judicial council members. You get the picture. And I want to applaud the judicial council too, especially when you take into consideration the composition of SIM, to actually standing up and not fighting for themselves, but fighting for Ghana. Because then that would have been the beginning of a very dangerous precedent. The president where CJs will arrogate upon themselves powers that the constitution has not granted them, to be making unwarranted proposals to the president, who already is in a hurry. For this president, I don't trust him at all. I don't trust the president at all. I don't trust him at all. A president who does not see the wisdom in not appointing people who are perceived to be from his political party. So the burden is not just to appoint people who are not in your party, but people who are even just perceived to be in your political party, or people who are perceived to have a partisan coloring. If we can do that, I don't trust him at all in terms of. So when we have such a president who the people of Ghana essentially don't have confidence in, that's what I mean by this, because you must have regard to all everything going around you. You do not have any regard to it, and you wrote this semi-love letter. It was proposal when you want to love. It starts with a proposal. You write this semi-love letter to the president to do what? You understand? Now the question is whether or not it constitutes misconduct. I think that issue has to come up. I spoke to you on Gold Radio on Friday. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think it was, for it to constitute a misconduct, then there must be some malice, a proven malice behind it. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You let's say it wasn't out of malice, maybe it was out of an unnecessary enthusiasm to be seen to be pleasing probably the president. You understand? So because at least I think I've appeared before Justice Tokono a number of times, and I've never had any cause to doubt her integrity, her professional integrity. And speaking, in fact, I was really excited when she was being appointed as CG. Okay. But like I said, there's something very interesting about this president that makes people want to do things which are certainly out of character. So there's something about him, and probably it was as a result of that. But I think that the letter was not necessary. I applaud the Judicial Council. I applaud everybody who has had a say on everything that's wrong with this letter and the danger that it has in undermining the constitution that we have and the purpose of the constitution that we have. So I think it's pretty clear. I think that kind of character or attitude should be had in all other issues. Because like I keep on saying, the duty to defend our country is not just in the hands of the minority, whoever they may be. It's not just their duty. That duty is on every single Ghanaian to defend and protect our constitution and how it is interpreted. So it was all of us our duty to fight against the appointment the president made to the EC. It was all of our duties to fight against what's called the Greek minister's actions. You understand? It's all of our duties to fight in anything that politicians do that undermines the trust or faithfulness or loyalty or fidelity that the people of this country have in their leadership, in political leadership. And I think that came to the fore in this year. So I hope it ends the matter there. They withdraw it. 15 is even too much. America has just 9 Supreme Court justices. 15 in this country, in my view, is too much. If you let's just keep the 15. They shouldn't add any more to it. At the end of the day, we are a country struggling financially. It's not just the executive that is bloated. There's no need to also overbloat the judiciary and other arms of government. I think I'll end my submission.
Right, thank you. Let me go back to some comments made on our very first discussion on Facebook. Nia says, good morning. I'm very sure Napo was imposed on Bobie. Unfortunately, this choice will be the last straw that will break the elephant's back. This is Nana Ose Ampon, Sem one, who says Napo is a result-oriented leader, an achiever, and we are proud of his performance in politics. Lydia comes as a strategy won't work for them any longer because we Ghanaians are suffering and hungry. Nana comes back. This tag against Napo has been strongly defeated. The NDC members of parliament are finding it more difficult to appreciate the fact that Napo is arrogant. In their hearts, they know he is not. I'm sorry to say that the NDC is not making sense now, even on their own 24-hour economic policy. They can't explain. Francis Otu says, is Napo there to compensate for the lack of development in the Ashanti region, or the MPP is playing another tribal politics? We, the current generation, will not forget. There's a friend, John from Gabon, who says, Bobie and Napo is dead on arrival. Honorable Isaac J. Mensah.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I think the issue of the Supreme Court judges is a serious matter of concern to all of us. My colleague has delved much into it. But the question, let's find out what has been in the past, the process, the procedure in recommending or appointing the Supreme Court judges. For what you know, she might have done this in the past, but maybe what you don't know. So let's find out what is the procedure, what has been the norm. You know, of course, the Constitution is very clear, but in practice, administratively, what has been the procedure or the processes that, you know, triggers this action. Mind you, we have about 15, I'm told we have about 15 appeal court judges that are waiting for their confirmation. And that is huge numbers. And what are the processes that, you know, get into their appointment and so on? We need to find out. So maybe she's doing the same thing as she's used to, and nobody has questioned that. And I think that at this time I also had to add my voice to, you know, commending the Judicial Council. I think they've applied some brakes. And I'm told the CJ is the chairman of the council. And if she's the chairman of the council, does it mean that she was authorized as a chairman by the council to do that? And the fact that the council, I'm told, has applied some brakes, has it's agreed to this process, also tells you that the CJ probably was arrogating unto herself the powers that she's not, she hasn't gotten that. So I think that we need to look into that. I'll be interested to know what has been the process, the administrative process in getting the appointment made. And if that is done, if that is known, then we can go into it and correct it. That if this is the procedure, let's go by the Constitution. It's worrying. I think the CJ is the, you know, they are the watchdog of the Constitution. They interpret the Constitution. So for them, for her to go that far, I think that you should not be, you know, drawn under the carpet. We need to go into it, find out how the process has been, and if there's the need, appropriate action should be taken. You just say that let the sleeping dogs lie. My colleague drew attention, that is a fact. Ghana is about 31 million people, and America, which is about 330 million, I'm told, people has 9 Supreme Court judges. What informed the CJ to request for additional 5 to make ours 20? You already have 15. And so what let's know that as well, because I think something may have informed him. Or has the executive now gone into that territory, that judicial area, to influence or to impose, such that at the time that Nakufo is hesitant, we have about 4 or 5 months to go. So we shouldn't allow that hurry thing to also get into the judicial sector. You remember when he was brought in, ushered into power, he said, I'm in a hurry. And he appointed 125 ministers. And, and he went out free. We argued against that. We criticized that. But I didn't care. And even added more. He was in a hurry. He can't be in a hurry when he's hesitating. And I think around this time, we should not, I think administratively and morally, it is improper that if you have 6 months to exit, you don't have to take any decision that will affect the incoming government. He has exhausted his 2 terms, more or less, so he should please allow the system to work. So let's dive into that. So if America, as we say, America has that match, what is informing this process? And I think it's worrying. It is also worrying because if you check into the details, that lady who is my lady, right? That lady who is handling the ambulance case. This is a very critical case where the minority leader in parliament of an incoming government, incoming party, is being pestered in court, and everybody's aware of that persecution. This is a lady who is handling this matter to the extent that in the middle of the case, you are proposing that this woman must be pushed to the Supreme Court. So what is all these things happening? And I think that we need to be very, very careful. We need to be careful around this time. The judicial service, you're a lawyer, the judicial service has had a whole lot of clout surrounding it, which is quite negative. If you talk about the Ansah, not case, you see the way they handled, and even the 2020 election petition and so on, the way the judiciary has been perceived to be supporting the government, that is something that is a matter for us to be concerned about. And I think that if this is what is happening, then we need to be careful as a party. There have been occasions in the past, and I want to agree with Dr. Atta, is that Kennedy? Yes, he's made some important comments or revelations about how the lawyers, the judicial service of the judiciary has contributed to how far we have come. Even in the colonial times, where lawyers, Mr. Saba, were able to stand the test, to stand the request of the colonial government to have arrogate unto themselves this large tract of land, they resisted. That's what we expect of our lawyers, and we expect of the judiciary. The judiciary is supposed to at least demonstrate that the constitution that is driving the whole system is that which they are supervising over. And if this is happening, we must be worried. We must be worried because if you check into this, the question of impunity, what is happening in Kenya, we expect the judiciary to be very fair, and we talk about justice. And so if at this time that MPP is hesitant and NDC is ready, losing its boots to take power because of all these decades and so on, you are packing so much judges. So I think we need to find out, colleagues, what is informing this lady to have gone beyond her powers, supposedly, to recommend to the president that more of the Supreme Court judges. I'm told that if they are stretched, they need more knowledge. Why is this Wenyuga Yes, Onega was asked to come and sit in the High Court to support her. That doesn't mean that they lack the numbers. They do have numbers. Said that they have been able to bring some of them down. I think what we need is the lower courts. We need to make sure that the judges and those magistrates and the lower court judges are packed properly with what it takes to do their work, not at the top. And as I was saying, we have about 15 more of the appeals court waiting for confirmation. And if care is not taken, the probably will be calling for more. So what is happening? What is informing this government, not Akufo-Addo's government, Bawumia Akufo-Addo government in doing this at the time that it's about to exit? So I think that first of all, if I'm back again, let's find out what are the administrative processes in getting this thing done. And if this woman is arrogating unto herself, maybe she's done something in the past that we don't know. And so she thinks that is the right thing to do, and the letter is leaked. Otherwise, probably the letter will not have leaked. So when we get to know that, if she has offended the system of the law, we need to deal with her, because CJ is a top post and so on. So I think that I wouldn't want to say much other than to add to what my colleagues have said. One, that CJ should be brought to the table and properly find out whether what she is doing is appropriate. If it's not, appropriate action should be taken against it. But again, we need to caution Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia administration as they are exiting. They shouldn't do further damage to the system. We are in an election year. And so what are all these things? And people even think, now we'll go to the courts again. We have made it clear that we are not going to the courts. And I think our incoming President Amman has said it, the whole issue is about winning at the polls, the police station where we are going to win. And we are not going to go to court again so that if they think that they have to pack the Supreme Court with judges, that will work. It is not going to happen. But of course, whatever they do, probably we think that it will make an effect, because we are coming to power, we are coming to power properly, people are ready to vote for us, and the records are there. But Nana Akufo-Addo shouldn't, Bawumia, because Bawumia thinks that you want to break the 8. And I'm wondering how the 8 is going to be broken. Does it mean that when they pack themselves with many Supreme Court judges, breaking the 8 will be a reality? No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, there's something he said. He said the Supreme Court that's supposed to be upholding and defend the Constitution. If the head of the Supreme Court herself is acting in a way where there are serious questions to be raised. But on the matter of why she is doing it, in fact, there's one of them, Justice Edward Amankwa Asante. Her justification is that his lordship has provided excellent leadership as president of the ECOWAS Court and would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset on the Supreme Court of Ghana. The remaining 4 judges are currently working as judges of the Court of Appeal. Their work has been distinguished by outstanding service, courage, and competence. So that's the reason she's giving for.
The Judicial Ansah.
I'll come to you, Honorable. But before that, let me listen to Doc.
A few things are quite clear, that the procedure is not appropriate. There's been a few missteps, unfortunately. But of all this, I think that one thing that Honorable AJ said, which caught my attention, that I need to address, is that I don't think they are packing the Supreme Court in anticipation of a court case after election. I doubt that. I think that 2024 will be a clear, decision at the poll, and that I agree with you. And I doubt that we intend to have another court proceedings to then win the NDC in court. Far from that. But let me say very little, because when it comes to the issue of judges in this country, the judicial services, they've had their downs and ups, but not talking for party per se. I think that the fewer, the merrier when it comes to Supreme Court judges. And I say that in admiration of the American number of justices. And I say that also in admiration to the freedom with which they work, irrespective of who the president is. And I'll cite this landmark case last week where they told Biden in his face that presidents and past presidents have immunity to an extent. And yes, and you know that it makes.
It's Trump.
No, but Trump is at fault, but Biden is the president.
Yeah.
And if literally.
It's Trump who has gone to court asking for immunity for his actions.
Okay, so what happens is that.
So maybe they told American presidents.
They told, because Biden is not happy with the decision.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that though there's a sitting president, the justices have decided very much against what the sitting president thought was going to be for him. Because the request that Donald Trump made, in Biden's opinion, should have been a no-no. But the justices told him that in the line of executing a presidential duty, he has immunity. Please, I understand it.
Limited official.
That's why I said in the line of executing his duties. Yeah. Yes, I mean, if you go and do a Monica Lewinsky and things like that, it's a whole different thing. But the key thing is that in admiration of what
But I don't want us to say Biden, because in America it is not the president who is prosecuting that case.
well,
It's the Judicial Secretary.
I agree with you, but
It's the Justice Department.
or shall I say
The
that,
Attorney General.
Yes.
or shall I
It's
say
the
that
Justice Department.
even with the president in his seat, his son has been
Yeah.
taken to court.
Yeah.
And
Convicted.
without maneuvering.
For convicted.
And you can't maneuver. Yes.
Yes.
And he's seeking appeal. And that is the kind of thing that brings confidence to the people so that we don't have a Kenya experience. So I would rather charge the judiciary to do right by the people and to make sure that there's no perception of, let's say, them working under duress or working under, fear of the executive. And my last thing is also the beauty of the judiciary when it came to allowing Biden to run as the president. When at that time Donald Trump was president and he thought that he could use his presidential, powers to, as it is, bulldoze and win. But the judiciary stood, and with the then Vice President Pence told him that this election we lost. So at this critical point in our history, I think that, and I'll plead with the judiciary and even our government, that we make sure that we manage ourselves very well and do not cast any doubt in people's minds. So, I mean, on this matter, these are my few words. Yeah.
Thank you. Before I come to Ni, this is from, okay, they've not come with a name, since it will be very surprising for our chances to vote for MPP. Boys, they hustle. It's hard, no development, no jobs. Corruption is too much, and they're very proud of it. Ghana doesn't belong to you. the NPP. Well, so that's one of the messages on WhatsApp, actually, through the WhatsApp platform. This one says, Baumia and Apo, they are like trees without roots. They told us things would be cheaper, things would be easy, things would be better. Are we enjoying what they told us? I regret voting for this elephantines. Eric sent that from Cape Coast. Okay. There's Mike Mbokwasi says, good morning. I like Michael Jackson blessed moment because he once said he regretted being a okay. Says I feel okay, he once said he regretted being black. I feel very sad being a Ghanaian under this administration. Why would our CJ be recommending more judges for the Supreme Court? It's a shame. Mike sent that from Pokwasi. I tend to this one says Alaji says, good morning. Please, none of the NDC members fear Napo. Even if he is going for the presidency, we are with him in Menchia. He only does things in Menchia. That's all. Thanks. Thank you. Then goes Bonnie said, this one, Joe Injustice says, I'm not surprised because Ghana has become so lawless. Anybody can just get up and outstep their boundaries. It's sad that a whole CJ will put her integrity on the line. Very unfortunate. The good thing is that by the actions they expose themselves. Joe sent that from Jessica. This one is from Levi Gavek, who says, if reasons for looting the Supreme Court is because of workload, then means crime rate is up because there are no jobs. So government must look at that instead of raising our budget above our heads. Me.
Well, once again, Senator, thank you. When it comes to issues about the judiciary, sometimes we all of us need to be a bit careful, because I sit down and say that possibly in every nation, that is the arm of government that should always inspire confidence in the people and in the society. Because like my brother said, in certain jurisdiction, the judiciary is the last point when there is some sort of inertia. That is where the nerve center of the whole society is built.
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer, but I've sat in law class, and one thing that came out clearly is the fact that when the judicial system is that predictable, it helps instill confidence, it helps in investing, it helps in everything. Because so now you know that if I have a case against Isaac Ansah and I go to court, I will have fair trial. It boosts your confidence, it boosts your morale. You understand? But when the converse, the opposite, is that, oh, as for this judiciary, oh, even if I go to court, I will not. It leads to mistrust, lack of confidence in the system. And that sometimes leads to people deciding to take the law into their own hands in many situations. And we struggled as a country to make sure that there's this level of confidence in the judiciary. Unfortunately, this is diminishing fast. You remember the speech delivered by the National Security Minister, Honorable Kendapa, to the judiciary some few years back, when he said that the danger, and that was the National Security Minister addressing the nation, that the danger that lies ahead of us is because people are becoming very, they are holding a level of mistrust in the judiciary. And that is dangerous for national security. I listened to Justice Atuguba. He also made the same pronouncements about people's low confidence in the judiciary. I also listened to the presentation by Dr. Atuguba or Professor Atuguba. He also listed many cases that has eroded confidence in the judiciary. I recently listened to is it Dr. They call it Dr. Ansah or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Professor Kwabena.
Professor Kwabena. And a litany of cases that have made people feel that they're not getting justice the way they expected it. So all these issues tend to play on the minds of Ghanaians whether we really have a reliable judicial system. In the past, like Ansah did set out, the judiciary was seen as the pinnacle of hope and trust, even when politicians are not treating us well. Because then you have the Ghana Bar Association, for example, which will act as a pressure, a source of pressure on government for government to do the right thing. But today, we all have seen the over-politicization of even the Ghana Bar Association, to the extent that it lost its teeth, it lost its voice, it lost its energy. Situations in which we expect the Ghana Bar Association to come out and at least defend the ordinary Ghanaian and make sure that governments and political actors are acting in consonance and in conformity with the dictates of the Constitution, no. So slowly, trust, confidence in the judiciary is waning. At this point in time, I remember sitting in the appointments committee to vet Justice Tokono. And 3 different members of parliament on the committee asked a question about confidence in the judiciary. Like my brother said, a lot of testimony were given about her. People who had appeared before her, some of us are MPs, like Professor Yine, Mama Yariga, and the rest, they all said good things about her. So there was some confidence that she will be different from the reign that had just gone, the Eniniwa reign. Unfortunately not. But you know something? It all goes back to what Andrew said from the beginning. We have a president who thinks that mutilating the system to his advantage makes him more powerful. And as such, he doesn't really care what the Constitution demands of him. He is ready to put his hand in everything, destroy everything in order to suit his whims and caprices. And so, like Andrew again said, it is permeating, it's leading down to even his appointees. That now we have a system where everybody thinks he or she can do whatever he wants and go away with it. Because one cannot understand how come the learned Chief Justice, it is not easy. Why do you think they are referred to as lords? Because normally it is only the God Almighty who dispenses justice. So they are seen as representatives of the Lord Almighty on earth to dispense justice. So candidness, truth, fairness, and also high moral quality should always be the benchmarks for the measurement of judges, because they are seen as lords, he who does no wrong. So how will I understand that the Chief Justice, this simple demand of the Constitution, in fact, Article 144 is so simple and could be interpreted by a first-class law student. It's so simple. The procedure is so simple as the Constitution has crafted it. It will amaze me if I make that mistake. I'm not a lawyer, and maybe I make that mistake, fine. But if Andrew makes that mistake, I'll sit down and say, how come that Andrew did this? You understand? It's so basic. This is what the law, the Constitution says. That the president makes appointments on the advice of the Judicial Council, in consultation with the Council of State, and approval of Parliament. This is basic. It's a process. So, what at all? What sort of basic? You answer, enter the Chief Justice for her to commit this serious mistake.
Familial spirit.
No, Sena, it's you can't just understand. I can't just believe, because fundamentally let somebody else do it. And two, even if you are the head of the Judicial Council and you know the process, that transmission shouldn't be you. Shouldn't be signed by you, because you are not the Judicial Secretary. You are the head. So you give orders for it to be carried out. Why should it come from you? Is the level of impunity that Nana Akufo-Addo has created in this country, that appointees and people held in certain positions can do whatever at all they want. So I think that what has happened is dangerous. Look, because it's not for nothing that in our constitution, if you don't have a lawyer would 296, Article 296, in fact, A and B talks about how we exercise discretionary powers.
You want me to read it?
Yes, I'll be happy if you read.
Okay, so it says that where in this constitution or in any other law, discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid.
Thank you.
That's the A. And the B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
It is not for nothing that the framers of our constitution, they know the tendency of leadership, political actors or people vested with certain authority, to go beyond the boundaries or the permits of their position. And so that's why this was put in the constitution. So that, see, all of us sitting here, tomorrow if we are vested with any authority, we should be fair, we should be sure that we act in a manner that will be fair to everybody. And we will not sidestep the laws and the boundaries of our position for capricious ends. So I don't understand why. Look, for example, me sitting here, I'm so happy if Justice Yi.A. Asante becomes Justice of the Supreme Court, because in fact he was due to be a member of the Supreme Court long ago. He is far senior to a lot of the people who have been made Justice of the Supreme Court. He was admitted at the first school. In the same dorm, I was sleeping on top of him. And from his background, see, he also hustled in Accra and all those things. No, it wasn't easy for him to go through law school. For him to be appointed, I would have loved, I'd be so happy. But let's ask ourselves, is that a procedure? Because right now, do you know what she has done? She has made even that beautiful recommendation of Amakwa Asante tarnished. Tarnished. Even if all those people are qualified, because of the way she's done it, it will make everybody become suspicious of that appointment. And two, I don't know. You see, sometimes when you do things at the wrong time, you end up causing uproar. Look, you know, when Onyenuga was appointed to the Supreme Court, the same arguments were propounded that why do you appoint somebody who is handling such a sensitive case? What do you call it? No, Onyenuga was the Koko Opuni matter. You understand? Two, there was this Justice Jawu or something.
Yeah.
Somebody who was a parliamentary candidate in 2016. You understand? People talk about it. What is it in Nanado that sometimes he doesn't seem to be seeing the good timing to take certain actions, and he always takes actions at the wrong time? Is it the same issue I talk about, those that the gods want to destroy? They first make mad. Because you see, if this lady is now the one handling this important ambulance case, that in the whole country, in fact, lawyers, seasoned lawyers, law lecturers have said that this particular case is not a prosecution, but a persecution. What will make you at this time, try to put it, is it a promise to her? We are promoting you to the Supreme Court so that you can propose our agenda of jailing the minority leader. Because this is a case, I don't want to go into the merits of the case, but this is a case, ordinary lawyers, sometimes they just shake their head, this one is not good. Because me, I've been deputy minister before. Ajay Ansah has been deputy minister before. We always take instructions from our ministers. So my minister tells me, do this, minutes letter to me, and I act on it, and then I will be prosecuted, and the minister is free. Upon whose authority did I do that? And I'm telling my colleagues in the MPP, those of them who are deputy ministers, that if they're happy about what is happening, fine. From the 7th of January 2025, they should know the number of them who will be lined up in the courts for taking decisions and acting upon decisions taken by their ministers. You understand me? It is not, it doesn't help. Because what we're actually doing, if you are going to, from today, every political appointee or deputy minister will refuse to act. Then there's no need for deputy ministers anymore. Maybe let's take that decision so that we can even cut down on the number of appointees. If deputy ministers cannot take up this, let me say, cannot take up delegated powers from their ministers, and they will be prosecuted tomorrow for actions taken on the delegated powers, then there's no need for deputy ministers. So that when the ministers take decisions, they'll go to face the music. You see, so people are even talking about that case. The morally, people are justifying, looking, the law aside, people are looking at the issue, whether this issue is good for national development and let me say, delivery of our work as government officials. Because tomorrow, even principal secretaries could be prosecuted for acting on the advice of government. So at this point in time, when there's so much brouhaha about this particular case, is this the right time to promote that charge?
Okay.
So all these things, nestles into the belief and the perception that there is a grand agenda being perpetrated. And my brother referred to the Japadie. Look, you see, the people are not intelligent. I'm being frank with you. Because if there's this book that every Ghanaian now have access to reading, you still go by the book, page to page, paragraph to, straight. It's like, that is their copy book that, like when I was in primary school, my first copy book. Look, they are not even deviating from it, even from comma, point to point, comma, still on it. And I worry people, I get worried, people like Adumako Kisi. I'm happy people like Andrew saw it early and left. Why would you continue to be in the party when you are critically saying that all this agenda is for a selfish group of people to destroy what we all believe in? You understand? People like him, and there appear could be Eugene Entry, and all these people who came up strongly to talk about the way things are doing. Look, where are the heroes like former member of parliament for Sekumo Odobin Brakwa? This is Apiofori. Is that not Apiofori call it? You understand? We need to have people with balls within the MPP to be able to say, look, enough is enough. This thing is not making our party attractive anymore. These things are destroying the fabric of our party. The youth that are coming up in our party will not see this party as a party that they should belong to, because it doesn't aspire to bringing people on board, but then a system of elimination and selfish aggrandizement by a few in order to lord over the rest. And it is something that they don't seem to see it. Look, this appointment, I don't have any problem. But like we've all said, is it even necessary? If it is not, sorry to my brother Edward Amakwasante. If it is not, if it is demand, since when did they got to know that he has performed so excellently well at ECOWAS? He's been there. Modest, far, his genius have you appointed. He was never. Do you know something? That has been a suspicion. Because he happened to have worked a bit with Mr. Atuaho's company. What's the name? Former company, Cash Pro. So at that time he was seen as being Atuaho's boy, and so they sidestepped him. They didn't appoint him, and appointed far his genius. Now he's come to a level where the man's own ability, people within the ECOWAS judicial system are asking questions. This fine judge, how come that he's not on the Supreme Court of Ghana? And mind you, the judicial registers are so simple that somebody in Nigeria can know when Andrew became a judge in Ghana and when Sena became a judge in Ghana. You can see it in Nigeria, I know. So the ask question is, how come that Andrew was far senior to Sena? How come that Sena has been sent to the Supreme Court in Ghana and Andrew is not there? They know. They're able to know because the roles are there. So the whole thing is like a mystery. I am finding it difficult to believe what happened. But like I will go by Andy. Maybe it's a misjudgment.
Andrew.
I will go by Andy. I'm calling Andy. Yeah, Andy. I'll go by Andy. I'll go by Andy and say that maybe it's misjudgment, miscalculation on the part of the Chief Justice. She should be forgiven. The citing her for misconduct, I think, will be too much over the bar. Okay. But then it should be a caution to her and all members of the Supreme Court to know that Ghana today, people are so alert on official abuse. And it's for all of us who are aspiring to be in positions next year, like me and Ajay are sitting here, that we should understand one thing, that look, Ghanaians,
but not Dr. Kisi.
Ghanaians are far alert, and the way people are able to, break through barriers and get documents and things, there's nothing like you shout things in secrets anymore. Okay. People will break those codes and get the things they are looking for. So we should be careful how we do things. The guns will say, "Afeni me." You understand? So this time, the Bible says, "What is there that is in darkness that cannot be revealed unto people?"
So, since the three of you are here, I wanted to, for us to use a few minutes that's left to take quick comments from you on the KT Amon matter, because there's a lot of issue in terms of clarity. Now, this comes from a friend. I cannot mention his name, else he went up in some village. This is the latest Afrobarometer survey. Came out somewhere yesterday. And it says the EC's trust has dropped from 75% in 2005 to 33%. Courts from 62% in 2005 to 36%. And the police from 64% to 28%. So that's the kind of credibility that the judiciary has to operate with. This is Kojochu Mbavo says, please, my brother Nilante, we need to stop pretending in this country. Those justices were not requested by mistake. It was an accident according to plan. The idea is to park the course knowing very well that should the NDC assume power, they will be powerless to effect change. That's all. He knows we won't even be able to change any Article 72 office holders, whether justices or electoral commission appointees. But then instead, an earlier message, and I forgot to add, is it the same Matthew Poku Pempe who said that we organized a demonstration against the MPP government if they came to the aid of flood victims in the Volta region? So in the likely event that he becomes VIP, will he be vice president of Ghana? That includes Voltarians and the people of Voltarian extraction. Now this one,
Familiar spirit.
This one is coming from lawyer David Ametepe, who says, good morning to everybody. The letter of request written by our CJ to the president and the valiant defense of it by our discredited attorney general confirmed the state of separation of powers, checks and balances, rule of law, and constitutionalism under this president. It is the president who is pushing this agenda of adding on to the already overbloated Supreme Court. Did the CJ seek comfort under some lame excuse of increasing caseload? How many Ghanaians pluck up the courage to even pursue their grievances up to the Supreme Court? How many public interest and public law, that's constitutional cases, has the Supreme Court determined in the last couple of years or are currently pending? Does the Supreme Court, unlike the Court of Appeal, sit at multiple venues at the same time, unlike the High Court and the Court of Appeal, to require appointment of more judges to ease the caseload? I think the president, having realized that he has set an unbreakable record of packing the cause, now wants to hide behind the CJ to pretend the appointment is coming on the back of some urgency of need for more hands. As for the brief profiles given by the CJ of the persons she nominated or proposed, I am not competent to say anything negative, especially about some of the nominees. But I know there are competent, experienced, and adepts. But I know there are even more senior judges of appeal, very competent, experienced, and adept at the law. This tokenism reward system isn't helpful at all. The procedure adopted by CJ 10, the Constitution, that's Article 1442, upside down. I think there's one more on this issue that this is Akwete, who says he disagrees with Yula Danko's position that the conduct of the CJ, though regrettable and lawful, does not amount to misconduct, when the CJ ought to have known better the consequence of what she did with the context of separation of powers. At the very least, the proposal so made by the CJ should have been directed to the Judicial Council and not to the President. Well,
so let me ask Andy, why is it that somebody like Justice Dennis Ajay has not been promoted to the Supreme Court?
It is shocking. Because the J is super.
Somebody has even taught judges.
Yeah. And beyond that, his appreciation of the law and his
time is not my friend. So I want just brief, but it will take about 2 minutes each because I don't have much time. And I want to start this time around from me on this matter of the K.T. Amon's bill law. Question that we want to ask is, will it still pass, or what happens?
I am worried a bit. Once again, I listened to K.T. Amond, and with him, yes, familiar spirit. But then, at this particular level, I was shocked yesterday. The way he talked to the journalists from TV3 who went to interview him, it's amazing. I can't see myself. I've occupied that office before. I can't see myself. I've been a minister before. I can't see myself talking to anybody in that tone. I can't. Even as a member of parliament, I can't. But the arrogance and the authority with the way he was dismissing the journalists, totally appalling. And you see, it is the same way sometimes he acts, even on the floor of the House. He talks by heart. I remember Adomako was there one day where he says, when it comes to law, somebody cannot compare himself to him because he was called to the British bar. And so what? You are a lawyer in Ghana. Apparently the person was even your senior. You understand? Because you are called to a British bar, and so what? So you are better than somebody who was called to a Ghana bar. Sometimes I don't know when I don't know whether the humility of office sometimes is lost on certain people but you see, the philosophers have said power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Akufo-Addo has shown that he has absolute power, and I said all the people around his functionaries have also assumed that. And so when they are talking to people, when they are addressing people, they don't have any modicum of respect, humility, nobility in addressing people. this is a simple act. One, I don't have any problem with any intention of government to make sure that prices of goods and services become affordable to the ordinary Ghanaian. But in all cases, there's procedure. As a deputy minister, I assisted my minister to pass a law, the Ghana Investment Promotion Law, for example, and Judicial. As a minister, I passed the law, National Sports Authority Bill. I passed it. We do it in a very mature, professional manner. You do wide consultation. The Sports Authority Bill took 4 years. You have to consult. I remember very well when we were passing the Ghana Investment Promotion. I had to travel all the way from here to go and meet with someone like Ansah Martin in Senegal to see them go through his input. Because he was involved in this after thing, so he could not come down when Aruna Idrisu invited him. So Aruna said, go and meet with him. We consulted widely so that everybody would take ownership of the law coming. But you have main actors in this case, and you say you won't consult with them.
Okay. Oh, like I said, time is a problem. So I'll go around brief comments from Doc, then I'll come to Honorable Ansah, and then I'll conclude with Laura.
I haven't seen the video he's talking about, so I wouldn't be able to.
No. In terms of the bill, the cement price bill, yeah, specifically.
I think that controlling prices from government always not the best part. That one, I'm talking based on economics, and the market should be the determining factor. And I really think that this is something that the Consumer Protection Agency should rather take up. They should be empowered. Talking about institutions, it's not something that should be adjudicated by Parliament. I mean, that's my thinking on this one. We ought to rather let the players in the industry and the Consumer Protection Agency come in and do it. That is just my thinking.
So now if we allow him, tomorrow we'll bring a bill to regulate the price of iron rods. The next day tomatoes. The next day onions. That's what he will do.
Yeah, I think that to add to what my colleagues have just said, I think he should be a lazy minister. And the point is clear. He's a lazy minister. Okay. You see, you want to go to, for instance, when fuel prices keep going up and down always, there are drivers who are private people with their own cars and so on. So why is it that, the minister will not be close and say compulsorily, he engages them. You need to engage the players. And you see, we all agree that cement is so critical to the economy. Cement, fuel, and I know what you're saying. Because virtually everything that you do, you have to do with cement. And so it is important that you engage these people. Unfortunately, the government, apart from Gassem, that the government has about 5%. All the rest are private people. And so I think that the minister will have to be humble and engage the players, engage the employees association, the unions. But what gets into the pricing is the production cost, the labor cost, and so on. Sit down with them and appeal to them. Appeal to them. All these products are imported. And the government hasn't got a say in all these products. We are in free market economy. So I think that I will support it in Parliament. I don't think that my colleagues support it. He has to be very honest, sincere. He has to be, get out of the arrogance, go to the ground, engage the workers, engage the owners, and appeal to them. I think that's what we will do. I was making mention of GBRTU. When you increase fuel, everything, gets out of the work. If you're not careful, and so on. So how are they doing it? He should go to the Minister of Transport and find out. Of course, I heard that there was a decree that you imprison people and so on. But the point is that was kept but because of the relationship that he has with the people. It's nice. So I think that, first of all, the minister should get out of arrogance. The companies are not the state-owned companies. Kasem, Kwame Nkrumah's time, it was for the state. Now, I mean, it's about 5% for the state and 1.5% also for Addison. And I don't know how that thing came in. So please, Minister, go back to the roots, engage people. They are reasonable people. Private people are prepared to make sacrifices. You know what is happening? You realize the haircut, unilaterally, and the minister just did a haircut. This time, it's not a haircut matter. Go and meet the guys who has the money. Otherwise, it's arbitrary.
Thank you. Lawyer?
I have to say this. I think So I all force with Honorable Advocacy's position, and it, for me, reaffirms my view that the MEP is being fooled by fundless race. Because see, and every time I'm saying this is, see, let me keep on saying that they have the men. Maybe they have the men. Yeah, understand. I've always wanted for it, and it's not because you are here. Why somebody like you was never made a minister? But you'll be made a minister because the spirit of that force you is different from the spirit that is following the party. Because you see, you are a trade minister. You believe that prices are going up because of some cabal. Beyond the consumer and you're a minister, what you have really is the power of policy. Why don't you use that power to fight this thing instead of doing everything that's against the free market economy, something that your party stands for? Honorable here mentioned Consumer Protection Act. But even beyond that, you can use a number of antitrust laws. Because if you go to every economy which is based on free market, they always have antitrust laws. So you, the train, instead of doing this price control thing, which will eventually kill the economy, it will eventually kill the
we inform. Sometimes that's fun, man. Charlie, nothing spoil. Oh. We don't go care ourselves for this, you know. Okay, so this is a transition point. So I'm moving from one realm to another. I'm moving from one realm to another. Yeah. My man fan asema omo follow ye on YouTube, Citizen TV Ghana. We are grateful. Omo follow ye on your Facebook page. Moso yada mo asibebre. So mo join ye. And okay, so my ayi back me pacho monfa ayi friend say guy na ni din say esi oju ayi ne ntoso mame monfa esi oju ayi ne ntoso mame. I can't even see to know whether he's here or not. Okay, so your friend say, ene Kwame, ubenya sa guy no match no no yin. I know some information on but sa sompa guy no I so one akola 14 years akoda no. Okay, Oxygen, thank you, bro, thank you. La. What is this? Sembe Kreni. Eh? Okay. So Malik Mumin says good afternoon, Commander. In fact, this song reminds me of your days at on Ahoto FM. And Eric Capon says, I'm an ardent fan of you, Commander. Keep up the good work. Watching you live from Obuasi, Anthony Brew, Francis Kofi, hello, sir, Mr. Bobie. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Saniko says here, Lottie Jones is here. Okay. So, Ghana for Mutiemi. You say, Guy be Ekotna Sumpa FM, so say, on akoda 14 years. I have sex. And a man for I did. Ayamede. Because Aquano wabodam straight. Wabodam. Akoda 14 years. What is it? Say, ne honsoso. Me, to be honest, me anti video na because I mean so disgusting. Time. Well, Jimmy. So what can they do? And Crawford for crown ponua. Because my go through a year ne statement, you know. So what can they do Crawford Crawford? No. You don't sit on radio and say it with pride. Only akoda 14 years akoda. And you are sitting on radio saying it with pride. One who doesn't mean don't say it in public. Nyansa bienim. I was so sad. Ubia won a baba 14 years. Why? I say to our Brempon says, I'm in love with this music way back from Asempa, watching you live from Goforodia FDRC, right? So thank you. These are some of the old timers, you know. Kuchika Clemens is here. Jamilatu, good afternoon. Okay, but you see, enya na nyese bobienye. Mempe selective justice. You choose what you want to do. Oh, that is where I have problem with Dampare and his people. That is where I have problem. I have a serious problem because look, treaty will be a pet. Yeah, you know, and yeah, tax. Yeah, you know, tax. And the treaty will be a pet now. Obia will share across the country, and those on Facebook, quite a man tete, also at the trotromu, Simon, and was on Facebook. And the quite ma obia what trotromu share Nana has ojri. Ne Twitter media to your Facebook page. Mobia or trotromu bianshebi. Baby bia obiano, so also Facebook, I just show it to people. This is Nana has ojri. This stupid boy, Oya Juma Ewo Akufo-Addo office. Then on the birthday of Farida, Orajo Mahama, Eba Abaria Onyanya 18 years. This guy tweeted, and me pacho baby I will be an ubet me redia my man for 80. I see, former President John Mahama's daughter. There's the caption. Or you saw a picture. Former President John Mahama's daughter Farida, she has fully developed and well endowed. Very manageable. What do you think? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This foolish boy is a presidential staffer. I pay my tax. No more you pay me taxes. A pedophile. And that is where I have issues with Napo. That mean nipa o trainino. Where Jimmy sa, how can Kwame Nkrumah keep a pedophile in his government? How possible? How can Kwame Nkrumah keep a pedophile in his government? Okase na po Jimmy a omsunu asantini na wodidi na tem. Wa Jimmy? Do otete na antete ni ye. Said do otete no so Jimmy o. I don't know. Wa Jimmy? Better na Kwame Nkrumah. I meant say this is Nana Eswodri. Nana Eswodri afa obi ba abayo underage apost no. Here, Kwame, I don't want us to waste time on this, but civil society organizations say Bob Bontin because say Akufo-Addo should sack the boy. One fee, the boy is still working at the Jubilee House or whatever. The boy is still working there, and you see a taxes to pay a pedophile. Oh, sometimes but the way you behave, you and your guys, you behave. Sometimes I ask myself so many questions like, are we living with rational human beings? No civil society as almost entertain this this guy. Just even a Akufo-Addo mama, I can't put. No, how can you just go and pick somebody's daughter and put the Nebabano picture on public and parts comments are, I mean, it's not nice. How? Akufo-Addo mama or Mwenyini, you can't do this to them. No. If you have a genuine issue about governance, they said the young Mrs. Takokai, yeah, you talk about it, you deal with it. But passing sexual comments about them, you can't do that. You can't do that. Nana Eswodri aye, police and cheno. You see, the reason why people are doing the things they are doing today, and people are emboldened to do nasty things, is because the way Akufo-Addo and his people are behaving. Omama BBI and normal. Everything has become normal. Yeah. One to me said same things. One to me said same things. And this Eswodri guy is feeding on our taxes. How? How? Ghana police be catch say Obi me report here. Obi me report here now. Abrante no on water Sumpakas and Obi be report here. Oh, yeah, and NDC as usual. NDC, they are not petty. And this kind of things, you never see them talking about it. NDC, they are not petty. Like these foolish people at Asalam Down, that party called MPP. They are so stupid that just pick a Akufo-Addo's daughter or Bawumia's daughter. Even for you to mention, say Bawumia mean fanema. Many pem kran no mbuafu. Would I just mention? Anya hana your friend say Dr. Mary Osibetraya or Bawumia a friend says special charge for be almost woman TV da. So the things MPP complain about, me buso say me problem na with them I don't know. As if what's your monso omunye nipa bia nipa afon wonu omu gina wa wo anu onyam chen wo you have everything than them. Then in say nipa no hunu hu say oye nipa chair ontino oye wade a wo de swallow it but wo ya na de a eye ono ne ya wo dwene ho onti ase. Just look at this. And Akufo-Addo is comfortable. Bawumia is comfortable. They are paying him with our taxpayers' money because even they are paying a Tumuntu Ajay, a homosexual with one time Yesika Diamano. Yeah, Jubilee House no muguano. Immoral acts in Kwan. Immoral acts in Kwan. Niama tan. What is 70 be time? Any government after Akufo-Addo, I say we dware Ghana akonnwa no nyinaa oroba. Omu dware Ghana akonnwa no sunsumu physically. Omu ma Ghana fo nyinaa be horo Jubilee House wo horo adan no mu everything. The place is contaminated. It has become a desecration center. What desecrate you tan. This will be a TV so say or no. Say this post but John Mahama Baba, so yeah. Medisi sase we so ama. Ayi Brian Bobie network no fatu on ehwe. This is Brian Bobie. 1st March 2014. Osi atu petrol mu. Me pacho ma shadow. Oh. Because enra anwumre madam for MPP penny bi frame me from Bono. All complaining say eya omon crofo no complaining too much about the way I describe them. And Americano. NDC, they are not petty. So NDC are petty, no almost say, come on, call Akarismua. This is Samuel Brian Bobie. 1st March 2014. Or say Adano Omo atu petrol mukosro. Now, just read. Kwasi binti ya tu petrol mu. In reference to John Mahama. Kwasi binti ya tu petrol mu. Where's your presidential staffer? Yeah. Where's your presidential staffer? Today, okay, be chile Akufo-Addo a. Where did Nana Akufo-Addo? Nana no kra na ya metan no. Okay, be chile Akufo-Addo a. Me Nana na ya metan chen di ni nyina. Okay, be chile Akufo-Addo a. Where did Nana atem? Where did Nana atem? Look at this nonsense. Where did Nana atem? So I'm come the dear Akufo-Addo atem kra no a enka bia u badwene ho mienu. Where did Nana atem? As if say obi na wanya na hini na konwa bi ne traditional seat bi no oteso. Na what traditional seat so kra membo bi me fa ho bay. Me fa ho bay. Ghana nye traditional leader bi ade o. Nobody can claim Ghana as his own. Nobody. Onipa bi anyho. I'm telling you. We will never agree. Nobody. Onipa bi anyho obetumi claim say Ghana ye ono ne dia. You can't. Fi no obi amfiu. The fact say obi amfiu keka ebi abetena wa himfie no akeka de ope. Obi amfiu. Fair. But Ghana, no, you can't own Ghana. Ubetnia only o circles. Me o circles me share ho. Trust me, o circles me share ho. Yeshia o baby a na se a common ground says you nyina yeshia me pa me chiao me pa me nchiao. Enya force. Untimi nya me hwe. Yeah, that's okay. So, Mesra, omo ya no mo complaining no. Mesra omo ya no mo complaining say, look, the MPP boys, they did worse things, Charlie. Worst things. Your mom, we are net time. Say, that guy, on friends say, won't to me. Say, John Mahama, Lordina Echo Krum, Oko Market, or buy na John Mahama, and in the made that. Na, what the radio so no aka. Then people for our bomb Oko kase omo fa abodan for koma ba omi adipe boy adenti na ese okasa se omo fa abodan for koma ayiba omi adi yene no de rituals yene de menka wo ka abufu aba and you know, almost say, you guys, are you okay? And I'm more bad than from Mufi and Ambesia and I'm take party a friend MPP. Because I wonder why you enjoy doing what you are doing. And you do it and say things with pride. But when it's your turn to take it, you say, no, maybe Debbie. Make a catch a peace cancer, make a catch a Christian cancer, make a catch a Otabel, Cromfono, make a catch a way. Oh, catch a way. Why not catch them? These idiots, why not catch them? And these are some of the reasons why about 70% of Ghanaians pray there will be another 79. Because some of the people, Charlie, say nipa no mo gina street mu wie no simple. Adia will be one no can be chire efo obi ho esre enom champagne gu so. Woni bi say Kwame ene mi kopie ayi bi so Ghana web napo odidi John Mahama atem John Mahama say one was our story no John Mahama dwamfunu no baba be den. Can you imagine? But uko frɛ ayi napo samale na ne buafu kwasi awu ukum nipa wo napo jimi sa no ya wonam wa no susu no. When you give them the same response, they get angry. Then I ask them, I don't think abuafu. You want somebody to take your words. You don't want to take anybody's words. You don't want to be civilized, but you want people to be civilized towards you. How possible? How can it work? Who samale? Ya wa party for poison crofo wo Jimmy for na put so I know be afro and I know one man be distance family members ni be friend me free man pon unua santini de what kind now say one free phone so say see our Cause me support what Jimmy for. They throw all these words out there and I'm person be a now you see they are lucky to get somebody like John Mahama as the NDC leader. They are very lucky. And they have a very responsible opposition party. Maybe I'm leading NDC and that insulting campaign team almost honest almost sorry from a part to across the country. Me say that committee I know great to I launch a committee no I launch a manifesto official insulting committee. Wow, so on Tiasia no so you peace council we dear you see and they're telling a Rollins boy look no Rollins your mistake shouldn't have allowed these guys. The whole issue is that John Mahama don't know how to insult people. He doesn't know how to go angry. A friend is Professor Jenna Poku it's not her style. You can't blame them. It's not their style to be radicals. Hey, me a flag bearer. Over to my men can you know about you? What Debbie. Me shout at him, Ansah, Name to them, Name show. Debbie. Nipa baba nam no gina street no mu twire. And then me do amu source no nko akere saa. Then you see the kind of people who are normal complaining. Me enra call no papa no friend me no na ma me dwa line o. Na mbusa say Oluman. Minyi Akufo don call anu source nkere wo. You be shocked. In opposition, kwasi akeka. But they say it, with pride, even in power, even in government. Just listen to me. And you are like, But you don't know your problem, Mao. No, that's not a problem. Charlie, make I move on. All right, so and I may Jumano quick na Matthew Frio, right? And I may Jumano quick. Then I will move away. 10 minutes. Let's talk about cost of living. And now 4%. And now 4% on fuel products. And I will remind, you see, we will keep on reminding them. Nobody cares about And because look, now Kwame Sefa is in government. He is part of the government. He had the taxes and an allowance. Omoko board sittings, MP, they take allowances. Me Bobie Ansah, misika kaon. I have every right to question him. He has been questioning the integrity and credibility of politicians, or taking political position. MPA appointment, a political position, a political appointment. An MPA is for we Ghanaians. I'm a Ghanaian. Ubia nye Ghana ni chami Bobie Ansah. So Kwame, nobody will call you, but we will keep on mentioning you and questioning you. Adabe resign from MP, we won't ask you any question. But you see, the way Kwame Sefa, you were interested in fuel prices, today you are in a very good position. You are in a very good position. MPA board member. When you say, and I will keep on reminding you, when you sit on your show, remember to brief us why we are here. With the petrol increment, yes, you may have coupons. Nobody cares about the coupons you are using. Nobody cares. What we care is that we want you to use the same vim to explain to us why we are here. We just want you to explain to us why we are here. Because Obusa and Crawford for accountability. So now you are in government. We will ask you, tell us. And fuel bopa na only reporters na adia wakoma so adia, you are so passionate about it. And Kwame Sefa, if you know you are truthful to yourself and to your God and to Ghanaians, you are now with MPA. Explain to us, sit on your show and explain to Ghanaians why we are buying 1 liter of petrol for $1, 15 Ghana cedis, point something. Just sit on your show and explain. Now we don't need reporters to come and tell us the Krumaya thing, because Ghanaians are more awake. They are clear in their minds. But he who calls for equity should always come with clean hands. Now you are in government. Now your party is in power. You have taken a government position. Be bold and come out that this is my party's position on this because Akufo-Addo nim se wa ben ewo ayifa ngo dwumadiem ti na omodo kwose MPA board so. NDC nkwa na omutimide alote Jacob omodo ko ECG board alote we alote jimi we NDC sumo di nkwasi asem okromo a o sade no NDC en manti ase da debia na mekasa na se edru bia na alote Jacobs and John Hama say na just me penasem how can you go and appoint Alote Jacobs to ECG onkwaya de jimi we meat pie kra onima no jimi we odi nkrofo achi ala no mato konya kavano no anu bi no abo we dan na kwa tra ECG. And I get sad over those things, so seriously, because Obi Sefa on MPA, Sefa is competent. I don't have any problem. So Sefa, explain to us fuel prices. No, tell us why Ghanaians are buying fuel 1 liter for $1. Finito. I have an issue. So let's talk about this. And a free and raw to fuel muno. And then share the prices of commodities. And I mean, we say, "Omodia be told, is it a new prices?" Ebros how? Charlie, Upa Fato, no more here. Ebros but I'll take call. Star 413 hash, star 413 hash, star 413 hash. CMG scratcher there. And now man for the deep percent. Kwame, I draw at the intem. Margin free, so I now was free. So then I need to come back. And Crawford Baha, no way, Yashame. Okay, so 030-220-8090. If you know to two a fuel boom, prices of commodities and other things. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We are not talking about elections. Okay, so let's move on. Free Samre Kokra said, but 2 elections, never 2 mpa. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
But from Kofi, that is Agnes Woodru.
Agnes Woodru. Okay, so let's go.
Okay, yeah, I want to petrol. Okada Bukra will pursue increase. May cost from into a divine boy, the way I have my.
Almost increase and some person more increasing.
Almost more trains are buying one price beyond almost increase because almost tomorrow increase price no. I
see. Oh, Agnes Woodru. Anya kept coast, quite also.
That we would do really bad, no, down. Unipa Junction.
Okay, all right. So thank you. Now, Agnes Wedro, they want to increase a Okada charges because of the fuel prices. Hello.
Hello, Nana.
Eja. Mwajeso. Okay, Yanko.
Adenta new site eba Adenta barrier. Nana, o nantia, wa wodo na kwaya nanto more than let me just say 5 minutes in a word. Now motor G5 city. This is almost 7 city.
Adenta Hefa.
New site eba barrier. Adenta barrier.
No effect no na so much 7 dada.
Omujin is 5 by andro your mod is 7. I'm almost like I say andro no more 2 minutes a Monday no more train. Monday on back 8 city. Ujidi
as long as Ujidi.
Me na make so because me Adenta new site me bed more barrier. Maybe I'm an answer because the first na me for motor. Na me ka me pay any fine that be end to me. If you see I'm the 9 I book for me to pon 11 na me nam kwano so me ko.
Wow.
Because let me say no buy a motor keke. Me say wow. Buy I said ya fan no be fan said ya fan.
Yeah.
Or like who to me man thing. That be about 7 city. This year Monday kwa ye 8 city. See na kan we as you so ye juma wo kan hia na the mouth. I hear for no the side e na wa sa fa moto. Wo ka kweti a wo de hu by month so no na o sika no wa tini ni.
Anyway, that's young Kofa another caller on the line. So we are talking about 4% on the two the effect on prices of commodities, lorry fares, whatever. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Bacho, young boy.
Bacho, my trauma is about catcher, you know. With them is so team answer, mammy.
Yeah.
For quite a long time, it trapped 5 cities. Almost 25 cities. 25 me try, I mean, tribute. Then I may try, I'm say bonus, may try 25 cities.
Yeah.
Still, I'm not 25 cities. Jama me akasa my
Mentiase, what also what you say?
I am a 5 cities. Me enter 5 cities. I'm 25 cities.
One
time 4 times. Quite a long time. I'm checking away now. Me try me be a chum na me jai. Because me friend mo line will be responding me.
I see.
Me try and I'm so try me. Me try 5 cities. Number 25.
No, per time in the brow office.
All
right, okay, so that's it. Young go for another caller on the line. Quick one, hello.
Commander. Collins me, it would Mapoli, I work at off principal.
Colleague Yango.
Minia. Papa, so the topic is Africa. Share, it will get here, it's so. A more anti awa kakra na enura edema anite ana me so me twem ho customer o ma ana me bofa kuli imagine say she we nye bosire mu kan ana me nye advert mo e mo 5 kilo a ma pa nura ya sa the tasty and your 5 city crowd tasty the more at so na Bobie me share woman any
Tobo Edran kwa
oh me jame no o ka tell me pray say ya to nyoma so na omo frɛ ebi omo ye nyoma no omo say omo atoso omo ato nyoma mu enra asem na okay enra di enopay asem me di anopay anopai ne ya enyesi yesi ana me mbo brand bia so di me mbo bi obi so eye real na ade bi ye me won to the say me wie no menya MPP communicator me ni nyina yi na mo hawe mu bobie ni wa bra na free education ye di aba na nursing ye di aba na nipa ne ko wie a nhumia na wo sa ka kire mi a me ne wo nyina ye free ni say challenge ko ye o wo ase sebi ya kasa no ye di ye ho fo bi bobie ye bre papa Ghana fo bre hwe uyi top money anofa 50 cedis ati senya wo di kokko anom kokko eso shi wo fufu kura di asesi afufu wo ne wo yiri ana se enkura ba kokura da temu adi 150 200 fa na Ghana akufo ando ni bawo ya pese ye kudu na mutimi ya kukudu sandi mo se si mo busa mo breki ese sebi ya safo asango mainum ana MPP fo enya kwa na mo sisa ye begu o mainum eti enim ade timu nsem ene ni etwem ya yate ye twen yo 7 December akupon sira obobi.
All right, so yeah, that's it. My man, go for another caller on the line. Quick one. Hello.
Hello, Commander.
Yes, sir.
I'm the developer.
You think community? Never funny, sir.
I say
you think Panu the Tianum? Pacho na yango.
Aya na modi komudi singe international ba aya modi ba ku bitu mu ya mun bi ka bismasa
Pacho yeah
good plus free akwa ese udu se apete sana ya tono dia itwano 20 cedi ese ya meta ke last time we could be in Roma and then you have
Pacho, come again.
Last week, almost over this is well.
Yeah.
Up you?
Okay.
After the younger. But they say, just anyway, and understand for whatever. Old man, my cabo said, what about the idea? Or so much as in the coffee Ghana. I'm see Bobie at the moment.
60 Ghana cedis.
60, yes, who can talk at a
What they said here, Drew? What they said here, Drew?
There were a man for a year. Commander. It is but so a year and a movie was to my years. So I'm up for a year and so of Yiba.
But that's it. Oh, my you. Made you swim. I'm wedding. Patch up you. Hello?
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Santana new original Nungwapo in our captain.
Santana Yango.
Commander, yeah. What you might head there? What's the other work on a dear Bobie? What's the other work on a dear Yapo Shroud? Bobie, every Nechia Agnes Namumo, Ewunungwa, or Yejumaden Pa, or say Menkamo be ancestor 30 days. John Dramani Mahama, visionary president, at Wadrunungwa, and Tubia Obwa, Mayankoshia, John Dramani Mahama. I will Costa near Kwakushiano, near the Naba, Nunga traditional authority. Bobie, Nianuma Kabebre, a Kwama Ba, Nanya Kumbia Fair, a Yakufuado, Baumiana Po, and the MPP, a Timodene for, or Mamma Mina Ye, more play a game, more Gugu Juma, more say Romano, Bobie a Komabo, a Komo Digana for Massa. When him say, and no, I may call him a license, sir. You see, you Moko Hacho. Maintain that, you see a Kufuado Moto 37, you can say roadway, Weno, or Mato Honinafa, Bobie and Yamaka Kufuado, or Nin penny for Mukimu Kane. Hey, 37 since coming Kuma time. Yeah, license, you renew your manema, or no. Why you have to go what to assassin? Now the money say assassin of the other parents who might watch it. So who dear my info? Woo. Now, none of almost press the cattle of Faro. Woman, you know what to a Puquado. Who do you have to for him? And people, what do you have to for him?
All right.
Or come the day, Bobie. Yasa to Petrium. Yasa to Petrium. Why wouldn't him say, Lawrence Abeso? Yeah, but to a bar and the city Petrus. So I brought. Nipa bone for wudi for atutwetwe for twamai Bobie me da say me tia obi a
Mesmena say live on our Crown 100.5 Citizen Show. All right, so once in a while you allow the citizens to vent. Yes, of course, they need to vent their frustrations. Sometimes you need to allow, and as a told almost yeah, system now a title, Charlie. But in any case, Mami Musamo, Kwame, a kaya for no, omu a university no, omo, a degree certificates no. Emusa na be saluna, a ya, omukoyo muti, oh, and nothing. Okay. And yesterday, almost say GJ F4 GJ Giba about 4-5 media groups, whether, and they are talking about media insults. It's very interesting they couldn't touch on when a certain president decides to insult chiefs. You know, I'm need any idea on it. When a certain president decides to insult and Kwabena for just mpuntuo, say Kwabena for akubusa ekwan, then the president decided to insult them. You know, Nkashi. It doesn't concern anyone. A running mate can just insult people just like that. Ma or maimu. Regional chairman can decide to insult people. Regional chairman on what radio station can decide to use the radio to insult people. So politicians can insult. They can do whatever they want to do. All right, so GJ president, what is his name? John 4. All right, so audio, so John 4.
In the spirit of those professional codes, this coalition condemns in no uncertain terms, comments, and pronouncement that have the potential to undermine Ghana's peace and stability as a democracy, and which can negatively affect our collective efforts in protecting and defending media freedoms, as well as freedom of expression in the country. We are of the view that being critical and holding leaders and government accountable to the people should not be conflated with spewing hate speech and insulting personalities. We therefore unequivocally condemn all unethical and reckless media practice by any journalist or media practitioner. In this regard, we wish to remind and caution all journalists, media practitioners, and media organizations that the extent to which the GJ, GIBA, and PREPAC, together with our partners, the Media Foundation for West Africa and the New Media Association, can defend media freedom is very much dependent on how professionally and responsibly journalists, media practitioners, and media organizations carry out their duties.
Okay, so this is John 4, the John 4 guy speaking. And it's very interesting. There are certain things I know about John 4, I don't want to touch on it. But the Yenkotie John 4 issue on Captain Smart. That one is a video.
Over the weekend, for example, we heard the disturbing and reckless comments of our very own colleague, Blessed Gosbrain Smart, aka Captain Smart, made on Accra-based Onya. Over the weekend, for example, we heard the disturbing and reckless comments of our very own colleague, Blessed Gosbrain Smart, aka Captain Smart, made on Accra-based Onya TV. He described as beasts people who would vote for the new patriotic party in the December elections. Given the severity of his utterances and the ethical breach, we call on the board and management of Media General to take immediate action to mete out appropriate sanctions to Mr. Smart. This will not serve as a deterrent to others, but will enhance public confidence in the media organization as an organization that detests unprofessional conduct. Over the weekend, for example, we heard the disturbing and reckless comment of our very own colleague, Blessed Gosbrain Smart, aka Captain Smart, made on
June 4. Hey, Bernard Mona, you see your friend John 4. I don't know the personal issues with Captain Smart. I don't know John 4 personal issues with Captain Smart. Captain Smart say Obia Betuaba Ama MPP Bia Oye Beast enti John 4 ese ofre Onia Anglophone from say Onia FM or Onia TV management. Is it TV or FM? Which is which? Ofre almost say Onia for no and sanction Captain Smart. John 4 to Kromha. And I can hear Japan turn the radio to say, MPP for you, I am what? Beast name what is the difference? Captain Smart afraid say Obi Obeto Abama MPP bia. What to Kromha? A Kromha. And I can hear Japan turn the radio so. You did not get the proper sense to tell NCSN omunko asma akende Japan kai no omunko nkoto radio station. You see, sometimes these guys may I John 4 guy, I don't know him. And anyway, so Captain Smart Emma or more reply. And I think as a captain what Ghana, we should allow him to respond. And yet, me Bobiena may respond ya amano. Yakokase kumase for enono. Onia, akwaba.
Mejo Suminia.
Boko de.
Oh, about the Daruma. Me mammy, I'm a mechanic.
Me who say why busy kakra. That's say we're through busy schedules muna aja. Watch it. Okay, so you see Andra John 4 ne giba ne ayefo koshiaye say omo kwako preach about hate speech, and they specifically mentioned you. Ewo omo a press conference nimu. Esan say wo nintino men you was someone what it was saying,
the kind of Mammy you let me share with you. Mahu, one more invitation lesson out. I think you might say other media houses, well, and here number one. Dan 7 or Moka farm, Macaibi. And Madofu biso afremi akadi nsem bi akyereme na mu video bi a mu interview abrante John 4 akano na oye adwuma ewo ye atenka FM bo ye na ayi nim de course wo ho ono na ye mutije president matide ono so eka entibate.
I was saying, what tea from John 4 Obien and Waka Sasem no? How do you feel?
Yeah, did you kind of? Everyone was said that Ghana and Central Jumakuno. Any day, say na it be for one single broadcaster, a press conference. Mamenda nyame ase nda me maame ne me papa e ba wi ase ene mo a mo ye binu anoma ye firi kuma ase bankan Then I say, no, me, I'm the most important person in this country. That the whole GJA, Ghana Journalist GIBA, Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, West African Foundation, Media, newspapers, printers, writers association. It's me kushia invitation flag. Omo yedi invite media houses no. Specifically, Captain Smart na your topic no. Na me hu ade no. Eye me mienu. Yedi kan na bakacha. E to so mienu no. Concept bi na omo ye no. And ma me boso pono me. Me nu ahwe. On mine yet your on mine, yeah, political party. And Obi and see Obi are fine, over your NDC, over your MPPD. Nobody can stop anybody. Because Ghana 1992 Constitution, no, it talks about freedom of association. And it will be penal and oko. And Obi soon to me, share Obi, say, on to Abama Bobie, Wabra and Nipane Pese, or to Abanama Captain Smart. Bobie Badras automatic.
It was a
me maka, and I am repeating that me NDC me intimate to about my NDC, but me December 7th, 2024, I will vote for John Dramani Mahama. I said it September 2016. I told the whole world that I will vote for His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. 2020 elections in September, I was at Angel. I said I'll vote for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I am saying that this year, whether Mahama will win or whether he will lose, it's got nothing to do with me. My only thing is that I would vote for John Dramani Mahama. Will you be our permasem? Dear, maybe I make on debate. It's as simple as ABC. Science seminar mekaye and then Kwabena meeting with Jubilee House, and I'm being specific. Say me, baby, a tangent na me kono. Woman say me MPP ni. Na baby, a massive free na me kono. Me fa kwan bi so a Emma Mahama lose 2016 election. Na the same tangent na me kono and sha me memo ma lose. And omo ye meeting omo. Meeting omo ye Jubilee House. Somebody from within the Bible catch me. And may catch GJA give an opening for a year press conference and say information I mean from Jubilee House and say I'm 213,000 Ghana cedis.
Oh, Captain, how?
Oh, some of the me information I'm at American.
How? 200. John Ford no 213,000 Ghana cedis.
Information I mean from meeting that woman can call you with Jubilee House or a year we are a friend woman. So press conference or Captain Smart. They were paid 213,000 Ghana cedis.
Now 13,000.
Well, as to where there will be the fuel, there will be the toll and Katia Bogo. So no matter through I have no idea. This is the information I have. So they should come and tell the whole world, say,
I see.
Ane, Ejampa, Ane, Enyampa, no one with yes, sir.
So, Pacha said they took money to execute an agenda.
To do that against me. Because in any case, no, when I did the measuring can, it's the measure ethical journalism and professional journalism. When the measure, when I the judge, or measure ethical journalism and then professional journalism. People have said West States in this country. Many enemy and me and your press conference. Yesterday, Napokan and I say about side for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. You know very well, sir. Napokan say NDC for Kwakoyi candidate. Omukoyi candidate aba. Omenye ni papa pia nkoyi number to say John Dramani Mahama. When was that video? No. And we are GJ president. We are Giba president. We are whoever. Now, a former president of the land, Sebia Bruce Sebia Nyado, said, or no, why I said them pa. What to be Bonting as a minister of state to catch and say, Ebinimu Kuyu, a candidate, or when to be Papa Bia in Jidan Pamba. What is the definition of the Papa? Somebody who was a former president. Now, catch and say, na eno de TJ for who say na newspapers wo o ma who say mo mutimi ya press conference say no to nchema me nua get kuma anya kuma ya na yete say ma kene say phone ka say akamfo shy go for ba mo mutiri no na TJ ni kuma na giba ni kuma press conference be no mo ye won o ma press conference dia say I know say there are a lot of radio stations, TV stations, presenters but so cry in TV Chuamoka. Even Mukra can go back and 1 year, June 4 year away. I don't know June 4 year press conference. Seeking the interest of one association member, maybe a member of Ghana Journalists Association. That will be the very last association that we are joining. Let's join it be that. DJ, me whom fast will be a what DJ is what. As I said, me Coco join DJ. Me who so fast will be a. Number 2, newspapers are working on they can't even print. I did political newspapers and the TV printing stories and the newspaper industry is collapsing, including Daily Graphic as CMNO Casegrano, and Assembly, Daily Graphic. They think we don't know. We know. I know the DJ president keep up for the one currency move here. So to me, I have press conference for home. They say Yamano Case. Petrol boy is saying, as compared to years back, Nipa bread, a comedy Nipa, and the DJ phone here. Adriana boy a day, people are suffering, people are dying. DJ and give an who yes, on the press conference for home, drawing the attention of government. Say, this is what is happening in society. Then a more yafa youth unemployment, a cost will crew you. Youth in Yejumania, and Mabuni bread will crew you. A common thing for another DJ is who yet. So say Yamanokati, there are nurses every school from 2020 basing now in Okasi, Omodatifi. Teachers be every training college, Omodatifi, including doctors are buying a Casadom for Ukraine. Co-training women as medical doctors, no. They are still sitting at home, medical doctors, imposing women. And the DJ say, and they keep a 40 train 114 packers, 114. Almost say, women here, which is they can't organize any press conference, and drawing the attention of government. My brother, let me say this. You see, this useless, senseless, bogus, colloquial, monarchical mentality, it's about time. Yena as a minor will rise up against it. So Yanyanesa, Yabet now some Yama Ajinsamu, Nebedu Babino, Yan Yabebre. Say Yamino Cassi, and then say Yamino Cassi. Issues are what grand is such a general, and more money to be called it, and no GDA voting. Issues are Cassia, and then if it is true, you went to do what? Take 213,000 Ghana cedis to organize a press conference about me, Captain Swan.
No, but Captain, do you think Obiti Sajum for or your Chrome Force also Obeji 213,000 Ghana cedis?
Nipa no bomb man no Jubilee House. Say you join the Yashisha Mobi. And like I wrote in my
Facebook response.
They are doing their paymasters bid. They are doing their paymasters bid. Sentisa Minia may a presenter of Krumha. Say, yes, will be a true bika. Yes, say, when your story cry on the AGD for the president. Yes, when your story, I said, we see actually there will be some years, and so I publish it, and I'm a one.
Yeah.
And it's a way a presenter, we are journalists. Now what's the now we call broadcast it. That's the way we say no man who should boom now call ya then away. You tell car by sir.
I say almost share wa o say there obi obeto abama MPP bia ya aboa.
Oh, me bra. Say aban wo ho. Na aban enye sika over $77 billion in just 8 years. Now there's nothing to show her. Mami answer. Mami answer.
Onya say 70.
Opa, yemfa the current dollar rate.
Yeah.
From 2017, Ghana Revenue Authority, Omusika, was 2018. 2017 GRA revenue was was 69.8 billion Ghana cedis, almost 70 billion. And it has been so apart from 2018 around was it 59.8 they divide it for 70 billion Ghana cedis, they divide by 15. So revenue saying the times by 8. We are for loans are buying way in billions of dollars. Financial home. We are bonds are buying the Zaka financial home. We are no grant. Yeah, more for your friend COVID by. Sikado no about buying in them. To an extent, say, Kotoka International Airport. In Nipa na all JJ COVID who sika udu wa say test you say vaccinate you say from $200 to $150 later to $100. Sa sika no mujiji na na do yes saying ekohin you will come to appreciate that sika ba buying win semono only God can tell how much. Necessary buying into me and first sika no anye bribia a monumental. This is what we are saying. One say in Japadia Bako Pe Ghana. I just want to know.
Okay, so John Fossey, just tell the person, say, why you just can't went me and find anything monumental. But men can't say be Asama and Twaba man PP. As all your campaign.
Now some men are okay. Okay. I don't hear CNN. CNN more TV no so because I'm on Twaba Biden, no more you. Jumfo Onikrum have one support Obama. That time I'm not a farmer, and I'm not a journalist. That time I'm not Jumfo, not a farmer. 2016 I'm not Jumfo, the Niabre, or Freya Yeshia, or a part of the NPP journalists. I didn't hear meetings. How to campaign for the new patriotic party to come to power. No? But I'm not a mechanic. I'm not Jumfo, not a mechanic.
I was no Kangarawa.
No, you see, this hypocrisy and sycophancy, no.
John for now, 2016 or MPP media team, no.
No matter 2020%, 2018, Kura, leading to 2020 elections, no. Then a course. Pisano, now, two lines.
Now,
oh, Pisano, what are friend of bra? Any other topping on and no yet, Pentecost Elder Station and no yajuma.
Na only other Cabrera yajuma.
Daddy know what Tobing
Tobingo.
I think me pen true. Into me wouldn't me yard the yeah. May you never can come baby. This an honor John Ford. Hey, 2020 na or your carpentry.
2020 and now your friends they won't to me. Your friends say, John Mahama say, John Mahama, I will practice on radio. So now you're for no chroma. I see.
Me there, the kind of say, you do baby, say, young me, you will be. The only two we have are these two leading political parties. The Miami Party, Convention People's Party, ACPP, yes, sure, say, we'll meet with the flag bearer. Because we are in July, August, September, October, November. We are left with only 4 months to go to elections. Nobody can do any serious magic to do anything. What I say. And let truth be told, young can of Kuruma, and only idea a kum yen. And we are questioning this, we are questioning MPP. It is a Obi MPP near. I saw Kawanutum because we MPP. Obi NDC near, and so Kawanutum because we NDC. Minia, want to radio you so entity demand this in Benning for. When you do that.
Oh, say and you're fine, you're fine.
If the thing is not good, you say it. What is Jumfo talking about? Sami Maka said, so we were a minister of state, they are buying security and a cabinet and no catch a former president. Say, Womo constitution ni Papa Pamba, Women ni Papa Pebia and Fana Matter John Dramani Mahama. And to Mahama Yedipavea, me former president, me NDC, Mahama is my former president, Kufuor is my former president, Nanado will become my former president, Bobie is very soon will become my former vice president. and sɛ obi kɔgyina baabi na obie na no ka saa nsɛm no a how would you feel? Kɔtɔ deɛ na bodwe meboa yɛmfa no nto abɛn kwan mu na ade hyɛ mbom bra yɛnya nkyerɛ deɛ yɛmfa ka ata yɛmfa no so. This is what we should preach against. Ɛnyɛ sɛ kɔdwe smart mu adeɛ o. Ɛnyɛ sɛ me ntɛsuo fitaa ne m'anim ntɛsuo fitaa wɔ m'anim but me nua wobu man na wɔsɛe ɔman no a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛyi ntɛsuo fitaa no to nkyɛn ne yɛte ntɛsuo kɔkɔɔ kyerɛ wo ama next time wote hɔ na woyɛ adeɛ anya a wowu kɔba biom sɛ wobɛdi mampani a wobɛsua nyansa na woahunu sɛ no ɔman na mekɔdi anim sɛdeɛ aburu sɛdeɛ anya ado ɛnyɛ baabi a yɛkye nkateɛ tɔn ɛna mekɔ akɔyɛ CEO wɔ hɔ ɛnyɛ awerɛho gyigye yɛfo gu kuro yi mu na maame a innocent woman a wonya accident yɛtumi atam na to ambulance mu akɔhwie no gu nwura mu te sɛ sɛbe bɔɔla so adeɛ bi gyigye yɛfo nhunu saa adeɛ no ɛntumi anyɛ ho press conference me Captain Smart asɛm no mbɛka wɔmɔtete. And me, let me say this and repeat again. So nobody in this country, nobody under the sun can break my resolve. I am determined, I am focused, I am poised, I am ready, and nobody can ever stop me from anywhere. Unless, of course, me and Kasameko could do Bonibia, Minya Swakatria. But say, Payam and Namswa, ye born me as a gun a bit in your free baby papa. Emma May and my Niman never call hospital, a 1 year drum phone. Now, na ya jail ye seize you akwala innocent child, not the hospital because nema mean to mean triano. Because it's a sign nobody under the sun can ever stop me. And I want to send this warning to Mujije for no. Mimi. That is why I'm using the word Mujije no. Because Mimi Jije, Mempejije. Men join me media association Bia Okuma. Men person that join me I want to be my own. So I can speak my mind if the thing is not good. If you think I've said something and you don't like it, that's fine. But you don't put a whole association together to go and organize a presser. How childish is this? This is so baby. They're too babyish. How? Because of saying 213,000 Ghana cedis. Now I'm paying 40 some. Back what's nothing. Day. A quiet walk Ghana, a quiet walk Ghana. She, oh, number boom, not a coon, boom, not a coon, boom, not quite a coon. Mpacho, you near by your Tony man and the home for you, your friends and cry. What's the name?
Ebony.
Ebony, not one phone a coon. Ebony, not one phone a coon. If we have fixed that road, Anka Ebony in Tiasia. Where is the Ghana Journalists Association? Where is the Ghana independent, whatever, broadcasters, whatever they call themselves? Where are they? Can they for once sit down and reason with the ordinary Ghanaian? Ghanaians are dying. They need the media. Ghana for new Kabafo will be biabium. The NDC will do what they want to do. The NPP will continuously do what they want to do. It is up to the media for us to actually be on the side of the dying populace. And then these guys are sitting there because of what? The senior journalists, and they are two market to Jubilee House. They go there and they take 50,000 Ghana cedis a month. Every month, they go there and take 50,000 Ghana cedis. I've said it on my show several times. I'm daring any of them to come and challenge me. Senior journalists,
senior journalists for Bear.
Oh, that's how I own him. I'm going to be asking 50,000.
I ain't for no. Captain, Captain, some minimum crop cry. I tell you, I'll mention them. I ain't for no.
Me say, some that don't catch it all say, Mammy up to October. Ubi other academy. Men am catch it. For the catch it. So October not to her. Mammy up to October. How we must see a canoe corre near Jaisika Jijian. Then canoe corre will come out. Ye and central for ye tron some near cancer. A bed one nipa many passes to me ye. That's all ye presenter. No man who to boom no aquaji 50,000 every month. Woman who to boom no aquaji 40,000. Now and go for free, but sunlight. Who do one of my sunlight Jessica as a concert ticket? Is that how to Sunday your mind? So when it's and kind, and then the whole capital city, flooding, London flooding as you even Australia, even America, China and India, Pakistan and all the other countries. Floods as you but the question is that in Swana almost 72 hours I did flats and a ban. So I'm sure the tall Ghana have and then minutes to be house. In so tall, yeah, about 3 minutes, 5 minutes, not craft flooding. Where is the Ghana Journalists Association? Why are they quiet about that? Shall some at home for? This government intentionally opened up the floodgate that it should consume human beings and kill them. Woman Fudia say, Woman Danya Bubu, Woman Japadia say, Najija Nikrumha. Woman your press conference. Woman your press conference Ukrumha. You see, Sanya Mano Ohu, who call might be to say UK, who call Canada, who call America, maybe Mutu Tukwa Kona, and Central for Ohono, Woman Fabogan, yes, wine. As some said, the Pepe, Joe Biden, CNN, no more, Omani son, Donald Trump. One can say, one analysis, we know, no. Biden will be a bad choice. Biden will be a bad choice. For the Democrats to continue, it will be a bad thing, a bad decision for the people of America. All of a sudden, I said, CNN actually say Biden is old and he should go, and then. San and Central 4 years. The other one the power take on my mono. And then I mean, a sister would give me the wash, the wayo, my dear, and I thought that we must spit fire. People should get this straight. Nobody should try to become the judge on who is professional and what is good and what is bad. Nobody has been crowned the king or the queen to determine what is good and what is bad in this industry. The fact still remains. So who are buying a odisika koyi kwan no odisika na sa buying ya buying. You are asking me to be respectful. Really? When we respected them, what have they done for us? We've shown them respect over the years. We've given them the needed respect. We've been so decorous before. We were quiet. We were kneeling. We were going down, begging them. Even chiefs and kings and queens were pleading. A small DCE, almost a paramount chief, DCE. We've pleaded with these politicians for quite too long, and they haven't shown any respect to us. Isn't it not painful? As soon as you open your mouth, Kitwebi, these guys will come and tell you that really? Really? Say Yamino can say Napco for him. Where is Napco? Napco for no omo him, bra. Somebody should tell me, you put together fake 100,000 people. Those guys were not up to 100,000. It's a fake thing. Who counted them? They should publish the names of all the NAPCO people. Let's do one by one counting to know that they were 100,000. But let's admit it like that. Let's say 100,000. Who won't go goofy? Now for over 6 months, this period in a Sa Akwadana, what time in the feet Kumase, and then about Tonkai. There what time in the feet ho, and then about Tema. They all find the feet Tema, and the Cape Poster. What's a unity? Now what did the cabo soon see a wound tria? Then I would yes, UT. And no dear, and yeah, and no your bonnet, and then your woody. You see, these people are diplomatic terrorists. When you tell them they don't want to listen, and then somebody will have the F-1 to come and tell you that Mpeni say in the phone, ya de kasafon neteneno. Yamene mbusa abeno. Ya beton say yana nanu mbusa abeno. And the phone, ya de kasafon neteneno. National service for are they not at home? Who will be a national service? They use these guys like bulldozers. After 1 year, now Abanya Yudani said, I will not pay you. I will not pay you. Now, boys in the nam chrome, girls in the nam chrome. Say, I say, sabi. In Jankabia, phobia, and somebody is quiet about that. And when I open my mouth, people are saying what? I don't know what you because I'm saying, hey, I don't know my casade and then men patch on. I'm saying, wallahi talai, make what you smash. That will be over my goddamn body. So me better, the power show. TJ no money kroma 2014 2015 2016 and not year fabe was so and the woman to any press conference on said that they make a say NDC for any Joma man there and said that I'm not for no member of the Ghana Journalists Association. I don't know my press conference. We were in this country. Do you remember say high priest, a gentleman called Professor Mills chimpanzee, you remember that? Okay. Next day for him. You see, this kind of selective justice, this is what is killing this country. And it's about time. My dear people, it's about time we all come together and say that enough is enough.
All right. So enough is enough. Captain Onya Smart, thank you so much.
You're welcome, my brother. We'll catch on, say 213,000. No, we don't for being children's home.
Yo, Martin, make catch him.
That's it.
John for Yasim Captain Smart, we are 213,000. Semako, we are Semako Jew. I don't know. I'm not there. But you see, whether Giba, whether John 4 or me and Ankwana Metis said John 4 was part of the MPP media team in 2016 and in 2020. See, there are certain things I know about John 4, but I'll prefer to be called a disrespectful person than to be described as a thief or a criminal. I'll prefer that. Say, you catch me say, oh my, amemunti, Bobie emwadia. I prefer that say, you be catch me say, Bobie ya kromfo, ana or a criminal, mamoyefo. And I don't want to go deep. Because Jumfo, look, if you give me ethical governance, umami a memo guided with ethics, I'll give you journalism guided with ethics. It's so simple. UK Prime Minister, wanya kwasia, say, or mine, sika, or so on obefa private jet, Edian antenante, adanya, ne nine enko, a year, a British Airways, ne nine kum, Enti ope so far private jet. So obviously BBC will never tell their prime minister say oh kwasia because onim kwasia sem. But so yeah, we are president now udim kwasia sem. I will tell you we are kwasia. You are a fool. You are a fool to take my money. You are a fool. Don't forward Jimmy. DJ president, where Jimmy? Don't forward Jimmy. Michiano program be as name so nim answer where Jimmy. For your kwasia boy papa. What if you are thinking or they are better? What Jimmy? Sure. How can somebody go and take money in my name? Say a COVID scar. Now unknown in a party for Baba Chess Canadi. Assembly called Parliament near Yanti a bipartisan committee for almost 4 years now. A bino party a friend MPP no atiako nyano so say money nipa bia ensi a committee ni so omuni Ghana fo ni ensisiye bia sese expenditure COVID expenditure no omunya ne omunya ne kira omuni Ghana ni bia ni asem bia aka jonfo wa boa we free na o jonfo kwase ate say why na benya asem okromo a wo hwehwe say da bi na me Bobie menya asem na me be frɛ wo jonfo how for what? Me France brabem de brane bem de o faso ben o so brabene bem de na be near the make what I read you and grab me to a yes, you go monk for a jump for mra. How? Ya me bo be me Santinia call out to me mean to me come on some Ghana. How can somebody insult us in that way? And you tell me I should not insult but here's what you are tifie to say God watch the dako or so near a memonumu. Na ya japa dear to say ECG. A ya kwame nkruma di jaye. A ya no na maya ya or mine. No mako funkro for every Filipino. Edward ba to come and negotiate and privatize it. Wamu ya wamu the PDS vehicle na JJ or man for bills for 6 to 8 months, almost $1.5 billion. Contract na amaso sikana omwedi. Jomfo was a me inti se meka kufaru ne gabi numa asema ne mabum kotodwe me pa acha wate said ya moye ne enye Jomfo wa boa wa jimi papa minim se wonim nyansa. How se me metimi krom me wa me airport no aban bay na yes ade we bi da president bay pa nya na yes ankwase ade akufaru adi wo kromada se me a Ghanaian citizen and maybe one now guys and Yama Kufa do I say or maybe Uncle John Tomu. Opa and Quasiadia Kufa do Niba Miadu Cromano, Momu Nibu UK, Momu Nibu America, Ubonga Jabetum. Maybe from the airport, there's somebody from nowhere, not in the table of basic airport war. Your friend sells your family frontiers. Me Ghana need to quite a bar was it $150. Na me share say the COVID air bar be remwa. No ma me krata aketu no Jimmy Sika. O wie ni nyina for 2 or 3 years ah. Na your friend foreign minister. Unim sa company we o se minimum. Ni your friend your friend is a health minister. Unim sa company we o se minimum. Ni your friend say aviation almost ye nim wo mo ha enke no kran kwotron chen na chief of staff remo pare reckless woman way atimi afa paper atro say based on the RTI right to information bill no Ghana ni bia no kwa so be access information about frontiers. Yes, that is the letter they brought into public. Say obi biara ni ho go account honorable ya wotwe we nu kwai say or as to when they were registered as to when they were registered, as to how they came into Ghana to work, as to how much wo kill we nu kwai say ubusa omo a Nigerian company
minia Bobie
Jomfo say wo kwa kwaka eya bunkotodwe na pa cha say mpa cha Nigeria for no mbejiji sika koe no by media ethics, you know it is not good and it is not good and we condemn on uncertainty terms. Don't for wa pa ofui number 1. What ni patia da fuka pusi wajimi muko didi musika tan no wa kwasi awo udi MPP achia na me Captain Smart no ka no ka se minim me Captain Smart nyina from omunim se me senior minimum nyina from head to toe John 4 me minim John 4 pa na sa John 4 wo fra your friend say your friend say boy wo fra no boss o me wo fra be say obi ye no obi ti o mamu anybody to me kum nipa 8 moche. Sorry, cry. One can be answered. Was I should respect that person? Maybe be answer I should respect that person. You are a fool. Stop it, boy. Yet to a memu. No, how possible? Say obiet me Nanteko Bank of Ghana. Kesikama minkodi. Per our laws, you need parliamentary approval. Ansah the Bank of Ghana Cheska for the first time, a very reckless president, useless as such, just walked to Bank of Ghana Chesikama Minkodi 62 billion Ghana cedis right now a bad debt. Ha, Jumvo Wabwa. No. Enti baby I was CNN omo de ethics here adwuma no. Wo ka se mampani ben na be sa de we no obetra konwa so. Ensi da in UK, in America, that the president can order money kesikama min konkodi. No ti akonya so. On ke krona se. Ke krona se. Ha! No, how on earth? How possible? How possible? Say Obi et me da sorry one day say or no or person si ador asori dan and the judges are dan nyina wabubu ni nyina gu wa form man sika e dia bubu judges are dan nyina gu obubu gu wie no anso ha o wase akwa fa ye sika more than 300 million Ghana cedis e dia twa amra na wayi sika ni bi dollars wayi sika ni bi dia ma again without going through a procurement processes or the ama ajai edi jisika no na fako na ekokoko di wo say me ka eya me kan say dampa cho esika no a ofa no a odema eye Mr. Honorable Ajay no dampa cho anya de kra to by ethics I have condemned you don't for wa boa where Jimmy papa when na your friends say oh better mother edi na chi no we aboa we obi treat me anyhow me Ghana ni obi treat me with disdain, obi treat me with disrespect. Somebody who I feed for my taxes, Akufo-Addo was a pauper, a beggar, a poor man. But me adena no. Kedo Furiata no nanti come stress 11 cedi. What the party a dying and a koje a collateral for data bank. Some boys now won't for almost a mere Kunma now now Kotukutomono. Ya near his casual on some Momba program on the Faka a coffee. Pasajidenum, Omoba, a yeast casual on some of the Faka a coffee. How can you steal me like this? And you want me to respect you? How can you do this to me? And you tell me to respect you? As if you are not here. How? Jumfo. Se obi. Ese me de asase. Pradada esi. Eye terminal 3. Then somebody just came into power. Domestic. Yard nanka obetimi. I build it wama ye no. Eye be mo mine sika no. Wafadi ama Magdan. Se Magdan enyimfa nya private property. Na omo fan run omo business enindi. Wose se me ka ya me ka se dam pa cho domestic hono wodi ama Magdan no. I condemn it in the don't for wa boa. O fui. And that is the question. Ye bu ade free na nanum penso sa be pemene no mfaso ba ni anya. Kire me mfaso kra anya. We are rather retrogressing. We are rather retrogressing. Ye bu ade free na nanum penso sa be pemene no. Mfaso kire me mfaso de pa ni anya as oman. Jumfo, a presidential staffer can sit in there. No, a former president, a former president, Bob Girl, only 18 years. Not number to a Facebook. What presidency you now discuss said the only akolane da a bay ye. Jumfo, we are free. Where Jimmy Papa? Somebody is running in my own. Look at, say, a central Central Oil Company na ya ma omo tax waivers $126 million. B5 $11 million. Weigh $10 million. Weigh $100 million. Foreign companies na Ghana afford the near me ba near bre. What's me? I should respect this. Nipa know what this ankwasi. I should respect that person. What kind of respect do you deserve? Respect. Respect, we earn it. Respect, you earn it. You don't force it, you earn it. Respect, you earn it. So you don't tell me nonsense. If you are a thief and you want to join thieves, so be it. You can be with the thieves. Criminal boys. What the Chroma, John, for you were part of 2016 MPP media campaign. You are part of them. 2020, you are part of them. And Kwasiade from Obana FM, John, for you are part. I think you are part. Swine. And you think somebody is afraid of you? Go and tell Akufo-Addo. Go and tell him. These criminals. You see, we will push you guys for you to do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you. We will push you to the level. Somebody just decided to treat Ghanaians as if yenye nipa. President ye taxes mano na kion sa president we akọ Peace FM not Kwame Sifaka yanim na ohene bi sra ne sempa wo chew ohene na ni di na tamo Jomfo ayi your friend say ohene no wo your friend say I know voter but Keta ohene na ni di na tamo o say Aban and one walk for the din also osre aban say block B esi ni area ho na opacho obae no aban we bae no bepem ne omonto asuntika osre aban so omoma me ye dia ene omoma me yimfiri ho Kosha ku fadun kwasi asema onix fa kan tre ho kekan Oh no, hine no say no why.
So no ma minister no ultimatum.
Me minister no. Ma minister no ultimatum. Minister, oh hine ne dey fair taxes na tua nika o. Minister no dey taxes na tua nika. Eni so hine ne ma minister no ultimatum pa and ko deserve so man ultimatum. Then this man sat on Peace FM and talk trash.
Also no nkonkoye.
This man sat, Afro Chief, thank you, sat on Peace FM and talked trash, stupidity. Then you foolish boy, John 4, you are sitting there that we should give that person a respect. What respect does he deserve? Tell me. Tell me. A media foundation boy, no, a say Bawa Use Muhammad, no. Come and tell me what respect do you deserve? When you do that to me, you trample over me, you walk over me, you treat me anyhow, and you tell me I should respect you. Respect who? You take my taxes. And when there is time for me to come and ask you to account for my taxes, you insult me, you bully me, and you tell me you need respect. What kind of respect do you want? You are a madman, Jomfo. You are a madman. You are a madman. Somebody I pay with my taxes just walked to Kwabre. Kwabre for presenter dan carbon also Kwabre for sit die pacho omo kwai no se de enye no ama mehwe wo mo a omo nto abam emma mo bio. Come and see the insults on them. Enipa no panache wa odidu atem. Udidi na atem a odidu atem. So why should you waste your time to panache? to respect him for what? For what? More say no more fan call 5. Ewo Mosinzongo. They went and killed them. 7. Sorry. You are telling me I should respect this government. And now me video bi o national script for chinipa no ma sene tie. You are telling me I should respect it. Don't for what? Foolish boy. You see? Look, listen to me. Say ya 79 Rollins Muadie, and Obaton Penninfo. When we have Penninfo criminals destroying the country, running the country down, and when the few nunya kakrabi no mu dibia. Please, hey, and look as a Jomama winning no better transfer. Say Jimmy where Yakufa do Jimmy. Near Jomama so me Jimmy Sabi. No. It's not written in Ghana Constitution. Constitution because look, when we are angry, the only thing we can resort to is insult. We need to insult you for you to know. Na Oma, eno ufiefo nyina ante. No musa sa day. No aka chom se magimi o. Na nkola ne ka chom se magimi. Yeah, we need to insult you. We will insult you. Now my busa sa da, omo insult ododo adai o se magimi o. Because now yent be ntwituo. It's against the law. Yent be far by, yent be for machete. We can't do anything. And the John, you want us to just fold our arms watching people running the country down. We can't do that. You know the kind of insult that that Lisbeth or Cromford, that stupid woman. Cromford no. One is it's your turn to insult government leaders. It's okay. No, you're professional, mamo. When is your turn to receive it? No. It shouldn't be so. Baby. If you are not a thief, how can you agree with these guys? If you are not a thief, you are a thief. Me, I don't care how much they have taken a captain's man. Me, I don't care. To be honest with you, me, I don't care. All those boys, they are boys, I know them. Me, I don't care about anybody. Trust me, I don't care. I don't look their way. I don't care. Time I name life for Ghana, I know me and Kola. Chairman Kwaba, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. But you see, Kion, me bomb pie man so baby. Amen. But when you go there, if you disrespect Okankwe South, I will tell them to also disrespect you.
Exactly so, you are right.
Me, Bobie. If you disrespect them, I will tell them to also disrespect you. Jomama Eba and Jomama decides to disrespect me. Sir, me. Obefa me taxes the akwa private jet. Your friend parliament cross one ma. Emba national security minister me chire mo. Me so I will disrespect Jomama. I will do it. You can't disrespect me and expect me to respect you in the name of radio, in the name of microphone, in the name of ethics. What is ethics? They are artisanal or your ethical. Or in governance, we don't have ethics guiding governance. We have ethics. And when leadership fail to exhibit or to apply ethics, you are telling me Bobie Ansah, that I should apply ethics when I'm dealing with the person. I'm sorry. Honorable, constituency say.
I hope I call Nyamiadum.
Okay, so my posters no more why no akosi say.
Oh, mini Bobie. They didn't come in fancy mo chief nyina. Enkanka me constituency for Kakwi South for Munia Majin Kwa Kion me chiamu nyina humbrashi mu. Name a party executives for nyina chairman chief maybe a munyina me chiam coordinators me chiamu nyina. Mini will be you post an on wawa no. Down you copy police station. I saw Becani say almost more permits. And I mean, you was some more permit for them. Permit is some to at and I start marking jail posted if you can't quiz out and I saw permit and more. And almost more permits. And more can say or more de or more poster a better. Minobi, some over Cassay or maintenance for permit number.
Really?
Or more for permit in my. And can we go back? What do we reach it? Sika would try any permit certificate at the mount, not the above police for say, Weni, Sika me try any, and it's a mamma quine, say men fat postano and conquer Taleho. Up to one farmer. Now, the more can I say, may chairman mum no more say, or more question.
Why?
Adaya, almost say, Wabo MPP or Kankwisa constituency secretary. And so mu be a Tessa Sam Nanka said the Quendia or my piato chain.
The man I'm shy.
Oh, I'm say Tuesday no. I say see ni Saturday no.
A drum cut it no and me.
Oh, my me and you be a
want to be provided.
David, want to provide a permit no more cannot. Na matete say regional commander I call it for docket no. So more pushy case in the court. Regional. And Timino can say, Obi Frere, me chairman from regional police station. Say, Obe Frere no book no about regional. This is a case no. I say, Kanishi for any yard intino, or my ye Kanishi for some the core regional.
Omonko, me ma catch NDC across. And Michelle this in Pennyphobia, and I told them every constituency be a omobefre and almost say omabeche Lady B ewo Joulu and this ni Lady B or Joulu. I also West Wagon. Say afe no mate say as me see last 2 weeks no oka ho. Makache omo baby bia omobefre mu bia no. Everybody should go.
Oh, yeah, because you're the
Obianko, you see, if the more they do it, the more they become unpopular.
Now, debut, many will be
so. Ayana, Ebinmo, Gane, more beer in Ghana. Even if they would jail all NDC members, we should force them for them to do it.
Yeah, dear poster better on that. Ubi or Kwabena, Kawawa. Say, our permit. Say any party want to make Musana say no, but none come in police when business the permit and our him. Up to the moment to provide a permit. No, now me assure say, I feel no more quack generative fake permit to be the abba. Because in Chester, I didn't know Chester.
There be near the permit in the boat.
Oh,
poster. Your friend is a girl, a friend is a criminal nebano. Victor Newman, by your friend is
we fin din kura o ka ko sha da MP nana da kwa
ai
okay
wo your friend said the permit na ye posters and ka permit where are the posters now the bobo kromo
me nim since when I was
honorable mu ye too gentle me ma omu just 1 week se mete so ma white poster me akasa me mobilize akọ wa ni posters wo nyina me akasa
It is my constituency. Who is me fear?
Oh yes,
yes. But you know this time no, Kwabena, a boot for a boot, a tooth for a tooth. No, a knife for a.
You see the
man called Phobie.
The problem is that
a certain as a young Kanya be, and I can say,
almost at why I too.
NDC leadership. Ghana for young Combeyo, but me Bobie, Okoya in Ulokus ni say, because many me face the Taraso, many executive, media minia
will be here.
But my mental video BCC, shall there be on my quacoy?
I break one off, then
I break one off.
I've rather her.
I break one off. I did be on my quacoy. At the same time, John Mahama. And no pen who say, is it Yahira Kuku or Jifa, one of the guys? And who say, John Mahama, a year billboard is Sitema. Whether come to 2 or whatever, I don't know. Company noa okosieno. Tema MC ya friend no say onko tum free ho. Wako treska wa assembly amomaji o. Wako treska. Ade amoye no e de asem ene beba just more IGP you want to protect just e den ya hwe ade amoye so obi asini be
Omanfo nso ka kwesa ya kwan nyina nye omanfo nsi ye school so ho nyina tete apansa me no kase o ka kwesa ye on tabodan school ye tabodan e wo ka kwesa out.
No, but you see you can't provoke the ordinary Ghanaians like this. You can't keep on provoking people like this. How can you do this? How? Ade we I kwaso ablikman of
why do you move the hopper be say ade we
I say and this NDC phone we no mo ba ho pipe na ya shen kwase afo boys gatara na omo na mo hwehwe nkrofo acheche wo mo. And you see me I've seen policemen na omo ayamo bo wiase a me me police commander Greater Accra minim pa. And I'm shocked say omo na kwai mo de ne yesa adwuma bone no because nyansa nim say obi timi provoke obi like this. Ade we are saying say in the end is fun to omobo because what I heard they say time omo tese omo si no ombobo omo say nkomo ko then the candidate needs to restrain them. Why must you do this?
Many will be here Tina GJ president in Sanokana ayemare hokakra because you share near me causes here pa a 10-year D ye papa John Mahama. I ninya we businessman Ibrahim Mahama tini baby kwa 10-year D no. Enti ene ye hwe de akoso Ghana emu kwata mpo ankoso ye papa John Mahama tai. Kwata pampo de se doso. Enso twetwa itwabo no. Ene ensentwefo ni binom akamon no atum ehu no kore enso mo mpese ombeka. Omo mpese ombeka. Mekaye nua ye nyina nua yi kwaku baako. Ade o de ye. Ye papa JM.
Uri ausi JM. Say JM grade no na down for no. So onya kakra. So Rollins musu odidi Rollins no ma me atemu a. Otumi dress abusua no firi wo mutiri so bepem wo na ase. No mo bom nsema no.
Tese.
No ase ne bo no apagya ne shirt baako kwase asa. Tese kwaku baako.
Ko fefa nsema nya no kore. Printing nsema nya no kore. Ka tu papa su sa ko pun se Rollins duku ni wudem. Nenne. Obi ka ene de timi hu se DJ president hu se o. Ene obi kan se de ene na tam na ne de ye de jem de ne ye pa ana sata no ni kurum ha no nim de na ekoso anumpa na development ena ne ehu e wo Ghana ha ene akuafo nyina ntimi nyekua akuafo ntimi nyekua because fertilizer and power farmers ordinary farmer beto edi akwakugu ne farmer se kwampo no ene muntimi nto ene mo ton nuane tomatoes boarding den bibia boarding ti na ukota abontin so de kwa no anya careful o ma fa kwan bi so se eye tomatoes no also use a no afa bibi foforo e de nan tomatoes sa na akosi sesen ene aduane boarding ukrum ha ensentwefo ebinum akomon no tum so mo de mo nka de akosi nyomu hu ye hwe sika ya sisa edidi nsem na petrol Uba Bobie on Mr. Petrol na 1 liter $1.
Oh yes.
Yet kromha $1 ni edi. 1 liter 15 cedis a liter. Aden ye kwa na ase e bai. Enti gold for oil no ekosi sei. Ba o mi ase en fa Ghana mano no. No ase gold for oil no. Eno ni agenkwa wade ba be save ya mafuo no ebo na ba fom fuo no kwa yantum biem ene kwasi sei ankwan kosi aga ene nde fuo no 1 liter eye 15 cedis I know nam kroma traffic ni krom ni ade nyina manfo ntimi topato ni ngom ko dodo na park o maka o park ka no because tu a o ede ko topato sika na wahefa ene de wudi edoso chen de wunya de wudi edoso chen de wunya omo ye eye nnwuma nkaka akro Ghana ha nyina no omo ye adwuma de sika na edididi eniema no omo timi fa edigu omo so omo timi fa the same quantity oko fa sika no wahen because kana what ton kwa waji sika no yokoso kwa fa fofra yesi ne bua ya san totu buo nim wan hwe agi so sa do mfa so nyina sa wo do mfa so nyina sa ka umpa entimi ntoi bi half of eniema na odi kan fa elia won na owe o man etenemu na obi kwa ayire ho ekoka ay ama se kroyen ye nkama empanyufo nso ntia wo se ede ben o mu didi atem because erade Bobie
enipa no a
and electricity utento
anyway but ma liso akwaba about for say free now moto 4% na nema boa jump and we did some small contacts. I don't know if you have same information on the streets.
Yes, Kaba. I mean fact when you soon chat for I mean more abaso. I mean chia honorable king. Me more no so abaso ni adwuma so. Na say me kofa me honom na adwuma recordo. Nti me bo abaso papa. Kwabena Ansah na me pese me ko cost of living ne the cost of food ne nyoma no acho me bana me tio na I couldn't believe say the John 4 iron. Oh, say and then so no, I think said there was a program that was live. Be my obi draw my attention. I share. Say Media Foundation for West Africa. Is that it?
I don't know. Brian.
Yeah, Brian program be in there. It was live on was it GTV also? And I listened carefully to everyone that spoke, even though I needed to go back and listen to the first speakers. No man, but I saw the pledges that even political parties had to come and give. Say, or more oh, and sometimes if you listen to this conversation about kasa or radio, so now it's as though ubi never chere ubi senior on kasa. Nipana or no bet show senior yen kasano, our radio sono, and answer senior sifa kasa, our radio sono. Or no, any mamma, any papa and Timian to tene whom Ansah say. So check cromfoa, ubi a what Jimmy about damwa, ne mamma, any papa, and 24. Ama omude Jimmy at the teno, asosone so, abrabum, ama wenyini abeye cromfo tetria moa. Sani pano, sani bibi yira, ubon se. Only pakro who say where we are na ade no ochina sometimes utimi jano kra mam ko for bono ekuno me de where we are ma ade man ko yire wo kwan mu ammo abra Kenya for won de omde ye omo president
still omde ye no
omguso
eno anajo omo de term wo Nairobi
because of neoma course wo Kenya no which is in their right. Ghana have the same right so. And yes, Kenya no is a different continent mu anase bia waka say bia omo crowd omo nya Africans inti. It's an African country. They have equal rights, omo rights to say yebe protestations, to demonstrations, to everything that is going on. It's within their legal remit. No more ye. Yan Ghana for. It's say ekwan bi so no. Nkroma me yati ase say we are very slow to anger ntino. Yeah, they better radio so na ya keka ya adwen de akire akromfo jonfo no makodina baabi keka o masem Media Foundation for West Africa. Look, there was a time nanka mikoboni dua because me mempe court ko se unim na control me din wo report mu se me medidi obi atem ana ma yo bibia nanka me din sure bi ja o mo kwan because Abua be pa na chain sa Media Foundation for West Africa na se no mo ne kakari ene Brahma
akronfo nko criminals
untimi hu se obi ebu man se no etete o man ne pansam me nka se politicians abai twam se bio omo ye saints Kwabena, but the level at which with impunity politicians are and now more govern on my way destroy Ghana no. So we are journalists not only alarmed. Now who say then what is the meaning of resistance? One will be all resist oppressor. We use temperate language da. The person me busa question we. No, you can't be a Jimmy. Na muko school na muko sua de. Because ye school na ye call ya sa ko school ni bi ofie o. Una na etu fo una na kyerɛ say okay one will be a Kwabena ne buafu ade bi e koso ho a. Wo de abotoye mo kasa na express na bufu da. Me pese me hu. Se me buafu Yesu krampa ono kra mo sori amosomo ye Kristofo. Yesu krampa okọ ya okoto say enkofo tene papa sori dem. Wantwe aba. Na me mantwe aba fa ko waku fado ani. Na Jimmy fo say e de yeso. Na me matimi aka amagana fo nyina hu say Jimmy batapani akoma ho. Enya nkwala nko na nkwala o ma Jimmy nyom nyina na ewu ebi nyini. Na matimi acheche ma mo bi hu say enti woman pani pa say na unim ade o ma unim plan o ma fa Kwabena omo plan nyina ne say omo beto petrol mu be say within this few a year yeah ba beto ba 3 months to election obo so omo beto petrol so pa
yeah ade omo
beto petrol so America say me catch us economy ni be koyi
almost
say no omo jeje agu
omo the campaign they are going to do is that Bawumia ya moma teso Bawumia wini a ebeba fom kra
it omo say wini ya no ma yere Kufuor de ni bi say on say me mamu light free and me mamu nsuo free na kwadwo opon kroma asa begina microphone ni make kan kwase asema kire say now do you think say there was something that was going to be ever free?
For one iPad.
Kwame ya kwadwo opon kroma sane tape no pe
say
de be ya de
consultant or de route to bar power no ono no makofa no the same consultant. The consultant didn't have to go through any stress. Say also what drink because it is just almost as though a transition from Uhuru Kenyatta to Ruto is going to be like a transition from Akufo-Addo to Bawumia. And you know, the same notes na na odiamo omo no follow. Now, ose ma men kan che Akufo-Addo so e kronfo. Timi sori anopa na me tie radio a I was say radio no eye te say the BBC 40 Kwabena say yenya betwa ho ye behu akokono nkase enti o de wakan bi
na da bi chrono ben and a chance say obi abeka so mema unsu mema we free no we else there be enye free o na mu da betua chrono ben a chance
unim
na sa obi
unim nana
Miss Kami will say
nana unim de ha me I won't sit here and believe that previous administrations omuye bibia perfect.
No, I did not. They are not saying.
I'm not stupid.
They are not saying.
Well, Nasa America could be anya perfect.
No, but if we had
so John Mahama no have your flaws.
Yes.
But John for
but the magnitude
if
and the level of impunity.
If John Mahama sense was able to attract that magnitude of insults from Akufo-Addo and his boys, Brian Samuel Brian John Mahama kwasieto
ono se kwasieto na wo
Brian Boabin enya Brian yo
minimum no Samuel Brian Boabin say Jimmy Ford
ono timi twete Fred John Mahama
hwe sa
John Mahama sins any the magnitude of insults then today John for what Jimmy pa because and guess and then Akufo-Addo I guess you chase Akufo-Addo out of this country.
Now, do they know how even these things that we do help even calm the hearts of many? So you see in Kasa, and you see Obia from the bufu, no expressing the bufu. Sometimes I know so many people meet you and they are like, oh, and then they walk Kamasima Mami Pa.
Me see thousands.
Just go on the page right now and see how many people.
And you're in this fool.
Yes.
Me see MPP for Anajua.
Bebre.
Oh, now say any MPP for the Diago. Almost wa Kwabena. I say when what me can say. Adia Kokran and Crawford and the Ahomiti.
To the extent that Jubilee House one now Motino Crano. Security officers officials I know we are Juma Crampono. We know what to Quano. Ebi yes, 200. Mo viesika bebrebe nyina no mo 200.
Jubilee House security for no frey. Also Bobie
200 cities.
Ya kwa abano ba besia 200 Ghana cedis.
Bema 2 oba 2.
Aden.
Ni esa ni namoso. Obi a wonim so wontimi kura ntua rent. And ne ono no na etse wo de wo na just say na so you make them feel
police security personnel. Ono no akoya adwuma Jubilee House. Onye part of Article 71. Now 4 years, now boy ya, add 200,000 Ghana, 2 billion for a monument. Boy ya. Now be our school or some police at
makeup artist.
Makeup artist is Swaji.
The Ochi Mami
Frebo Pare
Abreway. Abrewa ba your friend.
Abrewa ba no.
Now your branya some nyani account. Wait, this is how very decorous we could be. We are just being very, very restrained. Nanka kodi enkwala nyina ke be keka kire omo. Emma panifo a enkwala nketenkete ya mba mo mabo bra na mate omo na mo nya mo funyam. Emma panifo me wafo.
Look, you don't respect me that I'm a Ghanaian. Ghana airport belongs to me. You brought somebody there for the person, a foreigner, not even a Ghanaian. You ever said no Gucci? And at the table, could see the airport, Gigi's car.
Jesus.
Ghana, yeah, I don't mind. Oko fa foreigner say, Omebu me Ghana ni asantini kwasia. No, first canonko. Inti me free baby ba mi kromwa. Na ho jina airport busa say, o COVID and nani COVID. Mama 150 Ghana, na me mean determine. Say, oh, COVID, no me $150. Eddie ama foreigner no.
Hey, Abet,
na waka na sa president no actual statement say ade no a sa foreigner a foreign company be no obi anu kwa so obusa adwuma mbeye enimu. And even when they were incorporated, you call a health minister, the health minister tells you I don't know them. You call a foreign minister, the foreign minister tells you, I don't know them. You have a government compromising our security, a whole airport, that a foreign company is working at the airport, and the Ghana government, they took almost $38 million away. Ghana got a pattern of $6 million. They were able to announce to us, unashamed, you are telling me I shouldn't tell this president you are a stupid man.
Sir Benedict na Mokofra ne betina on. He is wanted in Nigeria, he is wanted in UK. Where is he not wanted? Like I've always mentioned, he is someone that I know personally. Yare Banansi ya Adena Ghana Health Services or Mankofra Frontier for say omu na emeri hwe yare kro no. Some say yare biaba.
Yeah, dunk or something.
Aye, omu say yare biaba.
Malaria.
Akufo-Addo dam yare aba. Won kofa frontier force omu mehwehwem. Wo dia ko no Gucci. Aboa ne mo. Eti wo dwonfo abet na minim sa abet wa jimi sa wo. Minim se wa jimi sa da.
Adana meni usia no wo program na say on say me catch us forget about him.
No, because me all this while
what do you mean?
I was of the belief.
Say no I think
I was of the belief say obey that fair-minded journalist maybe because me said him no me I've only heard about a couple of things about him and how
meaning no some multimedia no
no but say I take time to investigate a lot of other things.
Obi your man edi wouldn't any penny idea we are ombuhwe junti jumfo ti kroma wonim say
I mean
just imagine say president Foba hotel mpo masa eni bre ba kroma nanya just imagine say Rollins ba kuba akọ say Rollins
akoto jacuzzi
there be wakọ achiri Rollins ede oman chopper Ghana Force chopper akọ kire Zeneto how to fly
a jet
yenu akeke no ade akọ kuba akọ
no afini sia duasa wotre
on senketenkete se kusie no wone ayi afrade say Elizabeth ohene no ma de omo ye omo okrom a then all of a sudden we have a certain president eya ne ba those days ago bidu amaminwe ne ba jankoma just woke up one day drove to a creative arts industry office took over the office oni appointment letter be permanent obia ni wa all creative arts wa onim salary a jankoma eje obia nim na allowances fuwa obu kasa oyusu a friend say creative arts industry on website to run her own business. This girl only any contract from the presidency as appointment, but or sign contract on behalf of Ghana and France. Hi.
Wow. Omuni many brave wukrum.
Ha! Then you turn around and you tell me, Obim Pume, Obim Pume, and you turn around and tell me, give the person respect.
Sometimes they usurp powers that they don't have. You see, so they think. Say we are GJ a president.
When you go and take your money,
GJ a president.
When you go and take your money and
jump the license to fool about.
This is the time I was in Elizabeth Ohene sign for him and
Ohene.
That's the time also Oka Jim McPlan or Catcher Rollinson. This is the time also Okasa. Okay,
Jim McPala.
Jim McPala.
Yeah, that one is okay.
Yeah,
it's okay with them.
I know. South I know a spokesperson to the president. And I'm
Hey, one day.
Let me baby pa that could be
one day.
Obia sending me Adia, you say Media Foundation for West Africa for say Mima could do Obia. Me sending at any man because only Pacon on sending a number, mamma, and then call this quite Jimmy for a number Bremia. Then go betty insult as a pa. No, on a voice no,
only pano, oh dear, she said Obia to me, I'm gonna say, make of a foreign company. Nasa me de ne ba me mana ba be fa o man ya gudie nyina na mama mo $500 million. Hey.
Say ohun say we ton no.
Hey,
ana wo twa wo.
Say obi ya to ababa obi na ba ni tirim say. Na say me ko fa for
japade.
Me nya japade document. Na me ko fa for company ya mi akọ
special purpose vehicle.
Ni famra. No no mama tu ni nyina anko de ma o man na
godi nyina
de be nyina $500 million.
And na me no ka say Kwabena gold ye 2 Ghana ha nyina na I to know. Ye 2 gold e Ghana ha 5%.
Hey.
Na da bi o mi busa o. Sa gold for oil na no mo kan.
Ba o mi anua o te he ya.
Mentiasia.
Ni shop wo is Legon.
Bobie. O gold. O gold.
On a smuggle gold ni nyina ko.
O si here oil.
Ni nua.
What stops you? Say we go no baton. Now I do sika. Now so akwa negotiate na ya
to trade. Abajimi bre. What because you na nam person abajimi bre. Ono ode nchene.
When we nya se mfa na mo. Asebeni.
Ekwaje adepa no.
Listen, can you do me?
And also the gold
do me a favor? Honorable, can you do me a favor? My production crew, can you do me a favor? And Master Laja Gungu, if you can do me a favor, any management, me person me jai program na me sorry call for me.
Kwabena, you just less.
No, assembly be me team wa hwa na maka. Me person me sorry na me twa programs me go. Don't for your kwasia papa. You say but Ghana, no, you can't own Ghana. Ubet me only o circles. Me o circles me ya hwe wo ho. Trust me, o circles me ya hwe wo ho. Ye shia o baby a na say a common ground says you nyina yeshia me pa na me chiao me pa me nchiao enya force untimi nya me hwe yeah that's okay. So Mesra omo ya no mo complaining no. Mesra omo ya no mo complaining say, look, the MPP boys, they did worse things, Charlie. Worse things. Your mom we net time. Say, that guy, on friend say, won't to me. Say, John Mahama, dinner echo krum, or market, or buy na John Mahama, and in the made that. Na what the radio so no aka. Then people for our bomb sem. Oko kase omo fa abodan for komaba o me adipe boy. I didn't think say okasa say omofa abodamfo koma ayibaomia di yene no de rituals yene de menka wo ka abufu aba Indiana me buso almost say you guys are you okay? Ana mo abuba dam firi mu fie na mo be share na mo take party a friend MPP because I wonder why mo eniema mo ye no mo ani jaho. You enjoy doing what you are doing and you do it and say things with pride. But when it's your turn to take it, you say, no, maybe Debbie. Me go catch a peace cancer, me go catch a Christian cancer, me go catch a Otabel, Cromfono, me go catch a way. Oh, catch a wine. Why not catch them? These idiots, why not catch them? And these are some of the reasons why about 70% of Ghanaians pray there will be another 79. Because some of the people, Charlie, say nipa no mo gina street mu wie no simple. Ade a obi e wa no ka bi kire efo obi ho esre enom champagne gu so. Woni bi say Kwame ene mi kopie ayi bi so Ghana web napo odidi Jomama atem Jomama say one was our story no Jomama dwamfunu no baba be den. Can you imagine? But uko frɛ napo samale na ne buafu kwasi a ukum nipa wo napo jimi sa no ya onam a wano suso no. When you give them the same response, they get angry. Then I ask them, I don't think abuafu. You want somebody to take your words. You don't want to take anybody's words. You don't want to be civilized, but you want people to be civilized towards you. How possible? How can it work? Wo samale ya wo party for wo poison crofo wo Jimmy for na poti sell. I know Biafra, and I know one man be distance family members ni be friend me free mampon unia santini the what kind now say one free phone also say see our own. Cause me support what Jimmy for. They throw all these words out there and now, you see, they are lucky to get somebody like John Mahama as the NDC leader. They are very lucky. And they have a very responsible opposition party. Maybe I'm leading NDC. And that insulting campaign team omo dia ne se omo sori a from no patu omo hromo across the country. Me say that committee I inaugurate omo a launch committee no a launch omo manifesto official insulting committee wa so on tiase no so you peace council we are there you see and they telling a Rollins boy look. No, Rollins, or your mistake. Shouldn't have allowed these guys. The whole issue is that John Mahama don't know how to insult people he doesn't know how to go angry. A friend is a Professor Jena Nopoku it's not her style. You can't blame them. It's not their style to be radicals. Hey, me Dianka. Me a flag bearer. Over to my men can you now about you? What about it? Debbie. Me shout at them, Kwabena, sir. Name to them, name show. Debbie. Nipa baba nam no gina street no mu twire. And then can me do amu insults no nko akere saa. Then you see the kind of people who are normal complaining. Me enra call no papa no.
Na no mo fam ho ncha wo da se bank e kwa ya nkruma fa so je o ma we si ho no wo pa dibone e wo wiase nyina ti o ma we me se ho no me
Akwaba
untimi
let me just give you a free roll. I'm so sorry.
Somehow na maminchia etiefo na omo so mo hwe na uni meba no na mitie mo pa na nsem na mo kan I can clearly tell from your more passion no am exhibiting is like mo a bit emotional because one say asem na mo kan I say nsem we ha ana say and nsem wa etumi nkrofo na mo keka ho nsem no ba onim say you think that mo te ha no mo asem na mo kan you are speaking on behalf of many other people. Are your opportunity to your microphone anymore and say no makasa. If Nansemu you get a chance to monitor airwaves in the media spaces, now share Vox Popper, Echo Outer. You can tell say there are a lot of aggrieved, disgruntled Ghanaians out there. See, ebufone omuno a chain nina. Unim Michia madam fu Congolese ni bi o kan sem bi kire me na de bia asasem no ka kire me no o ka chem say he read a lot about Ghana na nani fie ya obetna like ofi Congo ebe visit Ghana in recent times no bi say me say o show media any am kokoko so ni the way your leaders for no year na a shocking no just in the country mu corruption any ketashise ne proye ati se chen bibia but oba Ghana no the same no tete no enya de a e ne de na se Kwame Nkrumah Ghana penny na okansen bi profound or say a politician or say you can drive the best car, live in the best mansion, live the best of life and still at the same time no Jeniama ebebo amanfo no like obetimi anya sa na mani nyina ma ho ato odo mako school papa obetumi asidan papa obetimi achele na at the same time no so watumi so ahwa amanfo no masetena mu so ayeyie but you see the ekosu sesi yi no uni Bobie ade mi won say these people are stealing left, right, center, back, forward, east, center, west, north. Just say no regard. Onim say obi ambu obi a just say omo fum. Na last time na metena say onim say me analysis bi e. Hwe listo. Shad odie me ma assignment. Odie so en son training your investigation. Check the background of some of these politicians. Kwasho mumba. Odie se opa. Na bi se to onim say
wait kwa gina na makobua.
sɛ wo show mo ma
akɔhwɛ ne mma
wonim sɛ wo show mo ma wo bisa wo sɛ enti saa sika na mu sɛ nyina yɛ sɛ yɛ bɔbra ma nkyiri ma bisa wo sɛ saa sika na mu wia no ɔmo wia pa de akɔhe like so wo wia
hwɛ sɛ obi te sɛ Akufo-Addo nyame tua ne kanti ne ba bɛ makora wanye nti sɛ ne mma ne bɛ ware ama mu kunu ma inherit Akufo-Addo sweat ɔho jimi
like you check anti sɛ sika wo yo uni mi bɛ sɛ mani sa obi ma ayi efense madam Siliada pa it is sika bebrebe ya na oda mu ɔde ma hwan
oniba
see
ɛnyɛ sɛ oyebonni o
they be like
nyame ama no
maybe say like you ask yourself say nti mu wia ni na last time unim say madam Fobi makasa asem we pen na ne nana former politician na na ye mu renovation mu fie ne nana na wu na omo renovate fie because omo say omo to America so omo renting the place out unim say omo tutu old house no na omo ko realize say sana ne nana no etu baby form ya pack sika
ebe frofro
sika no so atwam
ebe sa frofro
da bi sika no nyanda de atwam tese ne nana no pack sika gua na sika no omo konkova aye no na ehye fom a odi carpet access e na wa ma atota asafa so asim se e ka fom ho owi a we nyina sika no akwa fom no odi ahye fom no wawu e na okọ you see some of these things are ekoso no uti the rate at which are chrono ekoso ewo educational sector mu ekoso ewo security agencies mu ekoso ewo ministries ni various agencies any flags nanka ubisa ho say bodyguard to Beijing bodyguard to event say empanyfo mu aban mu ibisa ho say omu pay yesen see miminim bodyguard abako a okama mpanyin ho a I'm telling you, so kosi ekwohwe estate sa. We see ewa adenta on ma enye estate o onu ye estate developer estate sa o see with physical cash. You ask yourself say na dan ya na ogade wo wiase mu ase o ye tam sa. Ni nyina Ghana fo sika. Meanwhile no the ordinary Ghanaian no te wonu mu a citizen no te wonu mu o pa adwuma o tua ne state contribution at the end of the day wa pension ni san kan sika ebi ni san kan ti nka onya hwe no. Ene ngofo tete aban mu a che se omu risika no mu risika no na nim me ade ba ko a me me ya ne se all jokes aside ya kasa yin na about government no me biggest challenge is media the media space no hwe unim se endra na madam fo lady bi air prompt me say unim se no ka che me say na mahama pa na niama na Akufo-Addo aban mu wei oye wei na nke ye no mahama time anka mahama beda asino asema obisa me no and obisa me question strike me say no a real question we obisa me say osinka na mahama time a na nke boni say ye de beche no unim say na nado time yi ni sika bebre a ode be is sika ode be loro kwan sika ode be si classroom sika ode be develop ya manfo atom ode be ya kwan sika nkobetifu o so amanfo atom no unim say o channel say sika nyina de tua ne media apparatchiks no under the so called guys national security ituba kono unim say this media guys na omo agenda omo push omo agenda no these people every day bia etuomuka just to whitewash and water down the impact and effect of bad governance, misgovernance happen under this Akufo-Addo government. Into social media, no pretend so nim the koso. And many of the media houses in Ghana today, all of them, nanka me say adia na Akufo-Addo aban we aya wa fa no adi bebre wonu mu a se ka pay mahama time wan kam ye sure se ku see. Senke happy mahama time we couldn't have forgiven him.
Akufo-Addo be kwa kose soldier for echi se munye ku.
Because
we obi a wotimi ko free doctor for say a doctor for mo condition of service inti mo ko strike. Na srebo ono ko strike. Na me ko kan ya o se me ko yam eyi. Me do mo ko court no. Kwabena no o se me ko yam den. O se me ko tete enuro na me fansa. Srebo. Another Jimmy Bako. Unim
etino ubisa ho say sa nyama we nyina happen and ananado obi ankasa and unim I'm only reflecting on the past because I was involved in the politics at the time. No, you know, unim say me send na me buti me fu mahama like because in Zambia yet no na me buafu na me nteme wan say but him say sanyama na e happy and mahama we couldn't forgive no happened 20 times obi anka ho asem enu na me da so bisa question ni say enti mama we for like enyasafo na yes no mo kasa in the past no o table mo papa he praise before papa he Reverend Matthew say pastor Matthew say dey
Mate
away unim say
women are glow almost way
women are glow na me say women are glow for mo onu mu a no ma hihye team oh team wo onu mu a yes let's pray for Ghana
o man say
Erade na dia na ba yesu
o man mi say dia na ba yesu ai o man
o me no obompa e bi unim say oje microphone no ono ubisa nyankopon se nyankopon pa doga na man no de o man panyin boni te se mahama ebra yen yi unim se nde the woman has lost her voice on kasa just say who the nanado ayo yes gift Indazi. All these people are quiet in this country and we are going through this mess unim say and then Nancy at TUC for strike action ya omo initiate ya omo say organized labor unim say Ghana Bar Association for ayo omo say omo ante de ekoso Ghana asisi omo de omo nko pension da unim say omo yo mo afim and Ghana Bar Association all of a sudden na no drum
by what type of bad
ni hono mo omo say boni ekoso ni na omo didi ame aye peche
Ansah say aye tonani ma teacher say judge tini bi fie ya totoma afa mu dimika kwakope
judge for na
judge for the copen junction and I say hey they say they aye kase a judge for aden mutim nya ya ton a omo nya we se sem sa banwe wo hwehwa mo hwe nkom se aban sa se bi da omo hwe nipa ko atimi kura o e ho afo se seliwa ne ya ton o ma ton mo man kaso mo ho na kanya asem a speaker of parliament ni fie a watim wasra no pa so we afo gina ho ye de ayi machine ba besi so chese be peke e da no mo pede wa ha asase de aton mo se e da na mi mitim mo ton ei e to ma be na achiri ni sei
iti unim say medwe ho a na mebisa me ho say iti o man we pa ye koye anase ye bae na unim election ya ye komu say o complain ya na o de she na nado na it say na nado no ebun sam and obi foforo na enye the truth is that they are a cabal, they are a team.
It's a syndicate.
And this is syndicate, you know. Na iyo mumu bako. Eno mo de aba to yeso e ba umie yo. Owura ba umie ayo mo squad na bia na wafi mu ayi meji. And all of a sudden, onu pese on look to say onu de a saint just na na Akufo-Addo no onu de onye papa. No no e papa che na Akufo-Addo. See, let Ghanaians not be deceived say, na Akufo-Addo ne prototype na ni ba umia na onam ho no no. And they are the same adequate, the same people. Unim say, all of a sudden, Omay Homu to say, Omukop radio, watch the tactics. They pretend it's almost so yomu. Now say Yakuyo Sabi Oyo on the friendly, and I first will do Ghana for friends say Nipano Casano Tieno. Ne judge, ne some no kana. You might think so opposition. Or your position person. Me missing me obiti show so piece of me to say and I messi me tiase. Na me train for my 10. Me to no me tin some no me ma me ti so me say na me bisa say nisi ni na kasa na say PPP ni ana say me go sha na paragraph na kasa say paragraph yes no kasa say ye be say no mama pretty book o. Meanwhile, no unim say Baumia in opposition was telling us say no say who bibia obeya. Yeah. Enti na Baumia dem pa na untumi yes see how the old say do time one no ababeye. Meanwhile
is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council have been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves and fight for their rights. Under me, all workers receive their pay regularly, and all state enterprises and organizations function normally and satisfactorily. In fact, 10 short months ago, the standard of living in Ghana was one of the highest in Africa. What is the position today? Ghana's standard of living has fallen drastically. The cost of living has gone unthinkably high. Ghana's foreign reserves have entirely disappeared. The value of Ghana's currency has fallen hopelessly. In one of my broadcasts to you from here, I warned that the opening of Ghana borders, if not planned carefully, would lead to economic troubles. Today, Ghana's cocoa is being smuggled to neighboring countries with disastrous consequences for the people of Ghana. Cocoa, the life center of Ghana's economy, is in jeopardy, all because of the stupidity of the notorious Liars Council and their ill-meaning advisors. Ghana is now in a mess, economically and politically, under the so-called National Liberation Council. Men and women of Ghana, I know your troubles. Stand firm and organize. Continue your resistance wherever you are. I have faith in you. We shall not have fought so far and achieved so much only for us to stand looking unconcerned while a clique of deceivers and self-seekers do all in their power to turn the clock back. We shall not sit idle to see your hard-fought-for achievements being destroyed by this traitorous clique before your very eyes. Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again.
All right, so that's it live on our Crown 100.5. Togbi Badasu says the voice of reasoning. And there's a message from the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to Ghanaians from far away Conakry. Some message we unyane baby abu. A friend of mine in America sent me this video. Anajonumada. Me sorry anajobe 2 a.m. I watched the video again and again and again and again. And clearly, the same way, I can't stop voicing it out. And they should forgive me. But that is a fact. The UP tradition, at any given opportunity, will find a way of dragging us back at any given opportunity. Now me share document be here. And minim mo wono mon check mame. Even Ghana Web Crab publish here. Time out Dr. Kwame Nkrumah time. They were manufacturing canoes. They were manufacturing senior. Mo amunim ayi sa Kwame mo de mo ameto. On se nie wo ayi radio bi ne friend senior umbato senior. Wa ameto senior. Yeah, ni ayi omo ye no Ghana. Me betoy. Kwame Nkrumah time. But me ya woman no na makuma bi go system no mu omo de edua empempro na ye tape ye na ne tie GBC 1 GBC 2 ne ye canoes sanyo ne ye canoes emankrofo every other countries betoko. I wish I can get this now man for posty now man for posty. That time no Nkrumah ema ya saade no. The UP tradition seta Toniba Bonsu akasanoma Kwame bako so near friend akasanoma Ghana, we are doing it. Building canoes. Neighboring countries like Togo, Benin, they come and buy from here. You are building TV. What say that Ghana? Yeah, a fridge. Yeah, near manufacture fridge in Ghana. Fridge. That time Kwame Nkrumah ya say nyina no. Nkrofo say it's a lie. Nothing is happening. Kwame Nkrumah build the Akosomo Dam. Na Akufo-Addo no papa no Akromfo no, those useless people. Very useless people. Edward Akufo-Addo and those foolish people. Kwame Nkrumah si Akosomo, they were asking questions. Adenti Kwame Nkrumah aya hwehwani mu we hu wo si Akosomo na yedai population no omododo ye sei eya wo si Akosomo o de ye dan. Kwame Nkrumah ye motorway boy. Kwame Nkrumah si Valco or kwa America na UP tradition for na suma normally demonstration akosia Kwame Nkrumah ewa American airport ye demonstrations. What we are seeing today almost starting way back. They always come in just to destroy. Yes. They always come in just to destroy. And you see, that is why I keep on saying, I'm not for fan cheme, because they should know better. But because of their personal interest, they just close their eyes to the reality. People like Kwabena, Bombay, Crusading Guide, Kwabena, omu de esi wo omu anim. O papa, Kwabena papa, no a minister under a Nkrumah regime. Onim niema Nkrumah pass Nkrumah chatma on my Ghana. And how these UP guys came in just to drag us back, destroy everything. So people like Benefson, Kwabena, when I see them supporting the UP tradition, I ask myself, Sankrofo, are they normal? Do they think right? Onipa say na abedi, we are say Ediane say obadahin, Edian, we are say Edian, yede kwai. That you can't have principles. That you can maintain your grounds. Adia omo enananom beye ye no. Ebi no omo ye ne no. The UP tradition is the problem of this country. Document no ho a graphic anya you know what screenshot no. Hwe story no ko down bo so mo aye you know ho sa. Uhwa obehu. Today, hwe say Nkrumah way back he was talking about the fall of the cedi against the dollar. He was talking about a friend say poor conditions. He was talking about a Nyema and ACC and it's happening live. Kwame Nkrumah see Black Star Line. I'm saying no. And yet I didn't think that we see Black Star Line. Vako and yet Akosomo and yet any project beyond Nkrumah didn't sabeka beyond and yet yes, oh, Bosombi, Esi, Castle, yes, a flaster as a friend can yame. Yes, oh, bar, and a Kwame Nkrumah did that dwarf bonny trim and a moja eba. The UP tradition, yes. That is how they behave. That is their traits. That's their character. They don't change. They change their names. They keep on changing their colors. But they don't change. They did it to Rollins. Okay. Kwabena kunum kwaka ekufado no mo. Kwasi asem kwa Rollins kopwase. Rollins no moja. Yase Rollins ni maame wata na dware. Na Kwabena kunum atimi afa Rollins picture na ma fa face eto na omo de asiso na ma publish na enam se Rollins yase camera apeke no omo de camera bi akotu nso na ase no one maame wata wura ase na epeke no Rollins no moja. O guys omo de bi ye Mahama. Yeah, maybe sa tape no 2012 JM ne Akufo-Addo omo preaching okay akwa bi preaching say sunsun money bi free esre mu ba sunsun no nom emoja referring to John Mahama Kumasi ni sofo kwasia bi omo se ka abonu ama na wu sede yi on say 2016 osu bempa fucking mine no a wa bia sore no osu bempa ozo no su koye bi yeah that idiot o se moja wo John Mahama Ansah that is how they behave. That is their traits. Kwasia Fongwa, the UP tradition. Kwasia Fongwa. That is how they behave. They know people are ignorant, so they form lies. Omni Nkrumah, Omni Rollins, Omni John Mahama. That is how they behave. I have said this, that given any opportunity, somebody must do this. And suddenly a generation will come. Eso will be good, you Peter. That MPP, eso will be good. Any government obeying opportunity should brand them as terrorists. They did it to Nkrumah. Adie bia obia ye bia eye bia no. So they took power from Nkrumah. Omo anye bi. Omo be destroy nyema wia de Nkrumah ye omo wia ni nyina. John Mahama say, look, we are faced with energy crisis. Now we are moving from hydro to thermal. We need to build thermal plants. Thermal plants, enya banche ne body aye de si so ana abin. So look, let's endure. Instead say you better find a temporary solution to this doomsday issue. Let's find a lasting, permanent solution to doomsday. Say no. Go see thermal plant magana for say. Jai thermal plant nisi na echesika no na yenni. Say one chesika na me ya ni dia. Ya kwa kachira Ghana for say na di doomsday aba. So they hired pastors, Ota Belnum, Reverend Mate fucking Mino, or my friend Reverend here, the Cromforno, Mate, Cromforno, former a press before moderator no Cromforno, Cromfor, Yawaka Demono. So they hired them. Monko country, and sorry for no, more sorry for no, Monka said John Mahama the doomsday aba. Yes. That is the politics the NDC don't know how to do it. NDC propaganda. Omono dia no ne say adia MPP for no aye no. Yes. They talk about it. But NDC for him how to sit in the room, plan, say we ye be din tro ato omunim ye. Into a brother John Mahama ede thermal plant ni bedru ye no. Wo the thermal plant na bakura ye so na di dum so bae. No thermal plant na ye dey wo the thermal plant aba no aye dey. Meanwhile na Atamos esi Ghana gas. You see, visionary people, 7 years now, ask Akufo-Addo, the UP tradition people, ask them, say, Ediabe pa no mo aye ediaka ye energy sector ho, they will start insulting you. Yes, so they are not the thermal plant no ebaye no wanya de. Na mom no, Akufo-Addo so wa fa aye thermal plant ni free Eddie Aquata Krade, $30 million. The whole Ghana, Obia Mose, Omo Kwa Grow, Asore, You see, when I tell you they are mad people from Akufo-Addo to the left, mad, Abadan for straight. I know Akufo-Addo is not a proper UP. Or no, Akufo-Addo only identity. Yeah. He was just jumping around looking for, the next available vehicle to reach his destination. Only principle. And we which ideology he belongs to. Only principles. Only any ideology. To a yama basa tan bodemni. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. Oyanyama basa nyama tan. Ni niema no ye no eya MPP for no atan. Na ya Ghana for tan. But they are afraid of him. That is the point. Yeah, nkruma sa je o man no. O man o man hwe. Akufo-Addo papa be wiade te se de wabodam. Wiade unhu abrabo bia o mo abo. This a person otua ne ho ka ahead Ansah na wo dwane afira konwa no so no atua ne ho ka. We are minor just like that. The same thing with Rollins. Omoji o mine free Rollins some year no. After the no do saloon and akwa pebosia. Hwe. But no mo catch Rollins no say. Omo na anko school. No do saloon. Na Piaro saloon Piaro ni akwa kubako. Sankrofo we do ma boni o. They have damaged this country that one day people like Kwakubako I think you chew on best street mun ebuso mo say on my way here mo bone bay. We must be bold for once. Nanka one day you pulling Kwafo we best street mun buso mo say sa on my way bone bay pa na Ghana here mo. Why? You just decided to support evil people to come and destroy the foundations of this country. To tear this country apart. This beautiful country called Ghana. They did same to John Mahama. John Mahama is a cycle interchange. No. Mama, Kwabena want to be. Almost cycle interchange, John Mahama kum nipa de womo ahye fomo. Want this asem no? Yeah. John Mahama asie moja ewa so no onua Ibrahim Mahama. Can you imagine? After the osiwie no omse dabi interchange na etise kosua no omse John Mahama aye no kosua eni ahoden esiwa na ESA na omatimi afa Peace FM reporters na omakwa interview taxi drivers omse ai ba ko so ofa so a onam so na ESA na interchange na ESA. Hi, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Crazy. Saboteurs. John Mahama said, look, from Kumasi side, Aircon North, Kumasi survey as a market major business hub. So, Adia 74 pepper a business. Okay, so you build a huge modern market here. And here best survey Akon North, between the north and the southern part of Ghana. No more Kumasi akwase sama ato apetesia mo manum say monwuro mo emfa ayi moyase entre John Mahama na monko ka say John Mahama ni onua Ibrahim Mahama baba be si shop afa Kumasi. Then they send people. Omuko tun krofo gu montene so. you see market ni wie ya almost say what's your wie dia ya wini power ni ya be chafa even baby ajomama eye drainage almost see shops ni bi SC drainage ni so amensuo to a na abu ekwa mu almost okay say no ensuo to abu kwa dan mu yanko kan kire Ghana for say jomama ensi ade no kura yie wensi ni yie. Look, dealing with the UP tradition, you are dealing with evil, demons, very stupid people I've never seen in my lifetime. And you see, when Kennedy Japan was insulting them, but only how they behave. Obiasi adiasi wo why drainage ne niema na kwame muni sa video no omude dua akose drainage ni mansuo no to ana enkwara na ebura okay ose yes omude store ni nua enua locks no omude akose se Hanateta see initially they said KJT market was a Galamsey site. Almost Jomama ebe to Galamsey. Osi wie no. Chair shops ni wie no. Eno omo akosi si edan illegal structures esisi drainage no so. Omo wie no. Eno omo de locks, edua locks ekosi se gota no mu. Enti so de to a entimi nkwana abu abewura edan no mu ebewura eye market no mu a no omo a video na omo say so they managed to set up radio stations bebre and omo so no they understand business. When they set up radio stations effective unlike NDC omo and MPP for no omo pick frequency no they just set somewhere me met me a frequencies be brave ewokumase any MPP for your media. I can point it out easily. They just sit somewhere no matter twama obi. Endu beka so mo ye neutral job. Enye neutral job no mo ye. And this the jiminti frequency ni kura no. Oh no I want to be ye onimi ye onimu adwini bia na kura no. On to be running station no osemi abeye Jimmy onimi ye osemi ameye jai bema jai na nkrofo nya de ne ma na nya kama wose de bi menti ase and this Jimmy ebi no me kira o mu Jimmy baako twintwan no okuramu ade no so o ye no onte ase tubonsa ade na efosere na si ho opene saa okohu so obi dia yeye no de bojandama na nani abre na mabuso am se wani abre ne ene se wagimi nyansa ni utrim anya se ni ya no say no omo ya no we stayed with them, we know how they do it. And they say yeah tumu for say look adia we ye ni say or say there be and this nipa ni bi now we be a radio station utum say adia kwa ye bia nko yie na me tu ne fo o ka kire me say ono akọ radio so sa 15 years okọ Peace FM okọ Adom FM e dey 15 years ni radio onim radio mu pa ana me busa na say na onuma mpacho enti wotra aeroplane ekọ America 15 years ba no adane pilot onse ha Bobie udidi matem na msi nyansa na onim wotra aeroplane kọ America ba na ya pilot just wafro aeroplane akwa America ba ku mienu miensa na enum da kru koduru airport aeroplane wa no ahwira trem da ya material prema akwa America the intimate me atu Okotra radio so akasa is different from you understanding the business and what drives a radio station. Two different issues. The MPP people, they understand that philosophy. So quickly, they go back, they throw it to somebody. No, paper. And they keep on complaining about stations, and I laugh. I hear them complaining about stations. Now I say, you don't know what is happening. Also complaining. But let me move on. No more funding them. Oh, John Mama see market no in Swobem. When seen ye almost 7 years in almost CBO. 7 years in almost CB. John Mama seen ye Shiakai saying yes market. At the phone say Kai saying yes market. Really? John Mama say yen konkosi airport ewo ho because ho ye baby a ye betimi abie eho it can become one of the biggest cities a be linking here to Togo business be koso enya obia ne betimi drive businessman bia no person drive from her to ho NTNC airport no makofa aigbefo no boys no a payosagide ne peroku jetonum mongo ka se ayi nye mongo ka se ayi ye friend say airport nye omo ka che om se mongo ka se airport nye no mo no promise say ye ba ye besi ayi keta ayi airport amamo okay omo ba no keta port no ono a omo nsiye ena omo no John Amadi aboso ho airport nanadu ne besiye nanadu ne siye omo so say enye the Voltarians per any airport 2016 that was what they said. Then fast forward nanadu ne see ho airport no John Amadi ye ne ye enkukobuo kwasi afonkwa from Akufo Addo to down ufa MPP no omo national chairman intim kwasi afonkwa omo kasa abodamfo complete what analyze omo asemo wunni bibia say wey abodamfo na no omo deal no and you must deal with them like abodamfo. Omo first argument Voltarians in here airport. Omo ba power nanadu ne see ho airport no. John Mama de ne nkukobuo. Ubu so say na 7 years ni keta port no ya ne de emfa mo ho. Ekra nanadu na si so what they promise the people any we need power no mo ja to na fe de omo ba eno de aba be si ani. No mo no struggle. John Mama see Bank of Ghana Hospital. Bank of Ghana Hospital at the day. At the end of the year, NRCC hospitals. Now come them Crawford. Gan West Hospital. Come them Crawford no ye. Come them Crawford no ye. So Akufo Addo went to Peace FM. He couldn't talk about a year projects. Say, oh, your health sector. They also come to Ghana for. He went to Peace FM in 2016 to go and talk that nonsense or rubbish. Kwasi akeka no. Okoka bi wo ewo Peace FM. Oni kwa msifa kan. Oka no no abonyere jojo. Oka no no abonyere jojo. Jiminti onipa ni ahoto jiminti nipa eni ahoto. He was talking about a common dem Crawford. Ena ode your friend say John Mama this kind ACC project including the one I value for money. John Mama projects ni na abroso sikana abroso chia project we sia kai chia enya fe project we enya sia pre 7 years now. Ask them, say Gan West Hospital, if Akufo Addo TMC 1, et say Gan West. If what TMC 1 to say UGMC or mobile, only one first say, and I say, NDC UGMC kura generator new way. Woman for generator and see what now see we no for generator and see what no I there. Ya near the generator have see what abundant for complete. Any political party winning power should do well and close their office at a salam down. Abundant for complete. The only thing they understand in governance, they feel governance is propaganda. Schemings there. Omo free on mine in so say ye chichere on mine. Oh, UGMC. Time na Jomama no de a green book. Any green book no 2016 no, ya go trouble no. Any green book mu. Oh, UGMC si bia omo boa green book no bibia nim UGMC si bia omo wini ya no masi aba. UGMC ni kura musi ya ampa de na generator nsi ho ya ne de generator kosi ho de o see UGMs na anya de o de generator kosi ho say ono no ye competent na de o see UGMs no ye incompetent we wu modam a ya ka so abodam na wusu ena no bibi pani bi siam kuma se na Bobie ya na de aye no ya bodam say na so mo abodam we ya santimi wa abodam because wono or your MPP from Penny for you Ashanti region. Now, so we try the Biaba Fia be peshe. We me busa o she free ho. Abuasa no. Me busa one city crane free water. O free ayi mampo kwa no so jama so baby. Now so we twam a se bibi kura yam ya na minimum fie kura me wura ho. Wo. Me de yasme de mo ye den. Any say eny wanya de am so ofroko. I say free me so kono ha. Now that me no free a kuro ba ko no wa bodam a. Na wo free say me ma bodam te se wo. Obi asiade esi wo wani tua. At one breath no bibia ni wo. At another breath ya na generator be si wo. Enti ukofa structure ne free hin. E na the generator ne be si mu. Ukofa free hin. Fa na go. Tell us. What bodam? What about them? Rage Hospital. Siakai Rage Hospital no. Ebi swada that way no. A renovation. Say in a hospital. Rage Hospital hospital. 2016 no. Shiakai one more babu a la General Hospital gu 3 years now. 3 years now. Oh, Kwame, me pacho, me kaso ma bodam nim say na nya ode no abahwemanim. Kwame wanya bodam sam na ede. Tell me. Umodam ede. Wa bodam. Uno national chairman nyina mo bodam. Rage Hospital. Shiakai. Way. Rage Hospital way. Way project. See a value for there and there. Sikano kra abroso. Omo de la General Hospital no mo ansi na yakase sikana abroso. Omo disikano. Omo cheskani nyina di. 3 years now. At bare land in Kwalaboso ball. Woma chesikana di nyeso mo asi ena bia broso kra ne yakase o ebia broso amom de adidi woma chesikana di Belan ne da ho owie no akofre di wasi Rage Hospital say ono ye incompetent enipa we umodam na waye dey wabodam Let me show you this. Tell my Jomama AC Sani Mawiano. Me chemo omanyum to phone nyuma no omubo. When Jomama was doing all this, when Jomama was doing all this, Munkotie a friend say Ni nyina ye audio nkwa. Ni nyina. Na dia eno alaki dia ram de send on way. Fatuma.
Uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba.
Esimpo ayehwe na araba. Twenanim da wa aye mo nchen ensem no kra ye nto sabi. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba.
Esiben.
Wa yo hu chenchen mo si akwan wa hu kwa mo bi mesini. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba. Usi ejebi we jebi ti ase. Nti ye mo nku ni mabotre. Na ubeto ma na ma ye. Ubeto wagu ya yenso. Enti ni ye mupa ni edua ohina. Okesi ya ne wu tintinti ye nim se obeso odua pa bi sa tenten huro akate esi nchirma mbotom mikobisa ankra oso oni mu hwe mikobisa daddy susu oni mu hwe nti mikobisa mama awo mama
ben
mama boys abre ede na besen wiye mu ama girls letiti ya ebusuanko ya toba ha emebunle ha yewu afa yarshi toshure ja dompe mane anesiashia afunupo wode okaka se na mepe adiso yemu yeduru untu mi nso amobi meswa bise esinala wa yan rimpo na araba esimpo
Uwie wusi esikwe hu ano na araba.
Esimpo ayehwe na araba. Twenanim da wa aye mo nchen ensem no kra ye nto sabi. Esimpo wa ayehwe o na araba.
Esiben.
Wa yo hu chenchen mo si akwan wa hu kwa mo bi mesini.
Widim time obomoma ne ba nwumu yi. 2012 eya na Professor Mills enya ne baby kono a na John Mahama ene Akufo-Addo be contest no. Esimpo anya hwe na araba. Atamils no mu anya hwe na John Mahama. Wa say aveto wo e wo kwam. You see? Omo jimi omo ya de omo nwene won say ade we ya ye no. Da ya edum twan ye. Ya me ayi like men and Matisians wo boda mo say de yo. Oh. Omodam. Me na say mun so obi abeto right time so aboda mo de no kwa yaresa or something. Esimpo anya hwe na araba. Today, beche ya de Akufo-Addo aya bawomia e fatasi emfanisi so. Omo nyina akose dem. Omo nyina se so omo nyina adwane ko dem. They are all running away. They are all running away. Na say omo si no ton bread wo e friend say or the bread cooker mu ton wo. Tesano from Tesano then now oko baby adwasafo papa wono Kwabena esimpo anya hwe na araba mama yasmenya nyu no ba kwa mama kwa me dia nkra dabenya mama hwa ampon ne ball for mo no mama here hallelujah you are the one of Yahweh Elohim and I said 2020 yeah you have to so to anyone for watching ye well. Then the first 4 years nipa na abadam no a na omuntu galam say di nkwase ade na nti wo ampo wa hu. Ajimi phone ba kuni o. Ajimi phone ba kuni. Onya tagada no sa no lumba twina dia na emsere se. Sras yakwa. Yeah, day. Francis Jai. As one can one tea now won't teach you. Anybody who goes so a year and Yama. Also, oh, no, Mentias yet. But when they get power, nothing. They won't do anything. Nothing. Omnya power mumfanya she. But obitiswa, they will make sure adia bia wuye bia enye. Yeah, and this for us by me. Enka is the best thing. But every before I hear ama abe said no. Say na esa musumuye bi. You know, NDC, they don't have any problem to commend MPP for some yeah. Recently, your friend say, I've forgotten. I am say one of the tax components, and there was this something in Parliament. An MPP for minority for yama a kufad withdraw ye. Withdraw ye, minim so obekaya. Just last week, I mean, who said minority for no issue statement to comment the government, say, why are they? Yeah. Very good. Restrictive bill, no? Yeah, very good. Me wa madam friend is ni bi frame say me hwe de minority for ne enhwehwe animu. Obi na ekofa de anya aba. Wa withdraw. And I make a chance to be honest, and can say ni ebu man, can say ni etna wo man mu. Wonim say MPP. And omo ye and ka jomama withdraw ya. No ma be press conference a kire say de omo sinim o man bu. And say de jomama agimi afa. Ka we kro man kan say on withdraw. And kwa withdraw. Onim adwena edi bu o man. Munyini mfiri ho. Yeah, say MPP. That is what they will do. We withdraw ya organize a press conference. Afre woman Crawford no joy woman Crawford na what piece FM ni ade no no the microphone siwo no ma ka ama wiase nyina hunu say your mama nim nyansa ya odi bu oman na senkenye wo mo pa na kan ya ka we nko ba be yo ye kan ye no agai entubon for oman na maye. But the NDC in Parliament just issued a statement ebo abana baso say oh why are there say ade we ye nyina dia no tu mu bi no watwa sana nke ebu man sana etra wo man mu. So when the guy called me said look at what the minority is doing Bobie, and I told him that look in actual sense enka kwai papa no nie so unu se unu ya de pa ya de papa unu ya de bone a ya de bone sana MPP so NDC mo ya de papa oya de bone na ye nyina ye ko nkakran no man no da ya ba akofo ntimi ntra so mfiafe bo ne ekoyanum ba wenum de hate, envy, jealousy, evil, witchcraft baye nipa MPP ni baye bibia omani abre udidia na ni hwemu a ne ya wo sha atare a ne ya ono awia bebre wo sha ba ko pe o de ba ko pe na ya that is how they behave onu am tifi a baye sa bibi obehu bia ya ne ya ta mo tro mo nsa e wo kugyato no ma ne bo amanom se omunya adwuma da e na wo mo ayeye wo politics mu no se na mo pe kwai de samia okunum ne payosagideri UJ ahenum aba baye bone yaw ahoya abaifo ntisa ya tua tax ye ka kire obi se wo de scan air fru wiem sen no akoni krom hine e wo chebi e ho ekura na se omra medidi yen atem se abaifo ma ene nkwasiafo ma ene criticize Akufo-Addo uko busa nsa kwasi aba ne chen mu a kosmenti ase unti ase obeye den de na abetumi aye obeye den ede na be tingo bi ya de papa ya bona baso o menua de wuye eye omo de dabi no they won't agree india masa pen awura NDC grassroots mu enti wo se grassroots na nia brea se omo person mo se NDC ne MPP for no ye bibi papa bia eya na nya bibia o ade no Akufo-Addo no ma yi a kire NDC grassroots amo ma se no we say ya nya anuafo na etu o man we mu no it's not true say ya nya anuafo because so no nya wa ekwa odo be fa so no se wunya chance na so so MPP ni ma ni kwa se ojeja ho omo na be kire sa de no yeah omo na be kire sa de no medu be wie nanado asem bia wakwa akoka me pa cho na yi no kan se omo ni message no mo ka o se me boss story no so but boss Samira de anima me nanado say okay so in the first place watch this story. So put the story here for me. Full story no all right. Hello. Okay. Monkailu Al-Hassan, good afternoon, Commander. This Alan watching you from Wenchi in Bono region. Thank you. Freedom Kwaku Jisam is here. Yeah, more story my joy online. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiments. Make sure who Akufo-Addo and Bawumia are. Who they are. Only politicians with no message stoke tribal religious sentiments. Akufo-Addo. And okay, some way, let me check the date. I think somewhere last month. Okay, yeah, November 17th, 2023. And there's the story. Omu politicians omu ni message. Omu na de tribal and religious sentiments enenam. November 17th. And then I say December say 19th. Okay, say wenra 18th. 17th. 1 month. Because Akufo-Addo wa yare. You also me boa. Complete. Who I want to say no aba. Complete. Hwɛ tie the okokafa Samira hu ozongo. Just listen. Tie. Okonima. All preach say Ghana for nchu omu every tribal and religious eyi hono. Na onwa sign nam. Na oye.
By the grace of God, Muhammadu Bawumia wins the presidency in 10th of December 2024. We will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammadu Bawumia wins the presidency in 7th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of opportunity for, but more. So if by the grace of God, Muhammadu Bawumia wins the presidency in 7th of December 2024, we will have a Zongo First Lady in Ghana. So there's a lot of...
Just listen to this man. Oh, Debiano said you sit here no. Now why are fast? Me, I hate such people. People who are hypocrites and very reckless in thinking. They hide their real character and they point fingers at others. I mempe woman some woman circles mukra. I don't like them. Just 17th November, this man is telling the whole Ghana, some politician only message, and I was talking a tribal and religious sentiment. Fast forward, Nembosume pepe. Now Ojina Nima Zongo. Tell the Nima people, say Nima for, Bawumia oya running me, oya vice president. Nigeria a friend says Slimni, where Sabina Yankasa a Zongo girl. But that's okay, I don't have any problem. Omumienu say ni no omayama ayenima Zongo communities no. And he said motu aba na so be the president no, they can do more. Enkakasa. You don't have any message. Enti Zongo fo benya first Zongo lady, first lady. Look at this. Cheap concept, useless man. Cheap concept, useless man. Meanwhile, now November 17th, no TV so I catch the whole Ghana say politician only because him Omako Parliament ama Sam George akwa as I'm say asema Sam George kan no me say support Sam George udebia wonka wa was won ti ase no na ya be man no akojo Sam George fie say won ti ase. Na ndisi fobi dwane free asma Sam George kan e dey na Sam George kan ya ehu e dey na kan ya ehu e dey na Sam George kan ya ehu okawie ya no drimika no akwagina ni ma. First time you are going to have a Zongo first lady, and so what? And you think Zongos are so stupid? They are fools. I could father say, Odi 12 years now, papa de betra, and I know we are yenumu. Safia no nima fieno. Ne Nigeria fobidia. One no papa we are. Omo mobrao, omo nyadrio, omo de any bread ni chrono, grabbing people's things. That's all. No papa de betra or 12 years. No papa de betra or 12 years no. Oni mene kona like the search now nim kona bi ase. I'm sorry ba. Osum wawurade. Osum wawurade. Ti tuba no kona bia because ya de o de some parts ro akọ ba bia. O de okariye. Unim baby sorry onim nima lugulungu no like yes you baby I say yeah tikro my enkamu say enum koda baby em so osum na urade wo no kremu sum urade wo no kremu na sum urade a enye nsempatre evangelism adwuma ufria na de ko a ufria na de nsempa ne mma enya sa na yeji so ba ka kire say why na enim say o evangelist why na Akufo-Addo woni wo kroma say o evangelist yeah apostle for the beto wa bra Yohane enwosra ba so ya beto aya adwuma ya de aba pem na ba akokora ada so yo na nyame frɛ wa onyiwa home onyame otoro sa frɛ wa ongoreta ment ojirem ora so yo what's now 12 years obedi president changes ben abanima tell us anka you see the UP tradition, they always belittle Zongo for arguing. That is that. Omo no shia, eyo omo say omo nim nyansa. What now 12 years? No the 12 years. It would all find opportunity to know their problems. Obetra so, we win presidency and Crawford no wanimu. Ya na oyire piekoto koko. Ebedi ene mama ena wo pa mo nyina oh na say me omoto na me wo pyramid house ya ba binim fie wo asem na me wo pyramid house ehwa anie omo fra ayi ya fra ne say Apia Stadium ko bu no ofie o nyina manim sem Apia Stadium ko ofra me say omo so omra sata no wo MPP mu afra na ala ne ayi na asha ase gidigidi no nam ka chen so wukọ osi an Apia Stadium pie free on went me an kase waja MPP wo kwana no ofa ka kodru pokuyase da ofra be se me nya ni interview e wa sempa FM so se wajai MPP that was that wotwe aka wo de gina ba bia gina ni magate wo no an kasa ase wajai ka bete pokuyase na Apia Stadium eko jira frebe nam so we o so opoku ase nam so kwa o se na ni kire kumase so wo twara kwa ka bate jina ni mu woneka jina se woti dentemachi kasana no po mienhwe afenu wo hire atra ayi dentema afenu jina se dentema no po wotu wo mu nyina frani mu ho see as na yire florist ena why ye flowers in shirei oh not wo sa ase no so nya odia sa ase no enya odia ena na obi ka chem say ada be free power o anantwie e wonima obeka wo nyina mo makofo akọ flowers ni nyina na ka chem so ehunhia yeah why should you do that ehunhia just living Nima problems. Nima police station na wote ho no. Tete dan no a esiwo no. Sa na esiwo be pemene. Traffic light ase e wa Akufo-Addo ufie anim. Nima enyam no na nanam. Eni ufon so. Yi fatuso na yi mobi ehu. Traffic light eye lead to Nima esu ufie anim ase Nima gota kese pa gota kese pa free ufie ekọ kwanwa Nima for the so te gota no you don't have a message, you don't have anything good to say. Tell the people Bobie vice president na unim adia Kwame Akufo-Addo kan eye makoma ya o say ye no ntina oti Zongo Development Fund na me ka so obeto aso abose Zongo Development Fund no ya yesi amamo wonzongo through the Zongo Development Fund. I know sir was said that I'm so near Jimmy for Nedili. But sometimes the reason why somebody needs to respond to this man is because when he thinks everybody is a fool, then somebody must let him know that he talks rubbish foolishly. You have set up a Zongo development that the first time. Tell us. Tell them. Say I don't call you too for you. My ministers be my yakwa be any other was you. No. Put him under scrutiny. Tell us. Just point to things. Your mama go too for. Because in my essay, my way, no bokru no, my way, no abo, my way, no abo, no ha. So tell us. Because in my essay, my way, no bokru no, my way, no abo. I got away abeno. Ebeno. Got away. Okay, so I tell for you two things. We video emi na me take here na me gina ne fie animu ho oh akufado animu woni yankasa wo mo traffic light na ahye onima police judge it was a police for judge no directed traffic
yes
but that away na dan
da nima inside on free nima market eba oko akra girls
oh okay
yes
and I say ebe no
yeah ben no
entu wa hu
said ono aka say onim
corners
yes
go radio hot talk radio be fam
yes ebe honom no
sa get to radio be fa ke audio be ko
said also nim all get to so
yeah because how the evangelism zone onima
go efe
Texas. So this is the situation. Now should tell the Nima people. Say Nima way. Say ni na my mamo. Hwe baby ankrofada insisi ankrofada. This is the traffic light. We are not lying. You created a fund just to steal the money in the name of Zongo Fund. Thank you, Aya. You can show one thing. Thank you. What do you mean show idea about Kokra and say Zongo Development Fund say and that is the reason why the Zongos will vote against Ekufado. Yeah, but we are the new year. The Okoka said, Bomon Crofunti. Almost will be any message. Meanwhile, some any message, you know, they don't have the.
Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing all of us. So please support. Let us make a difference in Ghana in our generation. Thank you very much for that. Look at what will benefit our people. Let's look at what will benefit our people. I have been selected partly because I'm a Muslim. So I'm selected because I'm one of you. I'm not representing myself, I'm representing
religious sentiments. Omuni bibiaka. They have nothing to say. Omuni bibiaka. *413# Sikacha dear. Kwabena say 1,000 Ghana and I say 2,000. 1,000. And you 1,000. Me ba try na many pa buy 15,000 10 million obia. Bronya aba. *413#. *413#. See, I'm just catching there. Anche, me bomb me first a year winner. More bet here bambe nipa 100 no, a be farmer. 10 million. Friday ni 50 million no. 50,000 no 28th next the following week cash egbe adan de member small baba tim tight politics of deception almost 30 years. They deceive people. For Alan Trematin and a host of MPP members to run away from that party should give you a clear picture. Now they have seen the light. Evil characters been come together and they formed that MPP. Some evil characters, evil forces. They can lie. They don't care. They kill. They murder people. They don't care. I'm just hoping and praying. Onyamema yankwa. Na bayin sesa. Na kwa kuba kunu me complaini. Look at contracts almost inside. This lithium contract. Even University Teachers Association, they are talking. What's the main tiasi? Criminals, akron share contractor, a friend say finance ministry, acquire with SML company. Say MPA for Ejuma Kwame, Ejuma MPA na you. See a private company, so Bomrameye. Sanom Kofa Mackenzie, every South Africa. Ejuma GRA for ye, almost Mackenzie formula meye, the workers free South Africa, one more ba, na Ghana ha, Emrantie, ya umwe accounting school, nya juma nye, omune namho, oh, na kufado asiabebu say, Debbie, Aquana no se boyano, Asafmafo, no babu say, unemployment is overwhelming, any overwhelming say. Ajuma GRA ye a young some of more hands and more yeno. You went to South Africa to go and bring Mackenzie. So mama ye. Now training Ghana Nina Ghana Nino ya Kwame enye fasudia more minor. Only pan only Ghana ya mucha muko some of us wow here Oba Casa Mobia catch us oh ya bonnie na one ye. Panibia Tibia on what bottom or who was one ye. Now we nipa na udwene saa de we hu a you ask yourself say enti nipa na omote aban no ma na ase moa. You went to South Africa to go and pick Mackenzie. GRA Juma GRA for you. No GRA ediama foreigners. No omo do omo workers aba because obenya ne cut $500,000, $1 million, $3 million. Sika krono enibre kwasi asem. Ejuma MPA for ye. Was me man PA for yet. Medibema a private company, SML, Omonum Rameye, Obia Kase Jai, Adiana Woyan Jai, was Maye. Ajuma, your friend say, lithium, asem, Obia catcher say, lithium no Jai, lithium no, and found Sanka, Jai. Na contract nenye. Na ono, Saboy Binani Tisa Geno, or free Latino. Kwasi aboy no. It's a vacant training or quarter piece of Kwasiasa no. Ni tisa adwen. Odwa ongo hwe late kwae. Kwasiasa quarter piece FM say ono de ono politics na oye no. So oba na so ope 5 cedis aye no no de be ma ono de onfa ho. Na ono Kwasiasa ano quarter piece FM say omo kasetia lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ni adwumaye. Kwame ya hwe sa tape no mame. Sa abuaje asa wan tape no say omo criticize lithium no contract ni nyina no omo ye lazy people unemployed people omo ni adwumaye. Catholic Bishop Conference catch them say ade na enye. University Teachers Association they catch them say enye. Various groups will catch them say ade na enye. Na ono akwala we Kwasi aboy we ya ubusa no a adwuma kora wonya bi da no catch Catholic Bishop Conference for say they are lazy people untina omoka eye lithium contract no asem obi ahwe say NDC time NFL so for suko achi anaso obi ekoka asasem we a me donyame nka kroma nka de besi nye NDC for agya ma de we ekọ just like that kwasia we Jimmy for to say aboaje asanwan ofri latte aboasa no. Close it. Kwame.
with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over radio, Guinness voice of the revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council have been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves and fight for their rights. Under me, all workers receive their pay regularly, and all state enterprises and organizations function normally and satisfactorily. In fact, 10 short months ago, the standard of living in Ghana was one of the highest in Africa. What is the position today? Ghana's standard of living has fallen drastically. The cost of living has gone unthinkably high. Ghana's foreign reserves have entirely disappeared. The value of Ghana's currency has fallen hopelessly. In one of my broadcasts to you from here, I warned that the opening of Ghana borders, if not planned carefully, would lead to economic troubles. Today, Ghana's cocoa is being smuggled to neighboring countries with disastrous consequences for the people of Ghana. Cocoa, the large center of Ghana's economy, is in jeopardy, all because of the stupidity of the notorious Liars Council and their ill-meaning advisors. Ghana is now in a mess, economically and politically, under the so-called National Liberation Council. Men and women of Ghana, I know your troubles. Stand firm and organize. continue your resistance wherever you are. I have faith in you. We shall not have fought so far and achieved so much, only for us to stand looking unconcerned while a clique of deceivers and self-seekers do all in their power to turn the clock back. We shall not sit idle to see your hard-fought-for achievements being destroyed by this traitorous clique before your very eyes. Fellow countrymen, chiefs and people, comrades and friends, Christmas is here with us again. I am speaking to you in the spirit of the season from Conakry over Radio Guinea's Voice of the Revolution. In spite of your suffering and humiliation, I wish that you could have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This is normally a festive occasion, but on this year's Christmas Day, Ghanaians cannot help reflecting what a fateful year this has been for them. You have seen an unfortunate and sordid chapter in your history. It's a chapter of treachery and betrayal, of greed and hypocrisy, of cant and blunder. It is dark days for Ghana. It is exactly 10 months today when certain officers in the Ghana Army and Police turned their guns at the very constitution and legal government which they solemnly swore on their honor to protect and defend. You know that anyone who is capable of such an outrageous betrayal of trust for no reason at all could never have been motivated by the true interests of the people. Events in Ghana since then have confirmed this beyond any doubt. Within 10 short months, the traitors who make up the so-called National Liberation Council have shown that it was their morbid lust for money and power and their desire to escape from the just consequences of their corruption and crime which made them commit such despicable acts of treason against the state and the people of Ghana. When you look around yourself, their only achievement has been the sordid reversal of Ghana's development and progress. In these 10 months, a lot of lying propaganda and calumny has been manufactured by the so-called National Liberation Council. You have also been told a lot of nonsense by this notorious Liars Council about the state of Ghana's economy. Far from the gloomy picture of doom which the so-called National Liberation Council have been at pains to paint in order to deceive you, there has never been anything like the present state of mass unemployment and hunger which the last 10 months of National Liberation Council misrule and mismanagement have brought upon Ghana. Thousands have been forcibly dismissed or laid off from their jobs. Mass unemployment has mounted so high to a stage unprecedented in our history. Let the unemployed, therefore, mobilize themselves.
My first winner, CMG Sika Achedie, 10 million. Hello?
Hello, Bobie.
Eja?
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 Two. What for the boko?
Eja, me that say. Why are there?
What? And now what you say?
And name it 40 cedi pay.
And I bomb amount say
1,000 cedi cash.
10 million.
Cash.
Kai, bro, ya we oh. Bro, ya we.
My problem, Bobie.
Oh.
Me that say. Me the bro na papa. Me send you the why?
Cause so I don't trust him this catch at the end when he beji. Why? All right, all the best. Congrats. Okay, so that's it. Mpacho, and then me check on one channel temwa. And me can't say na Kwabena say anything. Star 413 hash ube follow a steps no a bomb mawa team one our chrono 10 million na on ucha didn't tamo and a fan tamo to the traway. All right, so I have Asipa executive director here Ora Mensa Thompson Chama Kwaba
Ejami Joso
Ifo Akwaba Listo, when you Akwabe.
Oh. I was very surprised when you mentioned his name without the mister because it's not easy to attain that height.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So, in fact, for and on behalf of my client, Mr. Mensa Thompson,
yes, sir.
I would want to subpoena you before the Sahindrin, where you would have answer questions as to why your mindset derailed from mentioning the Mr., which has not just come easily. You know?
Council, but someone many Mustafa. You know somebody at the other table, a brava so.
Mustafa has never missed calling him Mr.
Mr. Mensa Thompson.
Oh.
Anyway,
I'm still Mensa Thompson.
This is Mr. Mensa Thompson with Mr. in hyperbole. Hyperbole. A gigantuan.
Congo to say.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, come on. Maybe I so come on. It's so say Mensa Thompson. I be for man. No be a testing me. I want to say Mensa Thompson ko ware Congo. Ware Congo evermore. Even evermore. Go shift one ko da. Yeah, no muti kuro.
But
Onia,
Kwabena, onim say. Let me say,
Vive also the above. I didn't know you were such a darling.
No, Mr. Thompson, girls in the region home.
By many of
them. Say, Obani Joe.
Now, I didn't Ghana for Mamma Ukrasa.
Me worry for my Afena, then a mab be Ghana. I'm saying, me,
Muchiche. Maybe boss of Crabum female.
Maybe.
Only an Ukrasa, Yanya, then Pago, maybe.
Oh, Granyabi.
Oh, Yanyabi. Yaya, no woman, Yanyabi. Ati Magdalene. Hey, Mr. Thompson, my crush. Hey,
yes,
oh, no, you say no, who say. So one take steps be wabra bomua on Kwabena Emma wadofo kra nyi omuti empia bonten
so
enti me kra no my imagine say me announcement ba me de end enye reality na me ye wia no ma hwe omom do oh we say nka o de na enye no
kra de de no
obeka say wahu adofo
oh otu o de obeka kwa no India na ba Kumasi
Kazakhstan. If you want to go Uzbekistan,
what you do? See, if you have a switch, you can. Na, I bet what you do.
If you Uzbekistan, na you go Pakistan.
Yo.
Na if you Pakistan, na you buy him for. How many stands do we have?
Can stand.
But all the stands, Nina, the most adorable stand I know in this world is Standubi.
Stand.
Very hardworking.
Standubi. Oh, task. Release the Uniana or you now. Anyway, so Oria, Akwaba.
Yeah, Kwabena, Mamicha, Ghana phone, and or more. Sending me messages, wishing me well and all that. Also, omo a time enemy too coin. Say I'm ready.
Yeah.
Obafi and the koye. No one did now say your corner koye.
Yeah.
And Mr. Ma Obia Nami Bakwa, my baby class or Hana Ghana for so.
Hano, and yes, I'm the chairman here.
Eti meda obi bia se obi send message bia na mamen ka se enye se me pega na for masem there be enye am say a lot of
It's the most highlighted.
Yes. For Ubiaya, oh, Nadena, Ghana former baby, Nana, Menyebi. Menyebi. Mr. Mishishimuno. Dear Mr. Tosso. And Sebio, Yenina, Ye Nipabako.
In fact, Prophet Nekraka said, the vision no nine, not on Fimpadi any mind.
Prophet Benekata.
Oh, do I have the prophet? Okay, maybe I'll be texted.
Well, now when you be no.
But honestly, I didn't know. Say, I had a lot of people here who really liked me. I didn't know. I don't know
that they like me.
Until say, my wife messages me, and I'm saying, oh,
Mr. Sir,
Menya where?
Mr. Menya where? Mr. Minim that said they like me.
But you know, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the African dream. I am also a pragmatist. I know, say, I mean, there's the Biayakasa about uniting the continent, uniting Africa.
Magdalene say, I'm breaking Akuma.
Oh, Magdalene, sorry.
Say no.
You stole
me dear, me mama hoswa straight Papua New Guinea.
Three City Mafia.
Papua New Guinea. Confirm if you are. What Three City? Na me de bada mu ya make you tra kuruma bro. Who me anabodi asha.
You know, yeah. But you see,
you say a dear pa. But
coming on a serious note, see, culturally, we are one people, though.
Yeah.
You know, the culture, the food, everything, we just one people.
The same people.
We're just divided by artificial boundaries.
That's all.
We are just one people. You know, I mean, there's nothing different. I mean, and yet,
say almost Ansah the same
said yeah oba ho ade e Ghana ha sa the same process bibian
yeah,
you know, so it shows say we're just one people, and you know yama akosi broni e de entawantawa na say French for mo kofa ha, British for Monkofa, and normally Kasa Chichemu, and we are not able to unite the continent to be able to achieve the benefit as a continent.
You're right.
It's I have so much respect for Ghanaian women. I love Ghanaian women. My mother is a Ghanaian. My sisters, everybody, you know. But the Nyankopon and the mom, and I'm very grateful, and because she's a very lovely lady. The family too, very, very lovely family, and I think said they saw how lovely, you know, the family was, and everything.
So, oh, but now I had the one enough for never.
Aye, and near
Bushafoni, almost Baba Babijano.
On Babijano. It's hope for her.
Oh, yeah, can say, oh, you got that what that.
Okay, so
that seriously. So all for you, especially your borders to speak your mind. I owe you fufu with some goat soup this Xmas. Why? Damba says yes, me too. I believe in Pan-Africanism. That is why I married a Gabonese girl, and I'm proud of my wife. Okay, so you have a brother here, Charlie.
Yeah.
Beneza, I remember the very day my wedding was announced in church. One lady walked up to me saying, "So you all this while I've been here, why do you think I've been hanging around?" Meanwhile, there is a lady I approached and she turned me down. Not once, not twice, so many times. Where I go get my own tea, they can't talk nonsense. Okay, so now says as for Bobie, his destination is voter rating. That is why he can pronounce the names of the. Nah, please, I beg you. Me free voter region, baby. So, me dancing foot to grab appropriate. I beg you, go you. I say, Nkrumah self go Egypt, that Ansah. Oka Congo, our such a cent. All right, so Audumo says, Bobie, you will catch one of her friends. Oh, who's there? Crawford Casa did the agro keke about me.
About you.
Yes.
Oh, with the agro.
Yeah.
And then the credit.
A young pampa. Anyway, yo, Akwaba.
Yenu Akwaba.
Boko dear.
You who are me careful.
Christmas we am to say, street to say.
I think say Mama Chetty for.
Omojoso.
Na menchia minua Mensa Mr. Mensa Thompson.
Yeah.
Ura Mensa Thompson na me mona baso ne akukodo ne nseo. Ade a ese fata se ye nyina as enuanom no yehu se eye obramu asem se ye nyina no ye betwa saasa no anye bia no enane agya edijaye se ye nso ebesua se ne yehu akan no se Obema beja nina na odi akubo nti on behalf of all of us mesumebo abaso se utu anamopa yesire nyame nhyira ne nkwapa ne ahoden edema ne wo kani Kwabena Christmas Usemiano where
I just asked about the town.
Where I come from no. I was trained not to be someone that celebrates Christmas and all that, but I grew up knowing say akoye ewiase afefe dia se bi enya dia nyankopon chiri ana bibia, but Christmas way I think is the worst of all. So we share omo mu frama no ne ba Ghana no a eno de I think say ebinum ani age Ghana ho. The only policy me jidi say aban we aya medical abo mo abaso wo akufado amemu mu nyina eye sa before and I say black Americans ne black blacks elsewhere in the world that omo etimi aye program bia etimi di omo abaga na I think say one of my brothers, is it Kodwantwinom na yes program, and if I'm not mistaken, it has brought a lot of people down and beyond their return and so no idea abua.
No, but I think this program has been there for years.
Well,
Rollins started with emancipation.
No, I'm saying say
then yes, gateway to Africa.
Aban way say o pade papa bi a obaye was so to aso a wan to aso a any dey was so to aso a wat to aso a I think this is about the only one I know. What you say? There's nothing better or good about this government apart from that we now or yeah ama nipa bagana no. But busa who say obi frama no ne ba wo man mu abedi bronya wo na wo ti wo man we mu no bronya no wo di bia na eno brings up a question na ebe magana ni ehu say
Akufado Rolling Star na Panafest
yeah Akufado no omo nwe omanfo ho omo dwen Timamufoɔ yɛ foreigners ɛne obi a ɔmfiri man mu anaasɛ obi a ɔmo egyiri sɛ like wɔmo ne ɛni akansie wote aseɛ sɛ Ghana ni ɛyɛ yie a anaasɛ odi yie na ɔtene man mu na n'ani gye a Akufado ne werɛ ho but sɛ ɔhɔhoɔ any jiwo ne maimua nani je, and that is demonic. Kwabena minim Ghana ni apart from omo ya kronfo omo wa ban we mu ni ayonkofo ni enuano mu a omo awieska minim Ghana ni bia wo se afi we owo the luxury to do some expenditure ebe boama ne ho ato no. Accra of all places kwabra eni kwan se nkene ene ye busumi da toso dunson yesa echina dunwotwe aya ye koyanim kwabra busa ho se ene dunkuno rada busa ho se 19th of December sign and ka wo nim se ekrom se se esen ka wo bai na nka ni kwan esen ka wo timi ba easily
yeah
kwabra ko akra ko hwe why hwe there's no traffic it is na akwabi MPP ni bi ti radio bi so I don't want to give any eulogy to the person's name na oti radio so say police for na aboama traffic na easy how the police force ma obi en tuka mpi abontin bi ekro ni mo ye hwe kwabra obi ani kapre
yeah
se si e sabi o ma ba ku mienu miensa enan anasa wo de oba ba ku pekura kwabra you are not thinking about Christmas because right after Christmas school fees.
And before that, no more can call school move force. Ebinim do ba ko school just last week. And Ochina Wednesday. And they are going to pick them.
SHS.
And America no.
What you say?
Yeah.
What force on kola mo ko school just about 2-3 weeks. Or betine fie till March. Because opese oka try on record so say they 5 from 1 4. Na say what and you kura wa bon say we say na ko school kura nka wo no entika we yedo watchman kura nka won qualify eti no motiti wiase na bonne we making so we share plans a nipa ba ko pe one ne family trips ahodo a omo abuku na ebi wa minimu a abna baby a me media agro community mi nka ho asem pii areho and it's so sad say akwaye bibi se woni bi no nipa no kura nka bi anka are kikire fa ni nipa ho no ono kura mpo no se wusu kura no oye ne mo na oye ne mo. So it's so sad. Oh, and that same person, not also discuss say every Christmas has not been better than the previous since time memorial. But I beg to differ. I do remember when I was a kid, every Christmas was better than the previous. When I was a kid.
Oh,
you know, say Ekoba say
only so much say
ene say yesi ye de nkokọ kra akokọ keke eye mfato ho a so mama penso na akokọ no enu 20 cedis fane say me pe broiler na me to broiler 20 cedis 22 cedis 25 cedis enu no kra 100 cedis a wo to 9 etu kra timi ye party kra mo bi be ye den e ba wi bi ene 100 cedis na de ton kokọ 9 no entimi nto akokọ baako wo pe broiler unkra 150 cedis eno kra mpo no nipa no ode achew nikonom eno mo ton kokọ ye friend say 150 cedis eno kra no broiler no ode achew enti unkra 150 cedis a kwabra how would you say this okope akokọ funu so kra mpo kwabra
say box no be at 350
360 na say me kwa akopa akokofunu bi akoya ade ama na me koya akokofunu ya me say omde omu nchembie a eno nko 100 and something cedis kam ko to broiler kra nka me gidi senke ye enti no me nunu ye ho nsere me Ghana fo no ade ba kwa ade bia me pese ye nyina ye hu ne say ewiase ye bobra koya nim ena ye de ye na anya o ya ye nya ofaye we obi MPP share caller or share texter oba betra ha oba text ya ba Christmas we because the ref say 300 cedis and say bia for say maximum ko do pon kroma tutu I'm 1,000. What if I say I'm 1,000? 500.
I'm saying
to the best of your knowledge.
Say 500.
500.
Say 500. And it's quite tabletop.
Say
no be chada pa no.
Wow. Say no. O the 500 ni pie ne. O mabro nya tare sen. Akoko be no be we. O the fan so to akoko funa ma no. Eti ya na nipa bi jimi a na me kirikire mu a me pese me kama e prick ne conscience ma ni hu se wono na wa ma o sa sika no busasa na yire ne ma we omo nyina akota America omo nyina akota beyond this country enti no adan na wo be ma wo ho kwan ma obi agimi wa kopim se ene wo don sa sumu ano aye kufo do mobile phone uni kapre yama 500 sefa kodi bronya obema na po fans because na po so person o running mate na po so a text a send ni momo e bi 1,000 obekwa ko ye duchum nipa ba ko o say no running mate no de o mu dididie share callers no okwa o o na bo duchum me ye on campaign o into o ma bie sido account into what the way account A ye na po or the B ye o say mensa or the C ye your friend so opoku nyina onse ba omi ade na kwa mama no de into omo ya kodu account EF no the list ni so
opoku nyina ko so omo nyende
so running
yeah one no propose ma
tikui opoku nyina dimo no tikui so these are things that are reality I was some me nyina as a people no yehu ye hwe asitinem
all right
na ye hwe se ne ebetimi abeta no from ye how are ye wo mu but ye tena mu say ya na ye ma ne ye te say ye normal okodwomu a me se ma me bi a oma me ka me ya ka say tia no o se aban bie ni wono mu a obeba oman ne be ye papa na sa na obi abebe ye we busa ne a few questions o se se mahama ba aden o discover say ibotuma na nam se there bi but se mahama ba na uton ne eto a ubenya mfaso ama wo ban so anya so mfaso ba se sie ya wote ha wo ton a yento me ba ya wo bo ne buoyi me hu se ne buo de miniska me de beto ana me kira wo se eye duty ene nioma akosoro ama nioma bua ye den enu nti na ye tempenten kwa na mahama ba ya no duty no tete so na se mahama time no na you contain out you asen afi ono ejina ho no se na eye mum na se aden na wo se obi ka kire wo se dwene ansa na wadwen bi busa no se aden na wo se me nya dwadini ma ye bi da but aden na wo se me ba be ka kire wo a wo di dwane se dwene ansa na wadwene enu nti na kwati ha mo jimi we etimi be yes me kwa akoye ayi ama ma be restrict omo amoye importer enka jimi we betimi aba be na obi a wo ye importer wo na wo ama economy we ene atrive akodu ba bia aduro sebi enka wo ni ho anka o ma we nka abo keti ha mo jimi we etimi koye krata se
na hesem kasi asem se me omo no ka kire ye se
me be restrict
passport every 100 Ghana equal 600 Ghana no na omo atutu passport mu na keti amo ejina parliament se adwadifo akire omo nteto omo ne ema so
we oye minister
we no central government no eso ono no enema boa ye din into atoto passport mu because cover any paper ni ade ne boa ye din to atoto passport mu passport book e de ko 640 cedis from 150 we say to 640
we catch as passport untu kan koje
owie ya ono central government owie na ketia monjira parliament say I got the for bachelor body there is body oh say book of free kwa so
na say bia ni tirim bakukura o na say bakukura ni tirim we o ka chen say pani agimi a obebusa say odidi pani atem na ka say nkola o magimi no o mu nyina na ewu we jimi we minister of state trade and unim de ncho mo yes ano they just want to insult Alan Say, oh, and you cry, you man, and you be a Katie create me, or you cry where you create me, minister. That's what they want to tell Alan. So when you're in your portfolio, Papa Biao, Katie Hammond, Papa Debbie, oh, Katie Grana, oh, hey, Katie Jimmy, where Jimmy Crown, create me, minister for trade, and Alan, then. Where your portfolio? That's all they want to tell him. I feel now, oh yes, I know, good for come. Omusu. Because omo yusu Katie Hammond Jimmy Fono, I'm a busuani per se, omo EU sample traders, ejuma, importers, ejuma. Enti, and yoma boy din wo jom bra, a jadi for bre, ato for bra or more bre, and then ukokras on fen freewa. Name to me seno. Can you know so qua, a coach me the free? And yan crown and come to me the free. And then what the free wa, or busa send or the free net na dollar ne cosra, wa be just say wo. And then man idea with them na dollar ne cosra watum. Let us reason as a people where any book be the parable of the talent, it's about the brain. Nyankopon was say, or ma baku num, or ma baku mienu, or ma baku baku. The man in numuno, or bohumani ye do, or man in mienu, or ma or bohumani ye nine. Now the man baku no to two from the share. Aya wajinio, to two wajin the share from me for the way. Obi a wabon say. No be dada when they were we ask I could not say me about me, bro. Unyimia. It busa ho pass ye busa so president, no one akase about me. We are the biggest fool in the world. O president ne hwan obi obeto obama ba umia busa say o president ne hwan aka ba umia you are the biggest fool in the world because let us say the year won anya wo ya yan to wo so ne jimina mu no tenemu ana se bi nebo eya.
One quick comment from Badasu Emmanuel says congrats to Tommy for representing the brotherhood at the AU.
Oh.
Okay, so nice one anyway, so Tommy, your initial comment
Tommy Abasuna obi atro say omo ya mane kwado
onko say yemfa from there ko yo even bro bre kra anyway, so your initial comment onia baby ad be fa bia
yo kabna me dase ma me chia for bio say for etemi ka che me nya messages bebre na me say why you so quiet now has MPP giving you money? Why are you so quiet?
Questions that messages. Bobie, Nigeria say, immense and also akwaji bia na nam so akwaji den.
Just say na all manner of questions. And then say why this Mr. Mo. Me NPP ni be no beti me si me nim so obda me kapre kra. You know. Until I was just away. You know, for some time into Maba, but Kwabena me follow events happening in the country, from the lithium deal to some of the economic issues, the fallouts in the debate of the 2024 budget in Parliament, and it's a ridiculous policy Aketia on Kofabaye, and Kwabena, I was shocked to. I was shocked to some extent, especially me hunu. Your friend is saying, "Sir, restrictions now. On the bar for traders, no.
Yeah.
Say they want to cut the wage bill. The import bill, and one of the ways they want to cut the import bill, and say now they are going to restrict the importation of certain items." So I wanted to understand the policy rationale. Until I dug in, I did a lot of research onto what they want to do. And if you look at policy normally called Parliament now, they do not only want to restrict the importation of certain materials.
But then you want to give us
yes. But no, it should tell you the thinking of these people.
Warning.
Yeah, and I make us say the real information that almost actually
yes.
However, you want to open our eyes on
what they were trying to do. What they were trying to do, and say they were only interested in how much money these traders were making from the imports. On say offer cold store, the Kufado family controls the cold store, the frozen food business.
Really?
Yes. Through the Amadi cold store.
They have done that and even
they control them.
They wanted to kill Abianca.
So
And Labianca is angry now.
So they control the frozen foods, the coastal, the importation of those frozen foods, Sika wumpa, because if you look at the consumption of frozen food in this country, the consumption of rice, sugar, and those grocery items, and I'm saying, na adena sa sika we nyina eko nkofo botom. Why don't we restrict it? Until you are going to restrict it, and now I say, se wo pese okra emo esichire eba Ghana, tea tomatoes eba Ghana, ko Minister for Trade ho normal license. Until every year no minister na betena say no afre wo Bobie bra wo mama allocation o de your friend is saying 100,000 metric tons of sugar na beba. List over wo mama allocation o de 50,000 metric tons of rice na beba. So apart from mono obi antimi crash 3 and more emma Ghana. So that means that the money that could have gone into these private people are almost so ever Ghana for Jumano. It created jobs for people, no. That money would have gone into the more cronies able to. That is all they wanted to do. And you see, a hono, and then they did eba. Because consumption, the amount of sugar we consume, rice we consume in this country, our importation of rice is hitting almost $1 billion per annum. How much we spend on the importation of rice and sugar. And imagine all this money going into the pockets of financiers in an election year. So all the money is going to go into their pocket to finance the 2024 campaign.
Yeah.
That was the whole agenda behind that particular policy. It's not about, because there's no way you can solve the exchange rate problem with this ridiculous policy. But you wonder, say, Sir NPP abayo tisu Kwabena. Omo irrational omo policy direction, omo principle anything. Because you say listo maybe I will bet mo party no say mo you capitalist. You are liberalists. You believe in trade liberalization.
It's supposed to be. Don't say we believe in
but
as in
mo you capitalist. As a capitalist party there.
Senyaseni di animua kanisa. Senyaseni di party n'animua. But se okwasia Jimmy abua dwan Jimmy di animua. Eno so ni subanko nti pacho kanisa.
No, but you see, every party wants an ideology.
It's not cast in stone.
Yes.
It depends.
You say NDC is a socialist party. You say NPP is a capitalist party. The capitalist party, they believe in trade. Open market. They allow the factors of demand and supply to determine prices on the market. But Kwabena,
because to the core capitalism. No, we have believed that every state Ansah na ubenya bibi edi aba omanfo ana oman no bra no. I just omanfo na edi amount.
Exactly.
Enu nti no ye point ni say ma omanfo ni ye. Se na be ya oman no so betimi edi.
Exactly. Enti no Kwabena.
How being capitalist?
Yes, but how do you?
Yes,
but how do you reconcile such a trade restriction policy is being introduced by a capitalist party?
But do you think he is a capitalist? He's a capitalist.
So the ideology then, because it looked when I saw, I said this is so confusing. And then people say what is the ideology? What is their political ideology?
Family and friends ideology.
Because you see, he has made a very good, solid point, and it's a very good argument. Kufo, why Juma or block factory? Why Juma when him send you see to a ton? When him send you business. Akufado, prior cra your friends saying toothpick, crano on crabbing tonda.
Anyway,
and sometimes it becomes like. And your party ideology, no. Second party ni ideology there, and coming maybe I will say, why would they now believe in socialist ideologies like free SHS?
Yes, but you see, on say party bia, on them say, no political party practices absolute capitalism or absolute socialism.
Yes,
so you know, even in the NDC, socialists, no, you know, they believe in certain sort of capitalist ideologies.
Why not?
You know,
did they not build businessmen?
Yes.
They built
from scratch. 24-hour policy now. You see, it's a capitalist inclined ideology.
Yes.
You know, to revive the economy, you know, create trade and opportunities for people. But in Pempi, you know, the extent, you know, you know, it's either you know, center left or center right. What you say? The extent of, you know, until you find that the whole government as a whole, no, formal policies are there will be just 70% socialist policies, about 30% capitalist policies. And I offer a typical capitalist party say NPPR, you should see about 70% capitalism and then about 30% socialism. And so it is not wrong for a capitalist party to introduce socialist policies or to be seen to be yes. But when a so-called self-acclaimed capitalist party begin to introduce policies that are alien, that are at par with the principle of capitalism, then you wonder what really is their political ideology. It means they are lost. So the NPP party now is a confused political party. They don't know where they stand.
That's true.
They don't know where they stand. And so how can we allow a party which cannot even tell us this, be decisive on its political ideology, continue to lead the country? So on what basis are they going to govern the country? Because the party is confused.
Very high.
How are they going to run the government? Which direction are they going to take the country? What direction?
When you're confused, that your economy, a whole economy, sebra beshaso. Una a doctor in economics. Now, if we was a giant no to John Mahama na digitization, I'm Ghana for any agent. I find no abominable. To say about we free rubbish for.
And no crown pony now, yeah. Just and yes, and a papa biasa. What the one on and Namna, who say a solo suit of Fabana, my no announce. Or your announcer, announce digital policies. No, I can't announce. Today we are going to do school feeding program. It's going to be digitalized. How do you digitalize school feeding program? What the internet in the day ever tell you another question?
Scan crowd. What would you do? Scan crowd.
Woman kola Kwabena and kola no school feeding no. I'm say 1 cedi 20 pesos.
Ya no kra muntua
1 cedi 20 pesos Kwabena omo ye na business kra mo dansa wom ha okwa ye feed om 1 cedi 20 pesos. We are also you are going to digitalize school feeding, and you know you will see that they are just confused. They are just confused. They don't know even the direction of the political party itself. They have absolutely no idea how they are going to do that. I think, say, you know, this year it's been a very difficult year for Ghanaians. Especially the last quarter. And can normally, you know, and can get into the last quarter, na yananka and no go kakra. But if you find a whole nation like Ghana, na you buying every share second tranche of the $600 million facility and IMF at the break. And now, and throw muko try IMF for IMF for say first can my they want to do a final audit in January. Ansah or more approval says.
So that money, what is happening? Tell us.
So Kwabena on say we've been sounding the alarm bell about how they've been cooking figures for a long time. They omukoje IMF program no. Data omode come IMF for e dey convincing IMF for say they qualify. They can complete the debt exchange program. They can restructure our public debt and put the country back on a sustainable fiscal path. Say, they told me to come on in But because the country was almost in a very dire situation, no, the IMF approved the first tranche of facility for us. So the approval of the second tranche was going to be based on a forensic audit they've done on the first document IMF for, no, and then also the success of the debt exchange program. IMF for the movie after the first tranche, you know. About your first assessment, you know, they were not convinced. They came down. They were here for about 3 weeks. They met everybody. They met civil society. They met the opposition, NDC. You know, yes, they met Ira John Mahama. They met the minority leader. They met a number of stakeholders. You know, but Ira John Mahama is a very fine gentleman. One say all his interactions. All his interactions with the IMF, he was very supportive. Say IMF for no emwa or minor. He was very, very, very supportive. Really? And, yes, and I was shocked. He was very, very supportive. Oh, and
today, let me drive you around small, right? You see this building? You see this building? The first tranche chopping. Gabi, you see this building? That one to them. Is Legon. Me from the one best the sandbox. Hey, come here, you won't be papa.
You're right, John Mama.
Holiday Inn. You see, woman. You know woman Holiday Inn.
All the high-rise buildings.
Do you see this one?
The country.
I am a musical nom there. You wait now. Mama for mom.
John Mama. I mean, I don't think we'll have a very gentle politician like that in this country.
Yeah. It's a fact.
I mean, his objectivity and his love for the country. Say, I am a phone number my answer or mine. Obanas has said, Pocojo toa. Ninano, said you man a bedding. So he's been
a very force with two
a bicano, and a comfort bonnet say a chroma or also Timubi. And when he met the IMF, he was very, very supportive. Even though he knew, say, these people were not doing the right things, he was still, impressing on the IMF, say, whatever support they need to give the country for us to recover from this economic downturn we are in, they should give us. But you see, the IMF was not only counting on words; they wanted to be guaranteed, because they can't just give us the money for us to just misuse it and misapply it.
Yeah.
It's based on second, your friend is saying, data on the call here, or review debt exchange program, the IMF realized that they could not commit the second tranche because they were not satisfied. Because we should have gotten that second tranche in November. 15th November, we should have gotten that second tranche. But they were not satisfied. Okay? So they pushed it to December. Say they want to do further auditing and assessment of our economic situation. December, so they were still not satisfied. They could not come to an agreement, and so they moved it now to January. But Kwabena, how does a country, Oba in 2017, Obeto sinking fund, heritage fund, stabilization fund, Kwabena, Obeto, your friend is saying, yes, yes, infrastructure fund. Apart from that, Bosian Kwawabo over 600 billion Ghana cedis. Taxes in Kwama are almost 800 billion Ghana cedis in the last 7 years. Oil revenue am I about 200 billion, 250 billion.
This is kind of way. why?
How does this such a government now, and with these 7 years, the whole country is waiting for just $600 million for the IMF and son of mine $600 million. For them. 600 million. How can a whole country be waiting on $600 million? Just $600 million. A whole country. $600 million. You say, they say Ghana for Bronya and Kofu be doing Modok Bronya by a Tari Yamagubia. To bounce a party be a Koswa, say near Kufadwa, nay a Dankwa, and yet Dankwa, nay Orchard Dakon, and Orchard Dakon, nay one more.
Kofi Asante.
Asante ana dapa womo no na yomo. Apart from that, Ghana ni bia beda.
Ami dapa de wo ye dapa fo.
Kwabena Grofo hom na je independence man ko haya yo.
Kwabena areho.
Enka be try independence.
Areho.
Enka Ghana ni bia till death do us part. Ko bia be try independence.
And on be set up your friend saying Independence Day Fund, Founders Day Fund. Aja momo busuafo
yare de mun tuama ye na ye nananom bre na ye ni ye no omo ajimi saa ma kwase afo babu kwase ye
and that is how they've run this country. They've stolen so much and sikanu guomo dem Kwabena sikanu guomo dem o ton sikanu guomo dem nanse a ebe hu de ba sem no started so omo twen kakran so still na dodo na go dem, especially 100 cities and 200 cities note ne there oma packing is a bail go dem
ana omo tetagu so
ena abro ne be ye nti omo ntimi ni sika no muso omo fa sika no megu system nim na Ghana for enya bi se chese economy ni mo tari liquidity tari
say ohini dondo di obewia na baby abebo no asa what the problem no because dondo ye be so ohini tuni na wo ti dondo di obewia na baby abebo no asa no what the problem no
say ekura tim obia ho kire no Kwabena na onim enye na minim sa ho kire wo man mu na minim sa no mo oden Kwabena enye ma de ketuo ya mekoye ya anka minim se o man ni mo den sa utim se wadofo pa unim se sa ni pay die se wo bia Kwabena wo bia obe maw udua no wasate bobna odin se goniti
unim de ya
and Kwabena and I felt it
ama waka wan se nyina wie no we are no so any day
and after now ono kan dey we na wo besu amano and these are businessmen, people who were doing so well in that about 7-8 years ago, and some cannot even pay their children's school fees, some cannot even fend for their family, and this is the country we live in now, and so I'm surprised how we are still quiet in this country. How we are still quiet.
No, but until you go to the polls, what can you do?
What you gonna do?
Kwabena, the situation we are in calls for a revolution.
In what sense?
It calls for a political revolution.
In what sense? It can only happen on the 7th of
Yes,
December.
but the revolution must start now. The revolution must start now. The revolution must start now and take us to the polls. So the polls is just going to be a formality. Yet to me, say yeah, I'm could do 7 December. The revolution, because yes sir, then we are just accepting our fate. You know, we are just accepting our fate. So the revolution that must happen, but at least I know say Ghanaians can be on the street for 1 year. This government deserves more than that. Ghanaians can be on the street. Kwabena, every day, from now to 7th December, you better demonstration and we can do it. Every day, Ghanaians will be on the street. Every day. Because that is what must happen under these people. Yet now Kwasa say ya could do 7 December say Kufuor don't find who near. Then it means we've not done this country well. They deserve a revolution. 1 year continuous. But at least there must be civil protest, continuous one for 1 year until these people leave power. Because that is the only way we can show, say, we do not accept this level of treachery, this level of wickedness, this level of greediness, this level of atrocities committed on the people of this country. Kwabena, wemu ajise tuo. Se nipa kwa omakumbi. But enkofo a omawu, omade awreho afiri mu because of the actions and inactions of Abanwe no. Say yakasa ye kan a it almost
was one more said there kuomo.
And make us could omakumbi, but one more based on their reckless decisions, reckless economic policies, their greediness, and to omadi who shed them. They are almost 1/10 of the population. Over to young boys when you attack. Middle age man, yes, you see. I are who
then I call 40 years to mission who come for.
I are what? Oma show my near sa for 7 good years. We are makofa baomi say or no so met twaso. Kokan say break the 8. Break with 3 ma pampaso. Break with 3 ma pampaso. And Ghanaians, we are supposed to accept this. We are supposed to. I mean,
maybe a war, Jamestown, a fish. Kofobi no more argument. Now, but I could say break the 8 or see break 1 year. Busan is onion a day.
Say, I'm saying, Crankasa onion.
Mementias here.
Miss Mentias here. Now, what is it?
Oh, me Busa, no, no. When to me and Chim or the Syrian air by
1 to 1 tias here. Where's I am
break 1 year.
You know, because if in the midst of this, any dimwit can come and stand in front of us and tell us, break the 8. And Samira Baramia is going to be the first lady from the Zungu. Look at such a useless talk. Just say, I am not a lame duck. Just say, I just say, I could cry more. I could find Bakuina. No, a Jumani, the man is on you. As on social media, comment to be a car fan, the Bia be responding. I'm a money, the man is Umuno. Nan say Parliament are passing law. Come now. I saw the statement. What was that statement? No, I think say we need to digest that topic. And you see, and I'm surprised, say.
No, Debbie,
Kwabena, I am surprised that I'll still doubt it if Ekufuor can tell me he's a lawyer. Kwabena, say Parliament Ashemra, say the criminalization of the witchcraft accusations, no any death sentences, no way, no.
The explanation, you're the man.
Kwabena, the law is very clear. The power to make laws is vested solely on Parliament. And when Parliament passes a law, it is up to the President to assent to the
and
to
also
the bill.
you want assent.
Yes, but Kwabena, the act actually say when the President refuses to assent to the bill, the President must provide reasons.
And he has provided
the President is attempting to determine the constitutionality or otherwise of the law Parliament passed. Isn't the job of the President to interpret law?
Yes, he mentioned it. He mentioned it and even mentioned about financial constraint. The most stupid, explanation ever.
Say, Say it has fiscal pressure. Said the bill
on the
has
economy.
fiscal pressure on the economy, so they should have consulted.
In other case, for the Ghana, for the past 25 years or 30 years, we have never taken anybody to the shooting range.
What is the
say Bobie firing squad? Most of the people are
Kwabena, what's the fiscal pressure?
Are they not eating? No, the question is, are they not eating?
But
that's not
how much is the fiscal pressure?
That is it.
That doesn't equal that of an act of parliament. What I say, because say a ruling about, let's say I was a president assented to the execution of a victim. It does not equal to a law. You say a hunshi say omampeni Ansah. I was say we bet remu dientia.
But listo, yes, listo, but what Bobie is saying is, before there are so many people. I'm saying the last time there are about I think 27 to 30 people on death row.
Yeah,
Kwabena, for the last 10 years, or 15 years or 20 years, no president have signed the execution of any death row inmate. Ekufado na ono watches are ridiculous. We say the repeal of the death sentence law will have fiscal pressure on the economy. How many death sentences no assign? How many executions
are wasting money on them?
80 na me say wa bon kwabena ti me ka se nipa no wa bon a munti ase se wa bon.
That's it.
Wa bon.
For
bon because he doesn't understand what he wrote. He doesn't understand what he wrote because for the last 20 years, no death row inmate has been executed. Ukabe president 7 years in Nipabe 6 and he has sentenced him to death. They are still there. You've not even signed the execution of one. And the parliament have passed a law say and the death sentence the maximum sentence and life sentence. We say about my neck. Also, I'm good death row. Also, one sign in Kumo. Still, no man, no airborne hoka. And in your bon, over reason where they come out. Parliament. But you see, what kind of tone of the letter? It shows the level of disrespect he has for parliament. 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 Bema 10 grams and for parliament. Because also was in Ubia in the parliament, or so was in Ubia, Mubia. Mubia. Oh, Masamatu. Oh, Masamatu.
Sometimes no. I miss me the parliament, especially speaker. When you teach you say, she speaker, she pedigree, she record at the bar, she record at parliament, as member of parliament, as minority leader, as majority leader, and speaker,
deputy speaker before speaker.
She pedigree. How does speaker kowtow to such a midget in terms of, I mean, sometimes you just look at it and it's like I say, one one speaker knows one money.
Oh no, listen.
No.
Listen.
No,
you see, let's not divert this issue because he's on a path.
He's on a path.
Right.
Listen. No.
I say Obi Bua.
No, you see.
Ansah no Obi Bebu no. I was say wawa bu.
A response.
You see,
Akufo-Addo Trokoma Parliament as an institution.
One speaker. Yeah, but
right.
Meba. When you say I'm fanny her in Quampericans my fee.
Like what?
For example, say Mike Okwe and the Tisa Chenimua on trust and
they be big and it's not because he has respect. It's not because he has respect for Michael Okwe. It's because Akufo-Addo know Michael Okwe no on the party.
Anyway, let's move on.
Listen, you see, Kwabena, anybody who will be truthful, will tell you, say, a Yankupon and admire this current parliament, and admire somebody like Speaker Bagbin.
But Bagbin, the way he's playing his role,
Kwabena, you see, sure. You cannot blame him that much. Okay. You cannot blame him alone. Kwabena, no. How can you blame the speaker who doesn't have a vote in the house?
But how does he suspend sitting when in another case he didn't suspend sitting? How does he account for that?
Listo. We may all have reservations. With some of the positions or sometimes some of the decisions he take at a certain point in time. But that does not override the general good of him as Speaker of Parliament.
Parliament now are working on a bill. A bill no. That this is the way to go. One person, President Eso Asante, is just faffing around, giving flimsy excuses, which smacks of madness.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. On this note, I wonder how.
So the speaker.
At another point, I disagree with the speaker on other issues.
Yes.
But on this note, I wonder how Yanuntinu way.
Yes.
No, but you see, that's my point in telling you that to every immediate cause there is an immediate a remote cause.
Listen, you cannot blame speaker for Kufuor's foolishness. No, you cannot.
I'm not blaming him for.
But I'm blaming him
to allow Kufuor to disrespect.
What are your party that's not him? What do you free party? You
see, I think why Kufuor Kroma say why Kufuor didn't attend. So you cannot blame Obia no Kufuor. What disrespect Obia? Kufuor why
Kufuor 10 times.
Obia o de ayeno. He doesn't respect anybody.
Why didn't attend Kroma?
Why no didn't attend Kroma? Why not on disrespecting no? From Otu photo why?
National
I don't country.
Well, I'm glad on the
or hene ko ka kire your friend say your friend say aflawo hene ko ka say okwesiku da waka dey onkoye na ade. He talks to anybody anyhow. That is the damn way to have
a president. Abama no omo kokuma so nom ka kire so omo koya say ya ozo kokrobo turu pa twatwere
ose say won to man jai ono force say koto aba ono anko form to abama no. So this is the damn way you have as a president. So you cannot blame somebody for his reactions because that's the guy you have as a president. You know, but it shows.
My point is say, I mean, can't say when I am free. My point is say, or trust has same way by you know. Yet Ghana ha, and na kwasi Jimmy be or no so be quite MP. What na kunyem as a referee at Waba. Or buy or throw thesis pamphlet in the case chain way. When we no say I will let it slide. And you know. Yehu say we simpapani.
No.
Period. You know you be a say.
No.
Kufuor do niema nsɛmfunu a wodi no. Enye abamba bin esuba nti na ama ne disansɛmfu. Odi sansɛmfunu free.
Me busa wasɛm o.
Odi free.
Odi me ba ma busa wasɛm. Me na epoku. Menim sɛ Nyankopɔn na ne mre eye mrepa. Me nye ma adwen so me speaker of parliament da. Enti me pa na me speaker of parliament a Kufuor do betuma dwen kwasa se we abetuma.
Obetwere.
Aka meka nkwasi astem a efiri na ekwe. Ne konkra no so obetra konya so bie.
But oye sana. And say bodam ni udware. I say udware na bodam na be yetawo.
You see
you must at every point in time be very rebellious to stop nonsense from happening. Nonsense.
Tobo
Obi Jimmy akata say we Jimmy straight.
The list of person
Jimmy
the list of person o kanyina ne say
Obi boss for
no time a Kufuor do adi nkwasi asem o party mi na Kufuor no agimi nti.
Why not? Yes.
So let's move on.
Why? You see. No, my body palm pona wo bono to the core ne say Obi Jimmy a Shumano, money who say what Jimmy Palm, Jimmy no, my body palm, and yes, and Jabamba no Kufuor no energy. Why not? Obia, including a flower no for now. Let's go on. Body palm, what Jimmy? Let's go on.
I don't know many people could Jimmy Namo so. Jimmy, Katsiano, so what Jimmy or Jimmy Abambabin is not in the soup alone.
He's not in isolation.
So let's move.
Why
not? So let's move on.
Watch them
question. Many Baba could can't just where Jimmy. Adia president, we are president, where Jimmy. Or the free party man, no, president. And I'm saying where Jimmy is my boy. I for one year delay. Oh, what can some years here to us? I bought Palma. What's the winter here? Oh, Bobie argue. You see, I bought for you. I'm also still young woman. Where Jimmy Frinkola,
you know, you see, Parliament Ashembra. Netia, yes, separation of powers, ne say. Parliament by Yembra. Parliament Yembra, ye dem round about executive. Na executive na sign. Na pal emrane say, sempo se bibi ni na se wo omampanyin wuntimi nsan a. Kire netia wuntimi nsan. But emekan kire parliament say a man on my pass no who for the sebi to nyansa chen parliament whole parliament on pass emra no. You cannot determine how does the president now cast a verdict? Just say oh what we no em so omope we o sha de for the chere na omope unanimous FC for ni bi na chere yo because they attempted to write a legal reasoning but the legal reasoning was flawed. A first year law student first you know kind of say and then I Okufuado pese ochiri. And then no pese ochiri. You know, so it is not just amemono economy no ma bon no mo say no mo ntimi nye. Kwabena every aspect of our governance processes have been affected by the recklessness, by the ineptitude, by the inefficiency, by the incompetence of the Okufuado regime. We need a revolution, a very strong revolution that will marshal the effort of this country to move away from sad distraction this part of distraction because I don't think just a mere simple democratic process can move this country away or can revive this country or can move us back on a sustainable path. I think so.
No, but at this point, yes, I agree with you that there must be some positive defiance on the streets.
And something must be seen before the elections.
What must be seen is the positive defiance.
Yes.
The TUC.
Yes, and the civic action, and the people on the street, the boycott, everything.
So say the boycott and everything, no, anybody we has so much that he is able to penetrate systems. The TUC, you can't get all the leadership to agree that there should be a boycott. The lithium issue. Why University of Ghana, Teachers Association, they are saying something different. Other university, because now who say UG teachers na you say no, this lithium thing is wrong. I want no other university say. So the fact,
are you not able to smartly read between the lines to tell that these people have been induced? How many are there?
Exactly.
You understand?
Okay, in numbers.
In numbers, you know, you see, most of the things. There is an answer or a solution to all the issues because they are not wiser than us. In any case, they are not in the majority. What you are saying. So if they have amassed wealth and they can manipulate a system or systems, for example, look at how they are able to create division amongst people who have come together to form a group, for example, to want to do things against or in favor of the citizenry. They are able to sometimes create in some cases they are true, but my biggest question that I don't know who can ever answer, and they say enti obi kwaji sika na oton ni nyansa no ye we chire no adan na ye nton koso because ya nton koso it means say sika na nipa ne kwaje ye no enu bi na na wonso onipa kro no wo hwehwe In some cases, instead of thinking about the bigger picture, which will free all of us or liberate all of us from the air cost one, yema almost centralize it and you may be at a point be now won't say they divide you and rule you. What I say? It you know, man san come on now, you know, me the papa. Revolution, it has several meanings. But the most pivotal meaning of revolution, you know, is what word you also use. To be defiant. It must come a time, and what's a Ghana focus? There must come a time.
Because let me give you a typical
example. There must come a time, say, I miss a die. Kopim say, you be in a free GRA. Because sike bia ko GRA bia no oni kwen go free ata na eche die akrofo we.
Because let me give you a typical example. Because of the lithium issue, no.
Yes.
And Ras and Ansah.
Yes.
Somewhere in Volta region in Kroni Biso, a chromo for no mahim for acquire a signboard. Say, a bujin upon them crofar by prospecting. Crofoni should be on
simple.
So somebody sent me the video. I think I have it. I need to look for it.
Yes.
But the point, the point is now
I will help them.
If Akufo-Addo and his family will use foreigners to invade your land,
kill them. Why
people
not?
should just defend their land.
Defend it.
That
the best way is
so how do I go chebi?
And possess your possession.
And I say abomosu, how na ma me free. Say abomosu nyina ye gold. Mumbu obia da na muntuni nyina mfa nkwa.
Obia no ni asem.
Obia nka hwe.
So crowfo agimi na.
So many parent video no Sunday mene, and I was like, well, even if Usube issue the whole Ghana police, say obia so defending the land.
Simple.
As a man for defend our land. Keta for defend our land. We no defend our land. Obia ahemfo no and otumfo aka so ohini bia should go back to his land and defend your land.
Simple.
So a positive defiance that look won't broni bia nsia me prospecting.
Na nkacha na fo gu enwrem.
O dey say so but listo Tommy dear Tommy listo mu miem komo na amudi a raise ade bia ohini bi JM call a tall last week no. Is it ohini ba I will me or
I will win.
Is my hand.
There be na you cry we one for you cry more production you cry. Okay, Western Nzima, sorry. Western Nzima Chief Nana Ewilo Kwame. Okasembi Joe Muhammad. Somehow rhetoric.
Yeah.
Say about to aye kotui John Mahama ubetnya protective rules no. Yes.
It is the question that every Ghanaian is.
So let's
we dey through the whole Jomolo. The only market ayawa esopa Joe market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market be biemu aye ni yama na nipa adwon bone enti wantumi amaso enti the whole Jomolo what you do obia aye kwejina temae sasa ya taba no ka kwejina wiemu aboya ho ba to ba no wie amamu wie na omo die anim no na omo ka different story enti afia ba sra pa obia ma na ninda ho na ba na yato na ba no ahoche ya kire nyina ni nyina fi ni ba bi ni mu na me na kwamon kroma na ka na asem o so bose oba babo na esiu yi a enfa ho to akan ni so sanso mu ndi nukure ti afi we de mu mpe ni di nukure emma Ghana fo nya na wo na ba no mfo bani ya gani ya hwa ba no na Ghana fo nkwa ho che biom ya da wase yakbo shirawo na dinkunum we don't free the whole Jomolo. The only market ayawa esopa Joe market. Last 4 years we share bo say anka oba my market be biemu aye ni yama.
So this is the Asian Axim Nana Kwame Awilo. Ose, adena is so simple. Saa na no nkrofo bi edi animu. Omo ba yetu abawie no mo keka sense bi kire DC fu a enye fe. Na entiase bi anim. Na we die your mama mpe nkrofo a ombe fi wo mani han. Ahwem ni akai no anwan. Na nkenye adwombone a ega your mama wi ni. But on the more serious note, na ma hu senka woka. Especially in the Ashanti region. Me mampon tem bia meko bia no me navo for my some betuama abama John Mahama ni NDC. The question they ask Bobie yakoto na mu because you two ya ye ntimi emagina da kan ho sai me yi anim say ye baba be protect ade no ti say mo anyine mo ho na mo mankrofo we sai esesa ade no. And that has been the conversation, the questions.
Kara,
Yango,
I share strongly in Ohinene Kasa Okayeni na sa question no edobiano kwabra omo mutai busa sa question ne pa dodo na ye womo a omo afri baabi ebeto abama NDC kwabra minim nipa pi ya ije se yekokuma ase a oni obi di nkomo a aya wote se na yeto a mo betimi ahwe so na ebi o wa ugu ahomekoko a sigh of whether relief or this cannot be a sigh of relief because it is a sigh of sorry. But sometimes you just do that to water down your makoso in the past and still hope say it could be better than the Ecoso in the past, because Kara NDC will never be forgiven if Abaye Kotue omo anye de esefata a be man kunimdie abaye Ghana fo nyina dia Kara enkomo na ye die no anya NDC nkomo bishia NDC fo na me show mun kran ya eya na me pese me mo hu se enye sebi omun kwa na ade ahia omu hwe eyo mine Ghana ena ba bia ye duro no enye party bio. They are very lucky and fortunate said they have a candidate on akwa se ni pede enso ye wene nam ne ho akono owo sune ban bia etwedom owo do owo abudu kire owo sabio entati abotre osa wo ntati anyansa enu nti akoye se the way a wotie no titiri nti ema nipa dom adwen yo mo se ya hwere ya de pa bi na ewo se ye kofa de pa ne ye den ebefie kwabra minimandi fo a eka omo nko na nka dwo ma ma ema mpani biem da minimum ebia to a certain point a utimu se omo wo yaw bi wo mumu se eka omo nko krampo no na nka dwo ma ma afiri ho na nka kwan abedam ama sebi omo so atimi akopre akonya kese kwabra minim kofo a omo ye NDC fo all right anase omo ye wolves in sheep clothing odwan a wode pataku a wode odwan enwoma adura ne ho na debia ya me question be busa ni se wa ma yonko entwa nkono a utimi twadu se wa ma yonko entwa anko a utimi twaduru ana and some yana me busa me hono. Now so Kwabena, God being so good. Oh say after some time, I don't know if you have realized, say John Mahama be a flag bearer wie no. Baaku mienu miensa bi a me gidi say wa wotiti bi ebi won so awode wanimu asem. Oh say watimi ayade bi a aye nwanwa ama asesese no omo nka bom no aye fe. Even though ebinum da so wo mina support, no two ways about it. Omo ye nipa. But the question is, Kwabena, that's far. How far? Baby, are you drawing? Is it just about the NDC? Is it about John Mahama? Is it about President John Mahama maybe Diana? Is it about Lordina Mahama na? Is it about Nipadom Aomoye executives of the NDC? Is it about Abaya Kotoya na wo pe chairman awenya? Is it about secretary na wo kopa awenya? Is it about ebia pulling anamu friend say branch executive election ulusu ye? Is it necessarily about our individual goals ayentimia ateni? These are questions that we are going near. I was saying NDC for. I have put a plea before every Ghanaian, including Omokrampo, Omuya MPP for. By way, I had the most disappointing political party in the history of the world to them. Million MPP for. Omo edi omo re e share Akufo Adomu. Omo di omo ni tone so. Yeah, and then dia omodie. Omo busa sa question way every now and then. In fact, when you talk to them over the phone, sometimes personally, when you meet them, the point they want to always stress and they say, Omo nim say bawomia enya dia obetimi abeye mampani si ya too free and fair election. Omo nim say omo bomu trimu po so mbe wi abanim. Now, Yahweh and the saying sometimes they do that to ask you, say, Muhia Mwana. Is the NDC opening their arms to welcome all hands on deck? Because you say, Baku, Uredua Ebu. That is the point. Baby, I drew no. And NDC Assam BM. Yes, the only person that can save this country from the mess, Mama. That one. There is no doubt about it. You can have a litany of whatever, people arguing from several but the point that Kwabena, everybody must know, they say, NDC, NAM Amayokua, says, no, or more are presenting such a candidate. John Mahama, one no did say one Naminano, or him so NDC candidate, dear, but when him so a Ghana for candidate. And you know, how are we all? Because yet you want to almost Kwabena, Ramodie, a bit to me about my him. It makes me question me person me busa yen na Ghana for ye person John Mahama Bearman Penny say. How do we, for example, Nipeya or woman Ponya or Case, won't to mean ho and Shabbat to sweet Kwabena? Say when you know what didn't want bro? Why you want bro? Because emane nye say me kwoto ba ma NDC abaye mampeni John Mahama abaye mampeni ana NDC abapawa ye to abagye enwafri sebi ohaw ni abenedie ni abebrese we ye independence number 2 we ye slave master ni ye Ghana ni ene wakwakofa tibonkoso zombi edi nachi ene ono a se na wadi ehwam awie wakofa bawomi a wadi amian se wono esamra na Ghana for nsu mediamia etinu busa wo say would you want Akufo-Addo to continue reigning by presenting a face and putting him as a masquerade and hiding behind the mask Bawumia the zombie? Are you ready to be known say we president here Bawumia na? If no, then all hands on deck. This is not the time to be apportioning, blames oh ɛsɛ du ketia na yɛ chairman ɛsɛ du ketia me no se no na ho keka nya me fɛ maka kyerɛ ni pɛn na ho keka nya me fɛ na yɛ bɛtena ho akasɛ na ho keka nya yɛ fɛnti no yɛ da so gu so ɛtwɛn sɛ wɔno mɛyɛ biribi anaa ɔnyere ne ho na sabio yɛ so so yɛnyere yɛ ho obi bia all hands on deck. This is not a time to say a friend is saying a friend say me nua Hana bisiu ya to abama ni was sorry akɔtena America ɔma etimi bɛtena hɔ I say no aba me pacho mami kasa say no
kana me kai was
baba me de me afi na mate ya to abama na America nkwa no ɔte etimi bɛtena kasa Hana bisiu nti no me mama akɔyɛ adwuma na dabi ɔba bia sorry ene ukodjoma yen toro ene man eyi chop money etimu betena ho say Hana bisiu ye women organizer omo abu adoma no ema na no ntino ema mo betena ho da bi obi an sorry Pablo o sinto eti ye betena say Pablo sinto ntino yen tena se na youth no so yen ka dem
o mati committee so
eti obi aye de oye but wo a wuti fie committee no nka ho a committee no mass action committee no mass action committee no obi aye leader uni baby uni juma bia dia arise Ghana crampo dia ho yeda ho ye free obi aye leader come and let us all mobilize. It is a communal labor, all hands on deck. It is not about executive way where what the honum obi create me say uncle autonom and away hey what onu aka original misraw anu sisum na so wo enkwa e na say bo ho ban mumie nyina ya nyire ya ho alright na ya nyi tumi ni fi kokotire kan ni na yonkofo ni nsem aboneyefo abusuefo a o ma besi yeso a o ma ye esi epinie mumie nyi ye man efri aboneyefo ni adamo ni honhom ni nsem na ye mprin ko yanim migiri se ye sa question no ne answer no e wo ye ya ye ho ye ne ebetimi abo ya ade ho ban ye ne ebetimi aye election no ameki sure say ba omi awe police station wawe yakokan aba no wawe obi antimi nsesa no jemensa ye de ya paper aba wawe ne yakeka ye declare jomama president elect one ne hwan a wetimi asesa hwan na no mesi mi ko parliament house Kwabena asoja fu edi jemensa achi omo ye aduonu nwotwe na medru ho na wonim asoja fu omo di na achi no listo na me nsuma ka me ko ato ho omo ko omo fili
mame nya wemra hello okay all right so anka me pick agbozi agboji Ezekiel says okay so but you are doing your part on radio already so that's it, it's okay. Kofi Dompress says Listo is right. It is as if some leaders are working against JM. All right, so Ebenezer Ben Ellis is here, says thank you Listo. Julie Belinda Aubry quick one mami nye wemra hello.
Yes
Pacho, what is I?
1,000 Ghana.
Wayo 10 million.
Oh,
10 million. 10 million.
10 million.
10 million.
Who get to?
Me Pacho, your friend say.
Nana George.
Yeah, Pacho, Nana wife.
Asalam down.
Asalam down.
But I.
Uradieni na nwumre domidono.
Hey.
Dada. Because we try ACMG sketch the why. All right, okay, so that's it. Live rock 100.5. Star 413 has match another 10 million into Munkang Eja Entum Namumra. Who raise issues about revolution? Yeah, be lead here to a year polls come 2024 December 7th. Then quickly nasa tape we are meeting nra eba meeting as to whether the NDC is prepared to protect a year for vote, to let a year citizens vote to count. These who are raising and common konenim that okay, so it shouldn't be only about NDC. Yeah, it may move for no. Yeah, wasudi because and then and never boy I didn't know, and this 4,000 to be.
To be.
Pacha Uncle.
Kwabena, I totally agree. I share the same sentiments. As Listo. You know, me one of the people I'm maintaining the view say, without prejudice to the NDC as a political party, to the party's leadership, I've always held the view say you jai abandonment NDC from Kwan. One way you could find in the Bobie Abessa tonight should be over and over again. I think say, you know, the NDC as a political party has not done well to ensure public trust and confidence. Say, party no bit my bo. You vote to home.
They showed it in Ansah Central.
Yes.
Ansah North. They showed it.
Yes, they did. But
at that
that
point,
was
all hands on deck.
Yes. But as to whether that strategy, when push comes to shove, can be replicated across 275 constituencies. 276 constituencies. It's another thing. Because we've seen so many instances where they should have counted and they never counted. And personally, my father also said, I have a personal responsibility and a role to play. The same as Listo, the same as you, the same as any Ghanaian listening to us. We have a collective responsibility to ensure, say, we don't have a part 2 of this saga. Kwabena obebu sound say, Adena Baumiana or no presidential candidate no. Ekufuado ye campaign esen no. Adena Ekufuado na de bia ono na ye campaign Baumiana dawo.
Try more than
Ekufuado no na de bia just a platform bi obe mount to bia o ye campaign.
More Catholic than the Pope.
It should tell you, say, Baumia is just a whole vehicle to protect the Achim cabal and their loot.
That's all.
That's all. They just want to install Baumia so they can protect their loot and also prevent the cabal from going to jail. Anything they could find the mountain platform, Kachire will say. They also ye biawaye. Aka de bako pe. Na de bako aka also ye ne say. Obe making sure say Baumia be the next president. Baumia will be elected as president. What is his interest? Ka president Kufo ba obe di 8 years or ko ye. He didn't care who succeeded him. Or se monko to the obe we ni biabra. Because he had nothing to hide. Say we ni boni e wadi. No osuro ho asotwe nti no. Wo se wono de e kwan bi obefa so Baumia ne bedi na de bi obefa so. Until I say, on my platform, I will say, I will only hand over to an NPP government. My job will only be done when Baumia is elected president. That should tell you the mentality of these people. But Ghana for you na yajutu mu say, boni Akufo-Addo na panfo fo abedino, enya de e wo se omofadi. They must pay for their crimes. If they must pay for their crimes, we know says about me they cannot pay for their crimes. Because Baumia is only going to help them cover their crimes. So if so, and we want to see accountability, more de bia mo sia mo ka se chale ko fo de mo nchi omuntumo mo nyom se o e kwan be na e be fa so e be chi omatum. The first step you first to say about your matum and say you better make sure say Abano Baumia does not come anywhere close to the presidency, and that the next government of the Republic of Ghana is run by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and that is the only way. That is the only way we can exact accountability. That is the only way we can ensure, say, we sika good them. Woman two galam say and say. Omom ko kum nipa touch my north, touch my south.
Ablekuma Central.
Woman, yo mine sika ko gwa brochire. Omama ton manager padie enkran asase, omama ton kran asase nyina di.
Omo esika ne bi gu omo dem.
Sankofo ni nyina. Ekwan ba ne ebefa so a. Womo ebenya ho asotwe. A ebeya ahyenso de eda ho, se ebeya daachi bi. Obi nso nya kwanya, nya de oman ne hye ne nsa. Obahu so oman no. Ghana fo japade. Oman no etotua eya. Enti so munya kwanya ejapade bi de be hye omonsa no e so mo hweso ye no mo de eboa na Ghana fo di ye enye se omo soa ekogu omo fie na omo ne omo ma ekogu amanone no mo kodi. And this must be a very loud statement. It's a huge and ardent task. We cannot leave it only for the NDC. You jama NDC for kwa. Ebe buaka yesim. You jama NDC for kwa ebe buaka yesim. Ghana for this has nothing to do with the NDC. The next elections has nothing to do with the NDC.
But you see, yes, I agree with you to some extent. I agree with Electoral partially. And the reason is that your last 2 laps be wo. So last 2 laps in the ye young there. Ye mi ansa ye tie kura no aye say eja ye ni obi no. Edru ono aye hu bibia enye yi. Last 2 laps ne collating the national figures. Who are the people NDC AU suomo? Who is getting what? Who is getting NDC the equipment? Who is buying what? Who is doing what? Then the other line is those going to the collation center.
No,
Kwabena,
that is the strong room.
The strong room.
You see, Kwabena, let's not even discuss those nitty-gritty of strategy.
No, we are not. No. Any strategy. We need. Hold on. We need strategy. We are discussing because Obiya him say yemfa nse train ne kayaba. Ye the computer ne kayaba. Ghana ni bia no what radio. Where Jimmy say on your TV no. When you say the nse train, ye the computer ne kayaba.
Yo, Kwabena.
And when you secret.
Yes, but yes.
My point is,
Kwabena, I agree.
My first point. Kwabena. Abano coalition na wo ka ho asem no ehun hia te say ya to aba wo police station na me ami wo police station wo bi gina ho bi Ghana ni ami gina ho bi ma yere me ho aye adwuma dwo ma ha ma wen e wo police station the odi afane say police station 1 million ye nyina nim say about 40,000 police stations and across the country odi afane say 50,000 50,000 no polling station to whatever one community mo say Ghana for bo NDC for chidom ne John Mahama chidom ye ko gina polling station ho say ye hwa abato ne so yie ye ni kwatwa we say ye hu say ya ba ne ya bo ema 200 ba wo mi anya 3 John Mahama anya 190 dia ka no omo aka no omo nkoche ba omi ade emi ensape na yenyina kura ade no photo kura obi antwa bi e mamuma obi anka ncham say e ma ntwa photo
yeah, that's not that's not what I'm talking about. I thought you were responding to
Pacho, don't let me feel I'm not making sense.
Pacho, hold on. No, that's not. I'm raising myself. I'm in church. So on just say you say no part.
Me say. E woni hia me te say. Ye nyina yakogina police station. Ye hu say.
That is not what I'm talking about. Pacho, I'm saying true.
Say ni enya ye dia.
I'm saying true mu bio. Me na make am I'm saying true mu bio. This is the point. me say ye won crofo mo te fa ko a police station e ma no
obi eje
eba ho
eba mu nyina ho
ye mpese e betu awie ne bedi 3 days ansa no obi abekire pin sheet sa na mpese mka so mpese mi nwa ya ni mu nka maka
enti no dia me kan say
because you go to the police station what do we be police abano who ya de obehwe we behwe ni de egbe behwe ni de obi anim na fe de ye bobo abani wie na fa pin sheet brass imam 3 days bema
ho na me ka cho say police station ho na pin sheet wo eni sa collation center ho
na me say we need
police station ho no
na me ka say enkrofo a wo na omo gigi bibia de kom at the end of the day no enya sabita fracture ye ya ye tuani e bekwa akwa se fa wo pin sheet bra fa pin sheet bra eye wo mu no omo no bekwa akwa kasem no wo badwam no enti ye sra wo mo se omo nsanka pin sheet no anka chem se mam 3 days
no
obi antimi 20 days
sade no ensi
mo enti twa so
ensi a na e wo se police station for na omo mani election wo police station for no omo ankasa enye se bia ye de paper nama mensa e wo polling station a se ono nko amfa enko kamom e wo constituency level
okay
ye nyina na ye wo polling station no ye nyina ye from union e dia bato na ti as vigilante for e dia ba no akọ constituency anya mensa na yasoma no na mensa akoye akwa ne nkofo akwa di nkomo se fabra na me beji puli beji pin sheet na kotro de opese so na me mam ska na me nkodi kwasia enye sa na be koso enu ntina John Mahama in his wisdom said the election will be won at the polling station and we will be going into the ring with our own referee
yo
enu ntina se polling station for ni timi nya sa ahoden no ene ense yo no ejina omo na so yes adwuma no na ye keka ni nyina bom constituency a afa ya be krokro 270
omo tefa ko kinkan mo obi meka nkere ye say figures no ebi amantem na nso minimum
I think Listo, we're all saying the same. Listo, I think we're all saying the same thing.
Omo energized and militarized.
Listo, I think we're all saying the same thing. Say, I was a Ghana for a boy. But boy, I was a Ghana for boy no. Asu no kese no still e da so jina NDC for no so. Asu die kese jina NDC party no so.
Kotonton.
Sa kokwasa kwabna na wo de se we yenya yebedi bronya. Kwabna ye di bronya we eja ye se ye be so group NDC party for no so no. Because they hold the destiny of this country in their hands.
So when you say equipment, we need more. Ensiwa.
Edwuma no ntimi nya enkoje.
Ye call asen no free.
Tina say, wo de say
you discount more say ko to equipment. Na we need equipment no more. Enji sika no.
There be na
kwabra mo there be na enkocha there be listo ni omo nyina
ye ono so ma de wo
nyina ye the same thing omo nyina party for na omo nyina party na de osoma no de esoma no omo nyina nyina so wo nyina ni pakro na
all small bia
omo nyina ye party
ye soma banyansafo omo nyina soma banyansafo
de omo nyina ye party mpanyimfo
party mpanyimfo wo small bia small onim nyansa
wo the police station sika ma obi unim say asuma say ade ma no obekwa akodi na still wo de kwahye ne nsa party ni mu ni makromfo party ni mu nyina police station sika police agent for sika e de ko na akwa ankoduru
say John Mahama so ono ade beko
enti na make say
bibia wono ade beko
kwabna ye di bo nyawi a afiwe
emfa mo bia
afiwe no ye be jai akufa ba omiom de omo ma se omo hwi
obi e come
eja ne ye be so good in this party for no so because they hold the destiny of this country in their hands and we will not allow them to mess
because
with
that two last line no edru wa obi antimi mbenhu bi edia ma wo ntra ho na wo nya de obeye and that is my point that two last line there eye party asem
hwamodie sei
and you as mu film wani so to be film wani hwemu a and I can't tell me say me nkwankwa pre wo police station That is the point. That's the point. Anyway,
I feel no more says it.
The responsibility there. Ghana are gradually beginning to understand the task ahead. They know, say, to get rid of these criminals are not going to be easy. Because they say, Bobie be wa opre. And omunim say, yenya yi akunya ni from to say Kim de aka. E prison and aka. Enti ade be onbeye bia onbeye. Enti mu amudi animu no, asodie ka sie dam so. Ghana fire ready so better NDC for echi. Ghana fire ready say, ade bi also mu ye bi onbeye. But asodie ka sie no wo party for no so. Especially more mudi party nenim. More be taking decisions on behalf. Decisions of polling agents, selection of polling agents, voting collation. People will be charged with the responsibility of collating election results. More be musika say mon ko to no mamra munye say no because mo pese ye ni abre na ye petumi no ho na mo pese mo ye business because mo pese mo de party ni business
e won itrim say 2024 de awi ni awie enti no fa ayarefo pentrom wine wo de ya kasa koto laptop akotoko
mo de koto no ma
ya kasa koto pentrom wine fabra na se wo koto pentrom wine no
pen drive no ayi se kufado abodwe
come na enti make say you best so touchlight. Our eyes are going to be very vigilant. On the vigilance will start from the party people. Message is to be on the party leaders first. Kwabena, party leaders first. Yeah, mo bia kwan man fire destiny ni agro. Yeah, mo bia kwan man for money destiny ni agro. Yeah, mo bia kwan am for money destiny ko to chacha. Ye mo bia kwan man ko ton elections ni. And yet national executives ko ho asem na yekan. Even at the constituency level. At the constituency level.
Regional.
At the regional level.
Now you see the best party for that bull no.
Come na me say touchlight e be so good sa
party for na.
We are executive at the regional national constituency. Ejuma no dey ntimi nya. So you see 2024 mo resign. Kotina se boko enye sa wo be tiusa wo do man destiny e di agro eye kokwasa o constituency kokwasa o region anasa wo national na e di se munu kwabna ye any bread ba be sua so no because we are not joking these elections.
We aren't joking.
The fate of over 30 million people lies in the hands of one political party. And it is not by mistake. It is by divine intervention and miracle. It's not by mistake. Nyankopon pese odi party no esi baby. Because Nyankopon na kase hu say NDC nkwan the only party a omo tena akonya so omo man ne ho adwene pa. Sebi. So omo bokro no kura na at least oman no timma kakra ewom
de ndia na ye
enti omo fa kitwe bi no afa no apone kitwa no de ko na womo a omo abaje so omo be ton oman no di omo nya oman no kra omo beton adi Nyankopon pesa nkofo ni mahwe Nyankopon pesa odi NDC party no si baby ye
achimota nsase still womo ton
odi party ni si baby ya said ye be ya at least party ni betimi atena konya so for at least 16 years na asserted this country on the path of prosperity. Nyankopon him say NDC nkwane party betima yesa adwuma. Enti ye mo bia nkwan ma ne say sa destiny no. Enti wa wo de national, wo de regional, wo de constituency. Now ba ye ho kokwasa. Bibi be yemu nyina. Bibi jejewu. Because we are going to be watching everybody. And we will mention names. Kwabena, next year, don't tell anybody not to mention names. So we will mention people's names. We will point out people. We will call out people. Because it is serious business. It is serious business. We will call out people. Tejuma won't mean yan what you the earlier the better. Near put before the show.
Simple.
Party the about power or party or power. The Opebia no sebi of minister or befa or befa. But we want to save this country. We want to save this country. We need to save this country, and we won't allow anybody to be an impediment towards that particular agenda. And that is a responsibility for all of us. Udi our constituency now wants a obit constituency or didn't say about partner. Udi frey about now. You have a bonnet. What the regional also beat the regional and say Muna ordino about Brahma party to me winning regional. Udi have phone frey. Call us, tell us. We will investigate and come here and come and call all those people out. What the national and national bit to go, this is Munu. And that's what my penny that my office who's bit to go, this is Munu, Diano, and more minor. Call us and tell us.
Mr. JM now cry, yes, obey your mama MPP. Or no call
us and tell us. You didn't be any.
Say JM was obey your mama MPP.
And that's what big job.
Oh, funny easy. Funny easy.
Because this elections is a serious business. And we won't allow anybody to toll with the destiny of over 30 million people. We won't allow that. Come, let me dash.
Nana, Nanka Zongo Development Fund, no.
Your friend is saying, Omo Zongo Development Fund.
And
where your document are?
Fatram Crawford now, or China, what they
call Mashebe.
Time of Sunti.
Omo they call Omode budget, Omokoy budget, no. We na a can't want what they call it. Now, page 6. Omo discusses Zongo Development Fund. And obviously during the review, the period in review, 4 astroturfs with spectator stands and dressing rooms were completed at Madina, Chebi, Fadama, and Wale. Pacho Chebi, Zongo.
They said Chebi Zongo.
There be Pacho.
How much Chebi Zongo and Chebi?
Now, the question is,
Pacho, how much Chebi?
I found a coup for the Kojina no Kase. Nima, any Chebi. I found no Mudizevo, astroturfa, or what stands.
Nima,
Intino, Umu for da. I didn't done it to no, a Juma.
Tirana, we know, you be discussing not
Yame Aduma,
Inshallah. Thank you. Pacho, a 50-50 engine coolant. 50-50 engine coolant. Now, a woman say, Opesa will bought engine will buying from overheating. Ubo engine will buying a radiator tank engine na chain. Ene dia keka na o kano and consume fuel bebrea. We hear 50-50 seahorse 50-50 engine coolant. Seahorse yanona ubonse ponkobi eda ho saa. One more other grades 3367 coolant and a 1090 coolant with their bedjaso. Amafua mu use cars me kaimo me bomon kaye and kotobi bianco sewoka engine. Mr. Wada Seahorse engine coolant. I oko a lubricant shops nationwide. Ubenyabi Eddie Efriwo. Kwajodi from I was 0244 577 559 0244 577 559. Top Choco ni he. Nepa chow. Top Choco. Top Choco chocolate spread. Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink.
I'll catch you and
I'll catch you. One go a energy drink. Ubanum energy drink papa. A one go energy drink. B3, B5, B6, B12 vitamins. I say my bit. Umpe when up at the one go energy drink. I drop a for Mudiani. Moswa, Moya, what in Juma, who do a ball, Drumrika. One go energy drink. Ghana phone to Musway. FD Ajatum. Post in Yadro, in boost about Mesha. Number 1 in boost. immune boost. Pacho. Yawani. I do boost mixture. Take credit for it. Sepa. We here no Ghana card. Omugusu Mabosia working capital loan, existing business loan, startup loan, emergency loan. Nina Wamoma. Take credit and investment microcredit limited. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. The Bright Soldier capsules, Bright Garlic Plus capsules. Abba. Usambua. How do we natural? Now, Yamiya Duma, Kion, Okakwe Central, right? South, Kion. Now, say I have Thursday and Friday. Friday way. Ampayeja, our dance bar. Ebeye butu. Or say Ekunafo Kunu Kion. Ekunafo Kunu Kion. Aye. All right, so that's the live on Accra 100.5. Shapa. As much as we are trying to get those facts right, you know, and this is so because you can help me. Now, more update card.
Richard.
Okay. Now he has stripped the sun, and in the video is the piece of cocoa under the gravel. So that's it.
Hey, come back and pass this.
Richard.
Until I make us a update. Obi a woman to me assessor. Eugene. Obi a woman to me assessor tricycles. Sada. Almost John Mama and confirm no. Almost say tricycles. We need to yes, Baumia sister. ni youngest maame ba papa ba o Baumia ni sister maame ba papa ba omo ya akromfo abusua on na wi a tricycles no e de call ayi Burkina any other neighboring countries okoto adi and me we no enya me nwanwa ubehwemu no na ye omo a ademu train kwai omo twitwa okokwa esi ya mo permit we be kom MPP for no omo di bonia unhu ade kronti a said no obi aye omo I don't know anyway so that these are the issues now I just want to touch on it. Be a month for later, me updates. Kojofi Agbese under the mills, Mahama regime cocoa production rose to more than 1 million tons today. Under Timothy Baumia and Jack Toronto, the production rate has reduced to 200,000 tons. Yeah, for those figures are there. Those those figures are there. But I think beyond that, if there is any wrongs too. We cannot close our eyes to those wrongs. I mean, we are not zombies. Mr. Erikopoku, please call in and clarify this. Since you are the ranking member for food and agriculture in Parliament, but I think also yeah. Okay. So my producer say, well, Mr. Erikopoku onfa. He's not picking, so I think he's busy. And yes, be our said I say onfa. I think he is busy. So, but the Gusuya show no anytime be able to me then we talk to him. But it will be by Honorable Erikopoku. I catch and say, yeah, try say you bet me afreno. Say no more sitting cry. Anna, or no more sitting. But maybe he's doing something. Maybe I know busy. And moreover, no onim ye landline. What you are saying? Yes, be our shader. One shader. All right, so Solomon Doko says, well, yeah, I like your objective analysis on this cocoa issue. I'm very much sure that during NDC time, we imported cocoa into Ghana. We can argue about other bad governance at the cocoa board. NDC imported cocoa in 2015. All right, so somebody is giving me a different information here. Nanadu says, God bless you, Bob. Maria Adams says, MPP must go. Ibrahim Adams is here. On Facebook, Ebenezer Ben Ellis says, greetings, Commander, watching you live from France. Okay, so France for also Ase Nyame Shiramu Bebre. So these are some of the issues now ye pese tifri water. But and then we are talking within this week ye bet chiremu niema eye ora mahama aye when it comes to digitalization. Said ye ura mahama ye be chiremo ya say akwano Baumia baba be kata. But quick one, just listen to JM on on mine. Said ye will see NDC 8 years in office, what they did to digitalize on my way. And I know says ene dia ni mu no Dr. Omane Boama obedim koma across the country akyere obi abehunu smoothness level e wo kroma enche kra. But yenkotie JM we know you just but the whole week you be say that yes adwuma no ye wia na ba omia omra be.
I will begin my speech with a quotation I made during the State of the Nation address. And this was in 2015 in February in Parliament. And I said, quoting, I wish to report that the Eastern Corridor fiber optic project has been completed. The overall optic fiber installation is over 800 kilometers. The fiber has also been extended to the University of Health and Allied Sciences. And this project will open up the Eastern Corridor to the information superhighway and offer not only teaching and learning opportunities, but also bring the digital economy closer to the people living in this area. And so today, the Eastern Corridor fiber optic is a reality, as I reported to Parliament. We have developments that are tangible, and there are developments that are intangible. Developments that are tangible are those that we see brick and mortar, and we see iron rods and everything, and we can touch it and say, yes, development has come to our hometown or to our region. But there are developments that we cannot touch because that cable is buried 1.2 meters in the ground, and so we can't see it. And yet the effect and revolution that it would have on our lives is far more than any brick and mortar you can have. Because communications is driving the economy of the world today. And so if a government invests 38 million euro to open up an information and communication superhighway in an area, it is far more rewarding than any concrete, iron rods or brick and mortar you can have. And so that is the value of the asset you are having today. This is a fiber optic network that, as you've been told, travels for 800 kilometers starting from here, Ho, all the way to Boko in the Upper East region, and then connected to Accra to the data center and through there to the rest of the country. When I came here this morning, we went into the switching room to take a look at the servers that are driving this optic fiber network, and we significantly had a teleconference with two of my ministers. The first video conference was with Ms. Hannah Tete. She was sitting in her office at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we called her and had a video conference. We talked with her, chatted, very clear pictures, very audible sound, good quality communications. And then from there, we called the Upper West Regional Capital, Wa, and we spoke to the Deputy
President Mahama in 2015. Makacha said this week, Juma Yababe Yanono. Unim, Bibianwa on the better table, swa, a baby to John Mahama. Bibianwa, nothing. There is nothing, absolutely nothing. Nothing. Inti, Enadia, Kovibente, what you man, Yababe, we no namidi be swatch them. In the coming days, you bet now. Acquire NDC. A fast so amen. In Nipanim Jinao, I hear sloganeering. You can't digitalization. I done sloganeering. Kasa. Ubu almost said, yeah, no, my ya. Omu nibi bia omoka. They don't have anything to say. Nothing. Okay, so my send a letter, no, 2016 letter, no. My send no, but it's on the page. It's on the page. Because me bamcho obia send me a letter no your friend is obia send me letter no almost say NDC crack no. Okay, so fatu page in a Facebook page in a quick one. But I don't know whether it's similar to the current until make us say with this kind of things those omo editor abonteno it's just fair the NDC explain through their communication bureau. They should just do it. I mean, hey, what is it? My approach to governance is different. I don't think governance should be about lies, and no, I don't believe it. Hey, your mind and I see a from me, so that that's all. This shouldn't be a problem. All right, so you be and won't come now. Yase nyame ya adoma bawomia dabe Tuesday and also Wednesday. Say Enye Tuesday. Okay, so when you am say 2016 more Accra from Nakata so Akata dating so because I not dating is very important. So what do we be to so I am patcho checking. All right, so request to import 100 metric tons of cocoa beans for processing in Ghana. And your letter dated 14th November 2016 on the above subject refers, okay, we are right to inform you that management has approved your request to import 100 metric tons of cocoa beans from Ecuador as part of your operational requirements for a particular recipe for a customer. However, this should be done only by sea through the port of Tema. You are therefore requested to provide detailed information on the following: name of vessel, shipment schedule, blah 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 blah. Okay, so I don't know acquire any but more letter back no. Let fasten me. Minim how any we know pe. Yaho Kafui blesses Bobie, sorry for the loss of your mother. Welcome back. Thank you. Madam Wase. Mama me yako nyina Madam Wase pa. All right, Paulina, my Shirley is here. Prince is here. Bobie, tell the government to pay NAPCO trainees allowance. Omuntua, omo discano, omo wiedi. Ekufari ya kromfo, omo wiedi. Okay, so we no select and was importation of cocoa beans from Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria. So the same it's the same your letter dated 22nd January 2024 on the above subject refers. We write to inform you that management has approved your request to import 2,500 tons of cocoa beans from Cote d'Ivoire and so brofo bakuno no use you. It's a template in the cocoa board ho. A template ukoye NDC de no the same brofo we ya the same brofo popa mo Ghana ni bia otim bia pa mo kofa MPP cocoa board o mo brofo no the same thing owa front ato a template into ba no yi bi na de bia hyehyem oba no yi bi na de bia hyehyem the same brofo. Let's move on we has wojiri kwasia no oni intro oni intro enya intro bia no odi sa the man what ya de omo ya no all say baka kire the only way eya yebetumi build Ghana ne say asemba yenyi ye political lenses no ento nchen so na ya analyzing ye in this other biano we allow politicians to use foot soldiers no more akwatete no more dibone no more akwatete omudim kwasi asem no more akwatete nti MPP time NDC ya MPP ya or say enye de benti na wo yes ah if you know say enye good why I don't think na wo yes ah de no so now nim say de na wo ye ono kura de na ehu de no onim say so wonim say na enye na wo ye o waka mo say sada first na nya na so nya first na wonim say ade a wo ye no enye and you are doing it ade na nya then you are doing it. We shouldn't do that, Charlie. We shouldn't do that. Your mind and we must be very careful because enche yebe wuako yenchirima obuwa also owu achibibia ni obi so he doesn't care what happens behind him or her. Some of us we care about Crawford. We care about ma yenchirima. All right, Charles Mafu says Bobie you are live inside in Suta Achia Medamu nyina si in Suta Achia Ajete says check your system. The sound is good. All right, the sound is good. All right, Israel Bruce says Bobie my condolences and I sincerely extend my sympathy to the family. Thank you so much. Okay, mamenye we quick answer now. Me bo asem bi so yesi ba omi abekasa yenima de crowd abeka Seba omi abeka so one kaso Kofi Bentel. But Kofi Bentel, this guy works with Imani. Find the picture to Amame. For Kofi Bentel picture to Amame. put this guy's picture here. You see, I've been saying this. I've been saying this. They are criminals. Kofi Benton is our guys. They are criminals. Kofi Benton is Akuma. They are just stupid boys working in the system. They always do things. Oh, how much mere BT system, no? And he say no. And they talk about fraud boys. Some California fraud chain will be this is Kofi Benton. And you almost said that Kosuya Brofo. And he said you share a glasses plain one. No a pepem saying they learned it from Akufo-Addo. Our position in the society in such a way that they use their position to trick the system, to outwit citizens. Because look at this boy Kofi Benton, another scammer. Enti unim beye 2 years ni eno obi catch him say Kofi Benton no mbebo unim say Kofi Benton me yes ade no ada eya me kase Kofi Benton will attack Akufo-Addo but on attack Bawumia yes and say opesa tape no you should look for it me yes adwuma no ha kwa me yes opesa de we motrim ko na njai yes opesa de we me about 1 or 2 years ago me can say Kofi Benton because somebody from his office spoke to me that this guy is working for Bawumia and he will attack Akufo-Addo government now a job Bawumia only for this stupid boy to come and tell us that we should be fair to Akufo Bawumia and then the fairness and the diakonya fair fair Ghanaians should be fair. We should not look out for policies. We should not look out for who is able to run the country. We should not look out for who is competent. Now we should be fair. Yeah, the fairness. Yeah, the fairness. And as I say, yeah, the boom mine. One. Okay, so much Jimia. O say, yeah, Ibrahim, madam. Say, I remember. Yes, Ibrahim, I did this. Me yes, Ghana ni bia or follow me. Adana wi bia no. Ewo ha me kan. Okay, so much Jimia. Also did matter. Yet to a mind, the only other some person beat you or mine just call them young grammar 1 year. And you see, then they talk about my course, and my essay, Ansah, intelligence. I said in Katiana Kai was school and prepare Jimmy. Where Jimmy? Just imagine Kofi Benton Kwanko school. Cameroon Jimmy Cassie. We are talking about policies. Tell us what Bawumia is coming to do. Obianka said Bawumia who quite say also pre Ghana Kunya. Oh, quite. He's a Ghanaian. He qualifies. But come and tell us, Kofi Benton, come and tell us what Bawumia is coming to do. Oh, Bawumia policy die. Then we can face it, tackle it. Now for the young debate. This stupid boy is telling us it is just fair. Now fairness they say, okay, so let me do this. Me pacho for the fair recent tweet no old one on the tobo recent year fatuo. Let's put it here. I'll explain to say, yes, you did that. I listened to you. Okay, Ojaba Gabasi says, yeah, Bobie, I heard you. The other time, Messi 1 year or so, ni na me kai sa akwa we asem because somebody called me from his office. Now this is the Kofi Benton tweet now, or tweet for Bawumia nani. Or say, every man deserves a fair hearing. We gave President Mahama a chance to be president. The least we can do is give Dr. Bawumia a fair and objective hearing. He is not president and has never been president. I have no doubt he will be better. I have no doubt he will be better. The VIP position in Ghana, apart from standing in when the president is away, and he can't make any serious decisions, it is totally powerless. He is like an advisor. There is a good reason Kwame Nkrumah refused to have a vice president. Indeed, the Minister of Finance has more constitutional power than the VIP in managing our finances, and the EMT has zero power to effect its decisions. They advise the president, who acts through his ministers. I trust VIP Bobie because he has been the best VIP ever. Even under trying circumstances, he has shown himself not corrupt, and indeed has been effective in delivering some crucial transformations. I am entitled, like everyone, to my belief and choice, and I believe he is a better choice. All the rest of us need to do is give the man a fair hearing. Of course, you're entitled to your choice, but you cheat yourself if you close your ears. So we will open our ears, and you too, you must open your ears. Foolish boy Bentel, open your ears and listen to wisdom. One say, make us say, oh, I said, don't get your school and prepare Jimmy. What Jimmy? What Jimmy? And this Kofi Bentel is damn foolish boy. What Jimmy? What Jimmy? Listen to him. This guy is telling us. Initially, no se Bawumia any powers as a VIP. Yate, only powers. Oh yeah, name FIFA Beka say. Bawumia has proven himself to be the best VIP ever, because even under trying circumstances, he has shown himself not corrupt, and indeed has been effective in delivering some crucial transformations. Crucial transformations, you know. Crucial transformations, you know. Power Ben will nya the yes transformations, you know. So Jimmy. They are foolish. Crucial transformations now will come once no. Point one. Oh, Kufa don't cross ya Kanibia, Okojina, Maya Kwaipi, no ko. Onka, Ubusan say Aquina here, Onka. Ha, me your best friend, the graduate Kwame Nkrumah. Ubusan said, then why a check Kwame Nkrumah, Onka. Enti, we obefrisuno. Na omodi a true book. Na da ho na ne nana no kwasiafo no. Omo so be kai se ye nana se no your best president check Kwame Nkrumah. One Jimmy Sem, Yom Niedi, Ebina Confident, no. Crucial transformations, the Bini Dia. You should ne write up no, and writing a nyansa, and yet just brofo, a nyansa. And crucial transformations, no, then God be at twice here, then the public can debate you well. Then the public can debate you, Kofi. What's this yenny assuming yenty? Yes, ye bet ye. But also, what you mean to know? You couldn't even mention one. Kofi, what you mean to know? He couldn't even mention one. And crucial transformations, chrono. Now the biasha, aye, blah 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 blah. And yes, aye, blah 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 blah. Now they are show crucial transformations about Miadia Bagana. No, then we can debate you and ask you. I don't know to be here when I wait you want to be here. Also, any power of the bay. The reason why we are talking about this foolishness, the same thing, and Omiya dear Kufado by the same thing, the same scenario. The same thing Omiya Kufado didn't buy. Omiya Kufado, you see, and this is what they do. Kofi Bento no ne sankwasi afono. They do that. Normally they do musika. Enti, yeah, bro, I'm telling you. Akufado my way Akufado say no omo nyina atiem no. Omo brete say omo nam a street no mu no. No. Kofi Bento, they are enjoying life. They are okay, trust me. They are okay. And they say no, I see a quite a parent for a friend say a thief like Baumia, a criminal like Baumia, and San Fanamra. Obi on in your bar, a year on mine sada, or via or mine. uba ka che se Bawumia anye corrupt ayi oil for gold no kromfo nya ayi Bawumia kromfo no oil for gold nya Bawumia kromfo no kromfo criminal boy like Bawumia anya Bawumia kromfo no anya ono ena oil for gold no obi a wano eye transactions ama omanya o ka kire say the middleman no ye ni hu kwai say ye hunu say nipa kro no confident wo abadam o tra imani Ghana ho no asema wo tibi da what be da that a whole country like Ghana, a sovereign nation, a vice president eye transactions on our behalf. Now what timi ahwe ye nima ka kire say ye ni hu Ghana ni bia ni hu kwai say ohunu the middleman, the person who is taking the gold to bring us the oil. Ghana for Ghana a domo mutie mi nyina across the country. Yes mo ye de ye gold ye fa ye sika na ye de akwa fa oil abreye but enipa no a ekosi ni so no Bawumia ka kire say ye ni hu kwai say ye hu nipa kro. You are talking about this reckless fucking man. Obia o the whole country. Convention. What do you hear, Juma? Now about them? We won't sit down. Moko roba ho de ne ba ya. Ya kase Akufo best say o mine no. Ya ka from Asempa FM days. Ya ka obese o mine no. Oh, don't mind them. They don't do academic analysis. We do academic analysis. Government no more. One more animal as Azuri no. Yeah, academic analysis. Ina kwasi analysis. Asma analysis. Jimmy kikankwa. We are say abrabo. A straight. A logic. It's about logic. Just look at the person in the party. A opposition. Check the track records. Shaniema oye. Would your mind is sending some on your full powers are obey your more obedient kwasi more than that. We ABCD. So simple. Must see intellectual analysis. What is the intellectual analysis about this? Intellectual analysis. Every day we ask ya or no man as Azuri say or call a or so or koto Samsung. Odru circle ena obi de seminar so o discuss Akufo-Addo ascam no ena obi de seminar ema no ena ema no se phone wajimi say Samsung okọ circle no odru no na ye mu bi gina ho ka kire say no twam kosu na Samsung office main office na si urem na to a ombe ma warranty se kofie na se enye no a wo de ba omo beje ena se da bi wo te brofo na utare car no mate I'll get down here I say mate I'll get down here you know see was second na omo ko bu wo fui okwa na Akufo-Addo biti uwie ya o ba be ka kire me say okwa akoto semra na yesi semra na okoto yi Samsung na say ni aton semra ma wajimi it is a meka be Bobie meka just wajimi just accept say majimi wajimi say ya ka something na the brofo I'll get down here mate get me down here I'll get down here mate get me down here no get me down here no mate get me down here no get me down here they get me down here and yes there be baby a who see the problem beba oh omukra no am erinye Bobie no monte brofo mate I will get down here no get down here yeah get down here oh mate get me down here no get me down here na Jimmy ya ka sempa kire mo honte sa wasa ni me bibi me hwe ready ah yo na say omo argument nyina ne say So also last year me kanwa almost South Africa kofa for what do you call them, consultants, and the consultants na catch them said they should try and detach Bawumia from Akufo-Addo government. And you won't say Ansah me and no be from say almost so mu ba be yi kenofurata afriwo na omode yaba be so akwano what do you call him? You say Adam bibi Adam Sami Adam say one yes one omde neighbor finance because Bawumia ni pa no and they say no what they are coming to do is that no enya omo problems na akoso ni nyina nyoma. Listen to Samira MPP supporters nam say Bawumia enyo ne betumi aye bibia. Listen to Samira na yire tie ne yire.
He'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You heard the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and also you will be directed by you. Into I know say he's competent in that area. He's got the focus. He's got the mindset. He's got the experience in macroeconomics, and even as a general academician or and also he'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You heard the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and also you will be directed by you. Into I know say he's competent in that area. He's got the focus. He's got the mindset. He's got the experience in macroeconomics, and even as a general academician or and also he'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You heard the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now.
When in the ofrino confident no we ontie. Yeah, we nyane de. 2016 when no the year campaign against John Mahama said John Mahama vice president when me amwa atamels. Na onuni kru Samira so onuni kru ye competent. Na vice president die. Wasadia ni say wona wohwe etoto oman ni sikasem entoto ye. Anya za. Enti okura ben na obaba beye. Ye ni de ma Samira wei ekodi di John Mahama atem. Ye na ma Samira wei ekodi di John Mahama atem. If you say okura ben no so okunu na ebeye head of economic management team no okunu beye efri say wa ye eba economics no okunu wa ben pa. After stealing the country with Samira's husband ene Akufo-Addo omo awia oman na wie no, now they are telling us that Debbie we are vice president o de wuntimi nya hwe o wiase. We are vice president untimi nya hwe. What guy say Kwame Atamils ene a time JM MP before be catch you say John Mahama the luckiest vice president ever. Okay. Ada yom say Atamils yare na John Mahama na ye bibia edi so mani igua yam fansha John Mahama. Meboa. Listen, meboa. Listen, meboa. Wamo ameka. Yeah. Sangro for we ohu. Eya na ye omo say. You see, now Akufo-Addo tweet no fatuo. For Akufo-Addo tweet no to na amanfo hwe ntew. Me be say me wie. Me ba cho ene sika cha de no ye sha ase. Me che 500 Ghana. E for my de o. E star 413 hash. Ene and ma start adwuma fully. Star 413 hash. Me bought mama mo. Mo beti kai abagum no ene me che nipa ba ene enche say 10 on. Kwame yana first star 413 hash. Eno chosili so good to hear from your voice. Yes, of course. Ya yam pabo. Ye jim. Den. Touchy. Ya touchy se boni aba. Okay, so this is the Akufo-Addo's tweet, and I read that was in 2018. 2018, they were in government. Akufo-Addo can't say no. Obi imagine it. 2018, 11:50 a.m. and or 20 here. I say I'm glad to be able to report that the economic management team under the stellar leadership of the strong, brilliant economist Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia has risen to the challenge and the hard work is beginning to show positive results. 2018 now by within 1 year na eye mahama ne nhyehyɛ ya power de agu no ye no na ɛwo no saa time no obɛkeka sankwase asɛm and when Akufo-Addo obɛka kyerɛ ye say Bawumia the leadership under his leadership and ama economy ni ye no ye ne de ye fra ne say Kofi Bento no mama be dispute. No, they did not come to say anything. To them, that time, say Akufo-Addo to Mikasa. And Ghana for Kasa Bawumia and I'm on minor buffoma. Almost there be and your Bawumia and your noa. Now listen to Osafumafo and Oponkroma. Just listen to Osafumafo and Oponkroma. Just listen to them. They think that we are fools. Yan Trawa,
economic management team and the capital say ministry in say economic management team no your chairman ni Dr. Bawumia na say only papa ko meeting na we say owo tira so daye owo tira emu na so daye o ma no ho emfuntaburo o ma no ho adindire no wo ye ne go twa no and the capital say ministry in say economic management team no your chairman ni Dr. Bawumia na say only papa ko meeting na we say owo tira so daye owo tira emu na so daye o ma no ho emfuntaburo o ma no ho adindire no wo ye ne go twa no
Obey chairman of economic management team and of my penny power say me na me nye kasamafo ema Ghana si kasam if you know ni na say and na me sua aduma no ono no cheche me aduma no ono na so mampani adan ko Akufo-Addo okita ni nsem ni na sia wa friend say Mahmoud I wish kasam no explain ono no chichi si kasam no my economic management ni na ebi etre ono any opinion ani chima Bobie wa nanse ni mebo aba ba mu ni na yesuasua e wo ni na say obi bi already a message so that sorry na ukra frago ukra handkerchief why na ye de afre seven say that wale Adam Smith alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the capital say ministry in say economic management team no your chairman ni Dr. Bawumia
e fa say Oponkroma no afre no wale Adam Smith Oponkroma on afre Bawumia wale Adam Smith was Islam say jata wale Adam Smith yeah mo ye be mo adwane wo kromu a convent the response bi aba fatu ordinary response bi aba fatu quick one ya ntem na minje mma penifo na adwuma ewosrim na adwuma wosrim Bozat Kwasi thank you yensa mamun ko horo another pig won fa namra. Okay, so this is confidential the response o see ene ohun one handle so. Okay, so let me just read through quickly. My earlier post elicited a lot of responses. Many say that they tried this government and it failed them, and so they won't do another trial. The same people are advocating for someone who earlier failed and was rejected. Afenwa unity. And you go for Brazil Baba campaign. It is amazing they can't see the huge contradiction. That position is illogical when they advocate for JM. You tried JM and Nanado, and you claim they failed. DMB has not been tried, and he has not failed as president. So that logic falls flat. By the trial logic, the person left is DMB. If you are okay, so keep on. Not to return to the certified proven failure, then only DMB is qualified. Go. I'm simply saying give the man a fair hearing. He is not Nanado, and he has been the best VIP in Ghana's history. So, Kwabena where you are, where Jimmy, where you are, papa. Kwabena me who is so abua join with you as a da. And the best VIP no oya no he. Osi Akufo-Addo a faili. Akufo-Addo by one vice president.
The question is who has the standards? By what standard?
No,
and all judges say he is the best. He should bring us the standards and let's know, because that's the best way we are able to appreciate both of them.
That is it. Banana,
John Mahama as vice president, Bawumia as vice
Banana,
president.
in any case, what say Akufo-Addo a faili? Akufo-Addo government a faili. Confidential.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Akufo-Addo vice president India waya de pa into Okodi vice president who Krobes no ya de.
Because waya de should
so reflect
in
especially him being
the overall scores of the government,
especially him being the chairman of the economic management team. Say Ghana has a major problem, economic issues.
Yes.
So what is Kofi trying to say?
Now listen to Kofi.
I don't think I'm person you the standards.
The last AEB Akwe Jimmy papa nimba be free. For me, even if I will make a mistake, I'll make it going forward and not backwards. Some mistake in the person, yes, I could go see every year. Oh, Jimmy, he can't even backtrack to know that my mistake and I need to
because
correct.
The best way to go forward is to retrospect.
That's all.
The best way.
I'll come back to you guys. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Me pacho belo wa de na you free so mame. Ayi mama menya sa de we. Mahu water bills ayi your friend say water bills na what you mean? Fatu o mame. Obi tua water bill in December. Then in January the person is paying almost 100% of what he paid in December. VAT electricity 15% now. Omofa backdoor they are too is running. And I'm telling Ghanaians, check it. Light out toy, Momo use a prepaid. Check it. Momo Toby last month, about 2 weeks ago. Now I check it so. Okay, so December the nini 337, right? 337 Ghana cedis, right? Water bill 337 December no date ni bibia available. Then in January there by okay, so mpacho who tell Ghana me chira ekwaya omo echinchim system no a omo stifle system no a Kofi Bento say yes I make mistake going forward. We will see what the papa or the train here so or the train in Amphor no bomb say man no Radin Yankopo yes Christo. Okay, so but interestingly Obi Be argue say they have water amount of water we use not say indicate on the receipt that they be we use volume say the same volume no nipa no use in December that he paid 337 Ghana cedis. The same volume the person is paying 605 Ghana cedis.
100%.
Yes, the person and enya ononkwa o we nya me nipa kro. Me and I'm catcher Kwame say we should do that survey. And if this week we'll be doing it, then we'll see how they are cheating the system quietly. And nobody is talking about it. The same volume of water the person used in December, he paid 337. The same volume in change year. Then the person is paying 605 Ghana cedis from Ghana Water. Yajeji amount for electricity post and pre, right? Bills, any receipts. And you can see sharp increment in January. Especially last week of January ending, there's a sharp increment in electricity tariffs. Sharp increment. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is telling us anything. Nobody is saying anything to anybody, explaining why abasa. But this is the current situation that we find ourselves in as a country. And some mistake no na Kofi Benti Jimmy for say yanko so anye no on the obeko so a mistake. Say obeko na chi correct the mistake or you know. Very foolish boy. Thank you. I star 413 hash. And made me first a beba. Made me first a beba. Na a man for omo awini. Eye CMG scratch de. E we say odidi. What you say? Masa, what wa unka bin shemu 500 pow. Na aba. Eye ofon so. Umpewe na apede. What you say? Aha. Enti mesrewa you are the first. What die there? Edobako stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. 5 Ghana cedis. 5 Ghana cedis. What do you say? 5 Ghana cedis. And Town and Kase and Kwabena Messi Chaden Tem. Uchaden Temwa. Ubo say machine be pick within tem. You get me? Ha. Now Otetra mama for bo ramu wia. Afede now ni me enya issue. Me say me were yem. Ntuni minya issue a enya ye. What do you say? Enti Kwame Ogbaja kare na me pa me hu yo. Ade wa ade atu afrakra wo mani su too much. Ama ade atu afra mani su bebre. Ade ba sam. Anyway, all right, so my main kai o man for say wo ma edachi ehia. Wo ma edachi ehia. Akola ye wono no a say wo ma ye vaccine akola no. Omo frɛ bibi HPV. One vaccine akola no a obenyini no enam yare basa nema basa. Ti asem we yo ba oba no ho ban. Na dachi bi akola na ni amre. Obenyini a waye pani a obo ne bra no. Na uye pani nso a abrabo mu dewo. E de okọ ba bi a wo mpe. Wa hwe ya niam abeti asra no. Na so send vaccination a wa ma wo ba na anye bi no HPV vaccination. Misraw tiamiye awofo mun tiamiye obata wa wo akoda wotemenka ba bia fan serious mame me pacho niem protect ye ma edachi ye protect wo dachi tabia heba center womo ena de tabia heba mesha aba onu mu ato untimi di wonam hwe wada we enya izo into the yade ni namsa pepu yade ni namsa tabia heba mesha anopa what the tabia ba capsules aba ye no de hey we sisi mi eje oyere de yere na se mi so ko awia wo sori anu wo kam hey ana afa su kra constipation ye moatimu a no amemne tabia ba capsules ni bi wasi unya ni free chedu nwotwe mfa oba pem from fansanka o memo kan shi drug lane ubenya bi pharmacy shops ahodo herbal shops ahodo from 0243 686861 and also 0245 749206 unsabe to me akabi meba baba ka asem debi e dia kyeremafa eye horse 5050 engine coolant ho mesa say bosu biu horse 5050 engine coolant meba baba ka asem de e dia fa ho akyeremo mese Kofi Benti no monfa ba omia policies mra ne discuss na ayi mampani die no enye emotional appeal yo nana bre mo se nana bre hwe papa bra wa bre emotional appeal na mo de kofa kromfo wi e bae Timudi another yo mate my main team free doctor. Hello
Bobie
Eja
Uni ama fan form
Kai Allah wo yo Allah
Uni ama fan
off form mpacho
Enti benti nkwasha sem no kan na makuma nyina ye mia wo ha sena me nimi so di 500 ba be juma kuma ya me nsia mo wa
ba juju akuma brafo
Bobie
Odi na mpacho wo side be
oh mi woteshi mi batch organizer
oh okay ucha
ela onu mi esi wo teshi
catch me
na NDC asi chief compound mama time we was no sena was no so ye MP aye honorable be ayiku wa koto no ma abagu clinic na sena be ya be bi anu atimamfo be ko no okobo ya ko pharmacy men abasa o mu mpene na eno na esi wo ho no ono ankasa be hu se 2024 we ni ebesi obehu nanim
na okoboy no mutimi ya ne ho adwuma
okoboy adwane ye be boys no omo amfa na easy
sao
obi adi moja koye
da bi nka ne sao so obi a sha tare kokko di kofie
correct obi a titi kojan
obi a se kojan kofie ho
you don't know we dey obeti yanka
sa mo se o mo tare foforo kama
fresh one
that's right
me see here 2024
don't worry we the 2024 no mun show bi atare no mfa nkofie why
no be yire ni bia ide be kire no
mun show mo tare kama mfa nkofie yeah that's it
say mo ye di ho adwuma ma no
all right so baby it's we di 500 baby odi akwakosie ukrofo abesra mo na mo asho mo tare kokko that's right yeah fine pa se atare kokko na di kofi wa kofi ati so atare ya kama I mean before no nim say Ghana for any abro they have no clue okoboy obu nim ade cry eba ade cry no eba no okoboy no nim yo krofo di bra bre mo so no munim anka boy di na kakra no amone mo boys na nya no na mo adi na moto but you see Ghana for me di manu wi say almost saya kofa another strategy omode be wash off Baomia. We are not going to allow them to clean a pig and call the pig a sheep. We won't allow it. Obi antra won hwe mo mo ro preko mo mekire se eyo odwan. Ye be she preko na tare ama mo hu se preko na gina wo no. Pig na gina wo no. Ye ma omo medisa ankwasi asem no enchire ebiu. Thank you so much. In the studio we have Onya Listo Nana Kusipoku is here. Then we have Uncle Rex Omar is here. Arise Ghana national convener and a GAG and Arise Ghana member Kum and yet Malema team member Kum dear baby. Anyway, so that's it. Let's do this.
Koto we an be we an be gini yonko tata nti no eya but the eya me fen so ne say motimi asomumu enye easy I know and I don't know how it will feel even though I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, trying to make it feel as if say me sebi say any ye ba ko pe na so utime fo bi mame eyo mame and it's my mom. I mean like
same
as I say na relate in life no obi a mame obi mame and can you imagine say me can charge what ma say Rex ma me ko also ma me ko and adwa ma say ne I just said room so na say no adwa
en kekasa
en fans and for me ko bi bent di mi ni bua
en kekasa
me ko bi bent di
David o da ba kokwa ba do ko ya ba kokwa ti
me hye mu nyina mu nkran na me gina Ghana for dodo na sabio ye madwen ma no nyina achi na me gina o ma na mu so ahye mu den se mamo nwe sa mo nko na mo nam mo dom ta mo chi papa papa ka na ntia na account
my cousin be na me to nyina from Nkwala bring now I see myself as a very strong tough guy until me mami wo ye me na me ne ba panyi and me ne timi fee for 30 years until we are that close so only 4 years ago ana you see we be man no move ko ni fee na no echi me free kromo ba there be me ba na ma fa ho na ma coach sala na oh na ma pack na ma me auntie
urebe physics urebe fi
ebi no
yeah urebe fi
Bente was calling the
man cried like a baby
urebe fi
in our presence
me urebe fi say because I am a root na dey be am tie tell me ya me see na me ma fa ne ba sa
obi agra urebe fi already o ye least mistake urebe fi
eti no me on my sister ti me would have me we any problem auntie my sister say
odi agra rebefi
very painful
yeah we rough get rebefi
because if we are seeing no a mother is the last person on your mind say obewu
now oyare nyina me meaning so okay I read okay so but so obewu pa de no
anyway but yeah let's do work and I think we have a reason to also celebrate this world's life.
Yes.
Na me na agi enua no e de na brɛ.
Yes.
Die yedi ani hu bia no emre asem we sie na me list we come ampon me ma me issue no e na this we busa ma se mo se Kwabena tu ka se o ka we ya o twi se ye ka se fa o ka na bejo ma me ka nkɔgye ne ma.
Of course. What is car?
What is car? You asked me.
Yeah, I did.
Me review, me buy me kwetro to.
I did.
He asked me say, Kwabena, enti
se ba se ye musa na ye mfa bibi nko. Na se wo kai yi kura mpo a na utimu. Ene se fako na
unsan kan ma me a
oledi kofia.
O de beko.
You onwe hu mienu.
Chese me mo mani pre.
Okay. On the way I see fire all the time, like every day we speak to ourselves maybe 2 or 3 times. You don't know the frustration I went through last week. Yeah, you know, Papa mu. Kumasi yeah, no say yeko. And I mean 1 week in Tina. Maka.
Okay.
Etino meaning say or samaba. My friend list to well, I'm a frap phone. What is going on? My frustrated. I didn't know. Obi we on the phone. What is going on?
Many list to one tempted Saturday. Me kra no se me bank kan ya oni a mani nkantini na me treke no yankɔ no so Kwabena de dikai de dikai na me ba kwasi ada na adwo ada no pa on normal okokuma se opɛ Monday so obeba obe spending tie ye na mse akwa we ma treke na enyi because o hade a me tu me ka na me kɔ no ho odwolu na che se yakɔpɛ ba bi atena timi de me ba ya na me so be wura dem na pam me die Meniti be around 5:36 calls me phone so but obi a menim say e hardly so be frame matoto so e ni timi hu ni number no on the first person me friend back because ni ampa ni will not call you for one
only once
is okay timi hu me ya me shame but before I me ba be fa phone no call we so bo me pono Kwabena sorry na asem na me say dey o say list one e syncrophobi me say me taredan no say no one can say no wie me taredan no so madwene koso say the person is in danger that was when I started thinking what can we do na me free ni nani ka chem say asema abeni so nyamena ye be dan ase to even have you here
asida be brave
asida because say if you are seeing a story and what really happened there they will appreciate that the power of God is indeed
that is the
in existence.
Yes.
Unyame to me. Because for two people to attack you with guns in their hands, na ba ko kura bonsema ntimi an convince ba ko kura say yen say.
Ame to me so.
Na wa say ba ko pekura de anka ebi say nipa two no, God was able to silence the two, that whatever you want, take it and walk away.
Yeah.
But nipa duan pa de, don't touch it. So then it give me some feeling that what they said about Daniel and the lions is true.
It's true. The Job story is true.
It's true.
It happened.
You know, me cried and I'm in some moment no matter what mampon ho baby. It's one of no, let me call me because me sure say someone needs to the call.
Yeah.
Into be friend and need fire. I say, about you guys, are you still in Kumasi? I say, no, yeah, but I'm saying I'm a banner what's no say share. Would you ask maba? Listen to your neck, cricky crana me power, me person me who and him say we
Listen,
Shadi, Yanko Ponce, the by Jesus Christo story. No, anyway,
to be honest, Ayana Menino. Me aya meneno endi hu areho because I need nini peduane chenka.
Oh, I mean,
of course, what is car?
I at a point na me de me say ke come ho ahwe say am I still alive? Yes, because I don't want to even remember what happened.
Yeah,
it was very dangerous.
Wow.
Say obi e pie so o tene ya o hu say ye wa na ye mahye no na say shiva Kwabena, the person could just have pulled the trigger.
Yes.
Na ye mahye no nipa wo ba wo so kretuo me tene say hu say ye mia na no shiva.
Yeah,
and the second person can
the second trigger no anka.
So just God. Nothing but God. Nothing but God.
And
I thank God.
Onia Akwaba.
Yes, Judicial. And you know, Andrew Amini listed what didn't come out quite cheaper. You know, it was the same thing that happened to me.
Wow.
Yeah. Men said the name is dangerous.
Yes. It was the same thing. Yes, me.
Onu dia need them.
Me in my house. Yes.
Need them.
You know, and Métier list no. The modus operandi is the same.
The same. There's no.
The footprint you could see. Say it's the footprint is the same. You know, they came purposely for a particular thing. You know, and it's, you know, it's, I really feel for him because it took me more than 6 months to recover. Not mean to mean that I couldn't sleep for 6 months. No,
the trauma.
The trauma.
No, I'm sorry. You know, in fact, I didn't know AC, and the following day I had to move to a hotel. I slept in a hotel for almost 2 weeks. You know, they send men and they come, you know, wielding weapons. They come and, you know, PBB. They come purposely for and gadget information. Because when they came to attack me, almost for my phones, laptops. In fact, made them there. Every electronic gadget I will be almost. And you know when that thing happened? There ye show was Saturday. Me can't say more evidence say President Kufuor near Bumpty.
Yeah.
I call Abuja. Your discussions no Saturday. Monday I'm machine on be attacking.
And the next day they were in court.
And now I did say ya no omukosi ye no. It almost sa gadgets no ne equipment ni free me fee bibia wi ye no. I did say no mo dey call court almost sue ye. Say emi ya no.
That is terrible.
You know.
It's terrible.
So the footprint utie is the same modus operandi.
Yeah, Mompire na yenye friends security conscious. Yeah, the same thing. Akwana Kwabena can say.
Yeah.
Me lucky me ye say me neighborhood no because of maybe being a musician as a fountain. Me normally very fine. So obia ya went. You know hana o masente. Uncle Rex. Nkrofo some nkrofo bi the motorbike bi abe park corner hasi baby. And you suspect say there are not some people we know
in the area.
Tell me about demonstration.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
80 for 3 days now in Defi.
Yeah.
So why not send on nkrofo bi abe some strange people. They've been coming here for the past 3 days.
And we show more. We show more. The omoye
well for about yourself
omoye special operations exactly. Yeah. And they are trained though. They are trained boys.
Enti na nkrofo awomi area ho twitwa motorbikes na omode ba no pictures ebi no twa ma me hu normal plate bon na eti one day me na me hu say motorbikes ni bi trailer me ni petrol net so
because you have it on your phone.
Exactly.
You see, Kwabena, car ya there ba kwa ni we are heading.
Exactly.
So, in fact, say akromfompo eji obi car no be kobo krono ana some ko ye don be ya omwe ya no ma eden o ma ko je si baby. It is so deep because o pese ye chill di bona o pese ye chill in terms of a car ko this abone and I said let a car be involved. It's for a car to be involved in this matter, not up to date, not even a single lead. David, it's not
and the car is in the system.
The car is in the system.
Because last 4 or 5 days no be free. Say Omo who list to a car and number plate to a continency.
Wow.
Then this morning to Obini Madin Kumobia, I won't disclose it. Now me say bar, then I'll tell because still yeah my boys name it's in the system. Yeah. From 4 BN or arm robber BN or beju phone or beso to monitor who calls the phone.
Arm robbers.
Yeah.
They are not.
They are not arm robbers.
For almost 5 days, now list to a phone on.
Kwabena, when you say they na
the phone was on a low battery before they took the
so phone. They charged it.
They charged it.
They na meti asem no. Me free list was
Bobie yeah. I'm Robert Bay and Obenya Kwatra phone din who is calling, who is sending messages.
They want to know who is calling you.
Honestly, me na menim say omo na me dream say ebia
on emfa
ebia wakotwa sim card no foforo na ebia onim me number no enti na onfa no
check sound
me free number na go through the number was going through omo nya comfort
anyway
omo nya comfort na
imagine say hwe bia na me da no hotel ho no about 400 meters away from police barrier.
Atinga Junction.
Yeah. Wow. 400 meters.
Yeah. Kumasi FM ni. Atinga Junction. 400 meters. Police barrier ni. Then used to that just 400 meters.
There is so if for audience fanise majimi. Madwe me say edua nadwa police ye adwuma. 400 meters away. Intimate. Kwada baby a police wo.
Well, so
how do I trust
them? Young Roberts cry and Casamika police for a single lead.
Of course.
So young Roberts cry. Uncle for Bokrono,
na utucha pictures na me kwakan wa asem a. Na eno adane utipaye. Police here the picture na police jina me nchen, me kwada so ya be rob me. How? Kwada. Police jina me nchen. 400 meters away.
Oh, minimum na dey una beka.
Listo.
Then you tell me the competence is in the IGP. No, I don't believe so.
Listo, this is not.
And I have every reason to believe, sir, he's my prime suspect. I tell it. He's my prime suspect. But I will wait till I get there. And I don't fight. I mean, you see, Kwabena, that day I was telling somebody something, sir. And you won me so because me wa me call me ni mechi asem. Me wa. I don't care what happened behind me. But what I was thinking about, they say, must this be the modus operandi of a democratic state? Young Ghana for we fought for this democracy, and we have someone who is saying he's a lawyer. As president, must this be the modus operandi?
Your friend me or catch him say, Kwabena, me phone were on. I called. Okwe also free. Na esi continuously for 5 days. So me say me frɛ me namfo bi was system no mu that and I say no. If so want me a charge phone no dia then the phone is with somebody sitting somewhere
monitoring
conversations about phone also messages because obviously me say me fair ya ba ku mienu na say anya enye say me say akronfo anaso obi ahia na agea me send the message and I say nkomo bia me ni wo di secret no me send the one message say chale ade we say ni say you to we are get back to me so that but me nim nti no me send the message me can be but I wanted to check
but me I didn't know
it doesn't make sense
when say time my friend I didn't know I could have even sent a message I didn't know say me I thought say on incident ni see no and we trying the SIM card before
I na me busa me ho asem bi kwara muni me no do I have any secret
me fun ye kura mu yi ebi ade mba ti ebi amompa ye ush maybe that is what you want to do that dey no mami bi was because mini secret mami was kwayo dey ya brand here I heard you know be
apart from ya de pa ni emodi pa biti we here me ye bone a kwabra unim say the best people I have loved in my world are those who criticize.
Of course.
Now, me don't sometimes.
Because yes. No, there's what be trouble. Kwabra say you.
So unu obi am na say onipa nti mi nka wani ma asem dia. Ene say na nya agudi.
Na nya agudi. That's on pay ye.
The best people I criticize. Me pay wasem am nka wasem. What must say? But say me hu say baby a wo keka kono. Ebedi wunya, edi wunchiri manya. Edi omanya, edi abusua ne obi anya. Me fa nsa me ho, meka
asem di kan esese ye ka.
Enti no, se no nti na mo me manu we enka ntumu da.
Oh, you no grad here.
Sure.
You never forget it.
So if you say e be ye atata no na.
Oh, you
I'm not one of those.
No, that is you see but
me who kura me sama wongu.
Forget
me who am sama wongu.
But that is the modus operandi Kwabena. You see they do that
just to moralize you and all that.
Yeah. You know, and you see and that is why you know
I'm robber wa when you born commands and we are.
Can you imagine?
I
interacted with them.
Mr. Armed robber. What can I say?
No one can say.
They are not armed robbers.
Anyway, Nyameni dada say enti yakoya say no wo na so ma ye nyina yakọ ko ya bi ase tie nyina no wo na so ma ye yakọ na wa hwe anka ayi abe de kanya agro ayi anka be de
but Nyame na say dada say
me yam share shit you see and is it me dey because I've had the experience you know it brought all those back after my bottle me fair number ni sa
me say okwa bo me gate wo ka say Kwabena sorry na list wo na no asi o sorry na list wo me hu post se me fa
chale Kwabena you know and Kwabena I see a share hun crying
yes
and
well.
I am you know we thank God for his life
yeah
we thank God for his life and
I mean to be shefufu bi kam she bi bua no
and for the life of all of us we thank God for his life and Kwabena, the last 7 years have been very, very difficult for us, especially
very tough. Very tough.
I mean, me the young farmer. It's Acadian.
We have seen it all.
Acadian.
We have seen it all.
Acadian.
Very tough.
I'm living a day at a time.
Yeah.
Like because
it doesn't make sense.
You know,
it's crazy.
Me, they've tried to poison me. They've Omodenakotum Eddie handcuff a Guminsa and
a quay mofasu could run if you know. You
so,
have no clue.
So we have suffered. But Kwabena, you see, it's for me it's encouraging. Say, you know, at least what Chinabino, you bet me catching Chima say. Yeah, Kakufo the one same at Chirimana. We can tell it from a position of experience. Say, this is how bad of a leader Akufo was. And yet Obi say, Yeni, yeah, yes, say.
Say, yeah, experience it.
This is what we went through.
We lived it.
This is what we lived through for 8 good years. Under a so-called human rights lawyer. So-called human rights. Kwabena. Now I don't people born who so on the platform B. I bet catch them say for the human rights lawyer. One who has had a trade, I met 2 no.
Thank you. Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Me ba chose catch there no yeguso. Star for one. And then me on one yan faster. Ya tete ajaw. Mami MBM mamo. Now Kofi Bentil e pese ye bie conversation mo. Me de first tweet number. Then ne response to a year Ghanaians, cause bashing the Ghana for money be papa. You know so the aba. But my mama Kofi Bentil old tweet be a year back guided my conversation. Unfortunately for us, Kofi Bentil say crucial transformations are caused by he couldn't mention one. Kofi Bentil at one breath, a Akufo-Addo government is bad. At another breath, there has been crucial transformations. Now, Kofi Bentil's argument or the Abane say, John Mahama was bad in government, and unim the entire yakofa that bad person edeneba. Akufo-Addo has performed bad and even worse than a Mahama. Say no Baumia and Akufo-Addo ho on a president ni bida. Inti efa Baumia emra. Now in 2015, this is Kofi Bentil, and let me quickly read through. And I read, I have been quiet for a while. Reflections. Here's how I feel. Someone said, cynics are not born, they are made. The struggle is real. Spending crazy sums of money on everything from the most expensive fuel in the world to 5 Ghana cedis. A piece nails. So Kofi Bentil had issues with 5 Ghana cedis fuel prices, right? That's the gallon, right? Okay. Now, moving between my inverter and generator and still suffering darkness. The struggle is real. Talk is cheap, and sometimes empty talk is annoying. That is how I feel when I see and hear people who don't buy anything with their own money and feed on my taxes telling me how good things are. This is Kofi Bentil. I am being taxed to hell, and I have to struggle with everything. I am not amused hearing platitudes. This is Kofi Bentil. So now Kofi Bentil has no issue with baller tax, menstruation tax, COVID tax, only problem be our home now. Because now he can afford. Okay. When I leave Ghana, I am asked, is this the best you can do? Did you really fly that money? Is it true you are giving over $60,000 to every player plus a jeep and other bonuses to footballers for being second? Now Blaster call Angola, Amoma call finals. Kofi Bentil say Blaster drew finals in World Cup and Kwasi, but say Blaster Cote d'Ivoire we need 1 match out of your group matches near Befi near you $8.5 million Ansah. Kofi Bentil akwa abua na minim de owo no. When your women are dying through childbirth, okay, so let me move on. Did you buy power to watch football when your factories are collapsing? And he is claiming that people are asking him such questions. Is it true that hundreds of your people recently died from cholera and Accra is still filthy? So filthy citizens are being asked to get out and clean it? And do we hear you are about to sign 10-year deals for emergency power, which cost 1 million a day? 1 million, as whether in dollars or in cities, we can't tell. And we hear there is no plan for ending Doomso. Just a series of hopes. And you are so in debt, you have to run to the IMF. You left only 8 years ago. There was a time when it felt good to be a Ghanaian. This is different. This is your friend is a Kofi Bento. Okay, so that was when upon Kruma too was preaching. When I see darkness, I get afraid, I get scared. When I see water shortage, I get afraid, I get scared. When I see upon Kruma, see so ohunu a traffic jam. Said traffic will come be bria. Na ni yamashe no ojo FM no. Ose when your light or here the polo. Upon Kroma say Sata will who traffic because Jomama free bole ban or the traffic free bole e buy into who trafficker na ni yamashe no. Also what armed robbery. And who dey say no. Cause your upon Kroma any problem ano. Aha, who dey say any problem ano. But also first no armed robbery. No ko jo upon Kroma na ye ma hye no say hey I'm say ne yam hye no because now he feeds on my taxes ko jo upon Kroma ye nipa because me tua de ka etua police ni ka ma ne bo no ban etua police ni ka e ma ne hwe ni fie so ontua light bill ontua water bill ya ma ne bungalow otim yitua na bibia ma no enti ono no free say no se Bobie taxes na mimi didia I am fine but say nye Bobie taxes na nya bi ni na say me wo opposition dia and I am scared. That is Kojo upon Kruma mentality of the 2 years no. Members, Liso, let me start with you.
Okay,
on Bentel.
I mean kan enchetie for bim na me na obi bia so as I've had series of messages on my way. I mean, no BBS. I mean, na abedwafo nyina so ase ne odo a modern edi a kire me. Kama ade ba ko a e wo se Ghana fo nyina yehu ene se on my way abedu baby I dream because of nipa omo eye very selfish. They fuel their selfishness with commentaries. Ebema nipadom bi afole for deception and lies. And these are the very people that are supposed to ordinarily believe say oh nipa we die omo ye sebio neutrals amayosem kra no omo ni we afa anase omo we afa no sankofo no they make you believe say omo kasama Ghana fo nyina na omo de omo ni we afa anase omo we afa but say we a reasonable human being why do you dawa e wo se hu se sankofo no omo na ya man boyefo in fact omo ya man boyefo kracha ekufo do ni baomia because the devil is not more evil than his promoters. The devil obonsam ni hu nyehu anase onye osaifo ti se omo a womo ebo obonsam ehu dewro se nipa nkodi nachi because se nya sa ankofo na ebeye den se nipa betimi kura atena se na ono asori se mekodi bonsam achi he womo ye campaign ma Akufo Addo no ene se meti se omumu bi eye enuoma ase eye omo ya se Akufo-Addo kura be ye mampani na wa disappoint omo a in some instances obu won man IQ no e very low adwene ne wo fom ama because of adwene na e wo fom no ontimi nwi deeper te say bia Nyankopon adoma chede odi aman a yen yetimi tenase etimi dwen ehu se obi a woton ni papa eja pade e dia akọduro madam ase say ni pano do amagban ya obebo no. It's a very simple thing. Say you have to use the brain. The Biameka said the parable of the talent. No, Jesus was referring to the brain, and say who refuse to use your human brain now? The men are not friend gomshen na. It is said they want to form. To say akwana, the man the bakwa okotu to form. They are the only see yes say. Openi minim say yes we three more than. Enam se wutiri mu odi nti me de na me mpese me de bekọ akoye adwuma na me kọ na me kọbọ kaa me nu se oba abeje me do nti no me tutu form nti so me na je wa de wo so wodo me no wo a wo be refuse to use your brain no you are cursed, and it is to a very long your friend is saying sometimes to your third, sometimes to your fourth, to your it can affect generations yet unborn because of adwene eda wutirimu a wan fa nya adwumanti epinisi ayesi na because a lot of Ghanaians refused to use their brains. Now nipa no a wo kasa no wadwe ye say we num de civil society organization or academic or lawyer ni. After all, where you be a unimude. We are say adwinenko ene nyansanko. What you say? Suehunu. Enya wo mo ko suku nyina nani nyansa. Nanka Professor Ade. Ekoni nyansa odi ti wiase no. Hwe nyansa we no odi ti wiase o. Enya wo bi a wo ko suku a ye fe ne professor na unimude. Ebi mo wa ena sedu nketi aka suku empepe jimi opa ko wiase suku nyina na wajimi ena nyansa so eyade ketewa bi na wanya sade na ansa untimi nya hwe ma ne nya ye enu ntina fe ni nyansa ni nkyeremu no eye syllabus of 2 words nya ansa wanya ansa na waye bibia untimi nya de kro no ma ne nya ye da. And my first statement about this is for the Ghanaian to begin to behave like Omwa, the parable of the talent. Nyema baku enum obaya no na wabon wa mana yedu baku ya man nine na wabon wa mana ye nwotwe. So when you so adwen no a obetena wo ABC nim na obeye no me amawo ni wunchirima. It's important say ni pe bia oti wiase a wadwene na eda otirimu no ube yusu. Now how do you use the brain? How am I in this life? Me boy, me boy, going to have obi te say Kofi Bentil we are or trokra na utimi say or what errors in his grammar. Yes, we go school. Or errors obi a wako school. Ena ne thinking no obi bia ni wono mu a opese okọ wanimu a na kan history ya de dey nti na true history e say no wo pese o kire say history kura pon efaso ni so dynamic symbols no die ni ho de pa kese pa sankofa uni ma de krontia eno yenchi sankofa adia ye sankofa ni say uko school yama exercise assignment na de ma wo no wo tro a utimiti na teacher atro koye corrections twi ka sem yes insiesie onipa onima dia ye friend insiesie wona brabo mu no obobra onye yie enko nanim ogina faako wuti na wan correct na o se o mati men correct but me come anim me pacho teacher ben na obe promote obi a wawe this is Kofi Bentil adwene na wu nyansa nim they are fools nipa sometimes when you want to be very biblical ube hu nyansa bebre tembia no etina Solomon okọ nyankopon anim na ewoda yemu no osere nyankopon ade ba akopeu nyansa wanya nyansa na bibie ni wa wo ye beyeye o. If you walk with a fool, look, just by walking with a fool you become a fool. Nantie keke se kire me yonko na me se mensa na moyi na mensa mano esusumi na so sumina kan se mensa nim nyansa you be say wada fune hwan ya me se mensa obi e beka smejimi. I'm telling you, just by association with the Kufuado, no, you will become a fool. I'm telling you, and yet by providence, your friendship with the Kufuado, no, makes you a fool. Your friendship with Bawumia makes you a fool. Because look, a dear pan will be asking say, nipa betin wants to say, me buy for Adasan, and ya me hunti, me buy my Adasan. Sikabe na munyae. And then what taxi ama and yam kania crampa mo add any value to no. You want to add Ghana from Bacho value added tax no. As a self-explanatory. Things that you have added value to are those that you are paying taxes on. Me Pacho Ghana for added value to tax. It is only a fool that thinks like this. E-levy adia one say or digitalization one na man of digitalization. It is only a fool who would say I would discourage people from using their phones to transfer monies. It's discouraging. When you want to digitalize a society like Ghana and you bring e-levy, you are a big fool. I don't have any apologies to any person because it is only a fool that reasons in that manner. Adiana John Mahama no pencil, they were encouraging. They say, "A bedroom baby no crampo no. We don't need to spend hard cash. Until you be Biana, you have to use your Momo to do transfers to make things easier. And you don't need to go to the bank. And until banks no, and making sure say, or more any telcos no, at to kese, and making sure say no, or phone now so crampo no, ultimately is free account to mu, ultimately transfers to account to mu." And no na civilized world no say no ko America ko UK oyster UK use oyster card use cash hard cash they say UK free obi use hard cash and nimdie e kire wo say obi because anya ono na adwene mu bawomia digitalization e fa na adwene mu a obepɔ damate asudo mi do nyameka e kan ko te bodon because everything digitization or digitalization John Mahama de buy. John Mahama de me baby na make say buy Ghana first. John Mahama see a friend is saying data center. John Mahama see a credit data center. John Mahama de fiber optics state owned e buy Ghana first. But we make the crow John Mahama time ena Uber eba Ghana ha. Enti sa time na John Mahama Uber ba Ghana ha no. E dey na ye dey fa Uber. Uber ka che say we are leapfrogging. One pound Jimmy no Jimmy a abo honta. I'm telling you. Ansah will tell you say adie we e wo say we A Ansah no akobi. Enti say fiber optics na John Mahama dey ba Ghana eni ha. E na wo say wo ba Ghana card crampo a and I was person we now we a street name na Jack, where are you? No crowd, would you boy a chrono? Bow me a for Jack, where are you? We had it already in Ghana. And your friend as I say GPS. Meboa, I order that. And I buy now cause and I say, Jack, where are you? And I say, I am here. And then Kulane de Tonyum. Udu baby and Aquana unity, Jack, where are you? Meboa. And what's a sunny din at the $2.5 million FDA? Professor. Then you, instead of people to use their brains, and you see, I must be very candid, say, even though I have been off radio for a while, I've been reading a lot about how people commented on under Kofi's post. And say the whole crown po ekotwaba. You can see the Ghanaian is now thinking deeply. The Ghanaian cannot be fooled again. No fool can ever fool the Ghanaian. No fool, I'm telling you. Now you have to go through pains to fool the Ghanaian, even when you are a biggest fool. First, no, they were very gullible. Most Ghanaians were very gullible because they would easily fall for Baumier's lectures, Baumier's theories that were propounded by people even in the ages that he read, without even acknowledging those prowess. Our Bekin Kanye in his lectures, yeah, who books, etunto books, no, and who nyama bebrebe na oye any no. Those antics, no. Ghanaian fell for it because at that point it was a novelty. And you know how Ghanaians behave when Akoya say, hey, Akoya obey, I say, the way of life here, on the lectures no dey bow. Before, no vice president, presidential candidate or running mate had done that. And every Ghanaian, in fact, at some point, I began to follow it because I was like, is it making sense? Yes, even though I was rooting for Jomama, I fell for it. And I was even questioning why Amisata is not answering questions that is coming from Baumia. I came out and said that those times at Muntia, I was questioning why Amisata was being very docile. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I think all apologies to his soul. I was being foolish. I was fooled also because I wasn't using my brain. That is how come fools were able to fool the fools. But today, how would the fool fool the wise? Because Ghanaians are thinking, who call the post Nasia? How did you find someone who would want to even say, oh, Kofi Asema Wakano, Nyansa Wum? Hardly. You can read about 10 messages and you see not even a single. You can read as many as 100 messages. You won't see one arguing in his favor. So it tells you that the Ghanaian is thinking. And that is how I think we should appreciate ourselves. Sir. Without thinking, fools will fool us. There a chat to Kwabena. Election way I kono. It is just about one thing. It's about saving this country. That's it. Me, John Mahama, you're in a track record, ni BBR to talk about way home. In fact, and this year 16 years, MPP so the 16th year mu way. In the 32 years of our democracy, no, Chempaba. Now, if the NDC is bold enough, district by district, municipality by municipality, metropolis by metropolitan, or the baby bia, one constituency by constituency, that's the political language. Yanko constituency bia, na NDC, and Chese constituency way, yajuma. Let us just oppose that with that of the MPP. No, I just want us to do that. And we are 1, 2. Salvation na ye pay for your country we no. Any independence, second independence I ye pay for my way no. Yeah. Enye ma try ma kwe. Obi obeka che say so obi hwe bia no, sa nipa kro no. Busa ne ho say, busa onipa kro no say. Ono, would he want to toy with his life once more? Knowing that when we tried Ekufuado, even some of us, wouldn't say at some point, Ada Ekufuado winning, you know. Me mommy was like, the way Ekufuado near the end, wow, be your bonny one abemo, be you. Yeah.
We all believe that.
Yeah. People were feeling so much about how he will be strict, how he will not entertain nonsense in his government, especially when he was even plagiarizing speeches of your friend is saying former American presidents saying the citizens are not spectators.
ada omobobo abano 2016 so we ni no na me ne Osofagos your friend say
papa ni patintim papa fio
me ono kwadwo ebo a ewo ahoto ne agina se ho first statement e free papa ni anum bai ni say say the Akufo-Addo bebu o man pa the onye sure say this bit nya power bi o, and you all believed it. We all believed it.
I think that is why I wasn't present.
No, as much as ye nyina ni Akufo-Addo no say me preaching from Akufo-Addo 2008 but Accra FM the resource no buy any that enthusiasm on the streets no e buy nyina trim say well e bi akwai obeye bibi.
There was a wholesale of public goodwill
exactly
behind him.
Exactly.
And that is the most
the way
reason why
I say opesika nyama banmu na be posika opesika go to the private sector.
It's a language of swindlers.
I'm going to protect the public.
Swindlers, flammers. Hey, they are the quickest. Akufo-Addo, look at how he was bold, a thief who is very bold without blinking an eye to say I'm incorruptible. When he had graduated from corruption to being a thief. Thief, a broad daylight and proper thief. Thief who has stolen party money. Sika parties ka we are ne yire kose ne yire mpo. Who say ko jiji scam no? Steve Mallory, African Watch, magazine. Busa Uncle Steve say, "O ma ko jiji sika wa America dia ma Akufo-Addo say Akufo-Addo. Fabra Ghana be campaign no this kind of talk ama eslowusu. Wey, adwene wey e da ni patrim. Now be ka tell me say we betimi abu man. Na wonya Kofi Bentil wey num e sankoma no. No mu dinachi. Omo nko ane de we omo ka brofo. Ghana ni nso de agimi, wonya hu so obi te brofo pe. Oh, ene wonim nansa. Obi agimi awu, timi se na adwene na abodam. Jimi adwene because what te brofo. Ene hu me enkofa junkies na wa America no omo te brofo papa. Omo betimi abu man wey. Junkies. America junkie. Oka brofo na no kra emie ne se esi so ani. I risk kontom right. Jimmy, junkie. Broni a wabodam a wote brofo. Ebi no Akufo-Addo. Etino, we have to use our brains.
But I think say Kofi Bentil no graduate chain.
Oh, but Kora
because onipo otimika say ono why mistake fine, but because why a mistake ni change so be correct
moving
mistake.
Forward. So, you see how he reasons? We work on school, you are sharing logic.
Or no uncorrect mistake need that they will because why yeah.
Wait, or deduction I say.
Anyway, yeah, family na.
Etimi di usie no kwabra, me de America esesudua. Abana ye koto no. Yes, I will encourage the NDC to work hard. But any NDC MPP asem bi mu. Baby aye dru no do mahama na onam ho no. NDC pekro mo mpo no, Ghana fo be fa no. Near the nako. Because sebi yempanifo bu baby say they onim to ne ni gina kire mpon so. And the devil I know, the Muhammad devil I know no, is better than the angel I don't know. The devil in Muhammad na omu preaching my who say wa bon Muhammad incompetent no. Look, I prefer John Muhammad's incompetence to Bawomia's uselessness.
I'll come back to you.
It is better to be incompetent than to be useless.
Thank you.
At least you tried. But useless men, they have no reason to believe that even a trial is important. You have been given a whole economy. Ye bibi ni enfanyina so nka say Bawumia ye bibi. What if you can say you have your own idea? It is only a fool who will not make an attempt. Make an attempt. Nanki say, oh, he tried, but it couldn't work. You are sitting down watching the Ghanaian like Atembi.
I'll come back to you. Live on Accra 100.5. Nilate says Akufo-Addo is a confident trickster 419. Would Eduji says submission is the motto for Ashawu for Jacob K. Tekute says corona place today is my son's birthday. Divine Tekute of Priest Land Educational Center Kaswa. And I would arise so Uncle Rex. Oh, okay. So Uncle Rex, I'll tell you your birthday.
Yeah.
Wow. Now we grad wood didn't say.
But it's worth celebrating.
Anyway. Uncle Rex, young Kwana, Media Babisi.
Oh, Kwabena, Medas me church here for. Bibi ho master di was I my way mu. Ka o man bia de ye do ko school a ukosua ngoma se o de beboa wo man, o de beboa wo busua. Nanso ka me paye ne se wo hwe Ghana ha sei na dem krofo na o ma ko school na ye from intellectuals no. Rather no omo yusu omo school nimdie no edisisi o man no. E de bo man ne kro no. Ade ti na make asa. Wo check your sema Kofi Bentel aircan. Now they check will be our school in logic. Here is the situation now. Akufo-Addo and the kofa about me by a running mate. Akufo-Addo statements bebre on one case on the economist and non tina wakofa a young man economist baumia. So me buano no me to Ghana's kasemunyina pepe. And that is why as a vice president, he became the head of the economic management team. Economy say ni hu say. Obia o Ghana how be kan okure nya Ghana ko ewiase nyina nim se Ghana economy no atetia pansam. Atetia pansam to extent say you see no a devalue more than 500% or even 1000%. Ye bibia say hwe onim de ekoso. So foreign money other dollar or now euro and now be your bank or Ghana. Kona kasa wuku ina hwe don beka kire. O kana so pe $5,000 so beka si nibi. Ye be ma 1,000 kona de pa. O say Bank of Ghana don't have the foreign money to give them. Ade bia ye hu demonstration and say no. Tokro na to Bank of Ghana ni mu no. Afi na start e manifest. Almost say economy now to the extent to say nothing is working.
And again the dollar no pass.
That is what I'm saying. So the whole situation is for Kofi Benton to come and tell us Baumia de afe no the new ideas. Eba. So 7 years ago no day. So say okay when you're president, you came to help the president. When we do professional ideas NATO for na say ba say president nko entie wasema wo kana oye de opa. If you are an honest person, won't you resign? What traship room boat no wa ma say boat no e de akodi chawi a then we ka say afi na wo de ideas e beba ideas no different in e beba. The problem is Baumia only credibility and na people like Kofi Benton feel so time to chop e di kwa bia yeah ba yanko he masa yanko hwe na yanko chop bi enti yanko painting no yanko ye that job painting ni yan package no ni enkoton Ghana for masa o package na bow so enya dia Ghana for beto we are wide awake ugu hu ani mu ase Kofi Bentel. I'm surprised honestly speaking na meaning say obetimi ayi bibi kura unye bibi to this extent. Entina media Ghana had there are no neutrals so side no munjai kan obi so na neutral there are no neutrals in this country. Says a Kofi wa draw a line am here said no way ni nyina no ono ankasa no owo ni behind the scenes no he's coded under other stuff na me kasa bebre because ono ani post na say ade Ghana for dia ye no so obi a owo shame a ono ankasa obekọ kudware odware 1,000 times kura na the way Ghana for di na tem no nya de an ho hohoro
odi akasha kura ba emfa
etibidi when it comes to Kofi Bentel says Wamia will say, or nip Baumian na Dukadaya. He has no credibility. Well, losing the credibility, you know, respect Kakrana Kofoman or no Ankasa, a paper respect, you know. How can you go and package Baumia and come and sell it to us again? Baumia sem bien with Jano Creso. Ni be bia tro. Nobody quality say Aliza Gamma, if I say a Gamma lizard. No chantro no say. This is a personal back and say. When the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Now, time about power for fundamentals, now you weak exchange rate and expose you. No, another a friend say, symposium or whatever, and then it's a warp logic and blah 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 blah. I mean, so any power mistake just like a maybe President Kufuor buy or jitum say oh said the may bana minim sa ade ne no na nya sa na tie it me sorry and on the ka say nipa we or honest at least or credibility kakra what you say say mahama ka kire o say umma ban muda mu maida etino say o tinchen na o keka na mahama is incompetent and mahama is incompetent no oba betena so na be hu say de ade ne sitie etu keka won sem wie na oba na hu say ne ma no enko say de hu no enye that easy na still a uda so kura won tro na otwa na ma na wo twa ntro no na ogusu twa ntro na ogutu twa ntro na abepem ne say they can't sell him and the confident fee say we aben me credibility kakra Ghana for Jimmy ne neutral ti ma men kwada men copy pa ho na menye kakra nche me wotom ene ne
Mame enka man for Mark Afachu says Mark, I don't understand this your question. Anyway, Daniel Edu says honestly with me I must commend Mr. Thompson. He did his job well during JM's era, and Thompson is still doing his job today. Thompson forever. Okay, all right. So this one is coming from Daniel Edu. Abdul Rashid Jibril Sawadogo says, good afternoon, guys. I'm watching you live from New York. Good job. Okay, thank you. New York, no. Watch through New York. And when I say watch through New York. And when I and what the baby area not you know Ediaka home. Me money and me. Me know that all. Me know that all. Ebi a New York and run no. New York radio dey so New York. Na or the dinners ya ka ho kire se me mo. Na fe dey ye. You spell it say. O told me. Ye. Ye. Na Tom se kura to bro wetu ya ka dey we.
Agwa bi okoye o say Massachusetts.
We dey wuntie. I saw you there 4 days, you know. Okwawia. And you free fever. And the American Cribia, ye come once. And ye can say, Papa Biko car, Iowa. Hey. Iowa. Iowa. Oh, and this. Near come once.
Your first one thing when you saw.
Yeah, if you are Korean. India, I do a pan when me ambo. That's a Mississippi cry it Vika. Mississippi. Awana me bo break wo to that so call you from. Sifrigado. What's your name? That's your name. Mississippi. Oh, where we are. And that's a Mississippi cry it Vika. Now so call you Sifrigado. C64 was branded up 64 casa. Adia we ye akwa idea ya we dey buy SYRACUSE me can say SYRACUSE SYRACUSE
aha enye quiz room
It's not familiar. It's not familiar.
It's not me drew one of jump in New York. What your full pass half hour.
When you go see the idea.
W say a year and 1 person may because provoke your big gun. Everybody, yeah. Tommy. Mammy, yes, catch a dear backo, Embra. Hello.
Hello.
Aja. What fun the form? Afa. Say now about phone or so.
Oh, 500 euro.
A dem. Oh.
We are glass man.
Jumamba. Who try say?
Oh, 500 we try say 30 cedi.
And now what is a 500?
500.
Utrinkwa. One danumoshi. Congratulations. But your friend say.
Kingsley.
Who was which part of Ghana?
Oh, me was thinking.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Warehouse Johnson.
Okay, Mate, all right. Was it a Mesa Tonsi in Cancho and Crofama where you miss Bomo Bosia?
Oh, to me, Basil.
Also, be busy. All right, so I start 413 hash. See, I'm just catching the and I made to gumpa, Namicha, pa. Now, say no, Tommy, one Adolf Mate, minim idea how kwawi. Wabe breaki edino into 3 amame. Menka Sai Ra Qs. Syracuse.
After Makai baby, Syracuse, yes.
Monka. Area.
Syracuse.
Momonka. Momonka. Na memintie. Hey.
When you said me call New York, I'm Syracuse, but me who spelling no.
There's a university there, Syracuse University.
Yes.
Spelling no. Me friend Breda. Me friend Breda that way. The Baba cross me we are say there. Me so the media me tie we ya do abetra ro. They kaya me dey. Ejeti. Kaya me dey. Hey, Tommy, say abo bre koso hey.
Oh, that's my main chat for. I think say this year this is my first time. No, I think I've your second time.
You don't remind us of your battle with the ladies.
Oh no, this is battle.
This is why I missed out. You're passing, yeah. This is why I missed out.
However, you refused using the mister, so
you missed us.
I bet you did.
Oh, patcho. Oh, David patcho. Come na patcho. Patcho.
Huh?
Papa ko sina butcher ko to dem pure free slave ba o ka so butcher si dem bi
what does you like dem
I don't know afani Syracuse Syracuse
it's what I got my Afro player match
Syracuse oh agree dem yo so I confirm the one teach you dey okay want
is it they also ya say the woman in Fagan and the other four
anyway let's go
you told you them to the you see Kofi Bento issue we own. In fact, the first time I mean Kofi Bento statement na me say fake news. Just say social media will be to me for be account. Now I edit it because will be echo screenshot in the post I want make about me and then I didn't call around. So now me just say fake news. So I ignored it. Then I saw a write up going around. I ignored it again. Until 2 days ago, me who know saw the statement and I'm say Debbie, I did with it. Yeah, continuous.
Oh, okay, what did you be that?
No, yes, why yeah. Or starting you know.
I see.
Or starting in it. And he may call the Facebook page. Echoes. Share say.
That's what you sure.
If indeed, make coming from through the Facebook page comments in here. Not just say consistently the guy has been making some ridiculous posts for some time. Ewana. BM share.
Microphone piano.
And I'm say Kra FM. Kofi Bento there. You know him Kofi. Kofi, yeah, one of the lead people at the money. We've worked with them. In fact, in 2020, Tama, Jin Mensah and Adrian said, "Obe compile new voters register." Yeah, in fact, your name money Cambo, yeah, a lot of things. I think that we even went with them to mention your call for Kofi Bento more and a call. So Kofi is somebody I've interacted with, and so now me better my friend Nina Franklin, I'm a friend, I'm Nini Dinko. So yeah, now what you sure say you know you okay there. It's a private conversation. In fact details name to you. But I think say it raises a lot of fundamental questions about the integrity of the people who, you know, we put on our airwaves or people who we've given credence to in this country.
Kevin Taylor.
Okay.
Because we are on loud silence. TV. Yeah.
Kevin, ciao. One jandam for ni na. One jandam.
I said that say agrada ko wale waka. Kevin, ni brisi agrada ko wale waka. No, me video ni say Adam say ako we kura. Am Kevin. Afa o bai. What again is waka ko wale so stay. Ana pay me ho ba ko be mistress agrada Kevin dia no o se bela mundi akware se na no kete sa anuma sa da pa o se TV so ana kete sa anuma e na Ghana is nice Ghana is that na Ghana is that se na wa jasho no bo ko ya di ya ko Kevin ubeku ni pa o all right anyway so Kwabena, it raises some very critical issues about people like the area show more chromacy. Company you never Kofi Bento 2016, 2015, 2016. He was one of the lead actors in the Doomso campaign. Yes.
Or no so a lead actor. Occupy Ghana. Kwabena, what were the conditions at the time when Tia na Kofi Bento say until who jai who be that or say time now according to Kofi Bento, Ghana was hell. That time no near top petrol 3 cedis, not dollar 3.4.
Yeah.
Accra FM. That time no.
Yeah.
Kofi Bento say also ko to bibia na ne board den want me anto. Send the post now mukofa by him.
When you are eating, you don't talk. Now he's eating, so he doesn't see it.
Yo,
Kwabena,
Obefe.
The conditions are at the time I could feel Bento ni occupy Ghana for Nam Street to one kind. Today, we are in 1,000 times worse in that condition. It will be a principled person like Ira Kofi Bento la yin in him. This is the time, Anka. He will even rise up more.
Did you say
Maybe no. Say, that's an assumption.
Or carrying
at the time, no. That's an assumption.
Say, I suppose.
That's an assumption. Say, Anka, this is the time. Because that time we can't Kofi Bento.
No, but Minia, let me come in here. Kofi, any problem with the over past and the current? Because he has been saying that Akufo-Addo are failing.
Yes.
But he is claiming that John Mahama no good, Akufo-Addo no good.
We should try Baumia.
Baumia no good.
That is my problem.
No, mebaho. Oh, dear mebaho. Say, may set a foundation. No? So, Anka Samuel, this is the time Anka Kofi Bento should even be on the street.
Exactly.
Shouting. Kofi is not doing that. Now, Kofi say, oh, Akufo-Addo are fairly or sell minor, but Baumia dear, or no, ye mate keke, no, ye co-pilot, or no, dear, no, a number 2. Entinu ye blame Baumia, enye ye yemfa blame ni nyina nso Akufo-Addo. Minu Kofi what to kwan se bia plane ofo a when the entire man pa ba kon ka plane no ye ma ye di a pilot and a co-pilot if I can plane no. Because at every point in time they are all pilots and yes ba ko ye deputy co-pilot. What happens is that at every point in time Abako ebe breaking no Bako be ebe so okwa homjem kakra Bako esan no kakra no. And that's even at the time Abako abre na odiji adem kakra no, the other person have to be in control of the aircraft. So it is two people who manage an economy at every point in time, a country at every point in time. Kwabena, there is a reason why there's a president and a vice president too. If the vice president was as useless as Kofi Bento wants us to believe, the framers of our constitution would have told us to have only a president. Just one person. You know, say, what bon and what bon. Inte Kekufa to buy and konon kwa. To command say, and ki blemo on kwa. But the framers of the constitution, who say, Nyansa ni nipa ba kutrim. Entino, oh yeah, who fed president? Ese unya nipa ba kukane ho. Ebi ana president no or a lawyer. Na be dey tie economist. Enti or the law ni economist experience no me no kaboma. No metime aiden ebu o man no. Ebi ana president no economics, but on tim mrase. Na the vice ni a lawyer, and the vice ni agriculturist, and the vice ni a consultant, and the vice ni nipa. No so di nim there, no dey account book no dey bu o man no.
Wanu Kofi Bento, ye fa no say assistant director we Imani.
Wanye, meba. Me coconut and me ba ono Kofi Bento no. Oye vice president of Imani.
Kwasia, the Imani for vice president enye.
Ono Kofi Bento no. Oye vice president. Oye vice president of Imani.
Boy no means we Jimmy Sada.
It we vice president of Imani no. Na say ya bibia se o Imani a wo se o me Kofi Bento dem nka o me vice president keke Franklin Kujo mun ko blame Franklin Kujo. Enti Franklin they say unia Kofi amaye hu say they say BBC a woni e dey blame be ma wona aye president wona aye founding president into all your three vice presidents including Kofi Bento, your friend is saying Bryce Simons. Kofi according to his analogy omu nyina useless omu ntimi enye bibia enfam wawo Franklin would you media udi wo ho but Kwabena, it is the most lamest excuse anybody have attempted to make for Dr. Bawumia. It's the most lamest excuse. Say, Dr. Bawumia nyansa woni trim. Oni mambu. Ena Dr. Bawumia timi atrase ahwe di mekufuado. Asa o man na beduru sei. Ena Bawumia mumia nsuro no. Boni woni trim. Se Bawumia ni bibi pa e fa mambu ho. On said yes manage economy. And I said da me mfasa ni ndiwe mwe kufuado man nya o man ye. Me hwe kufuado man ase o man no. O se ni wi na me mabeje. Ene Bawumia o ya bro mu hwe ni ye. O ya bro. Man no ya bro. O ya bro pa. So ni bibi pa se de ye man ye. Ene nti watena ho. Abesi samri ama banks egu makofo savings asai kofo sika kofo djuma ahotre a ekufo ne Bawumia dia fam infien suni Kofi Bento say yen kasa ekufo na nitiri mo den Bawumia dia ono no na be dia chire keke na odi na chi no hwe no na kotre say no to boabom no kura nyehi se di ogina chire ka se wani gine no he ba me se ekufado ho nyehi se Bawumia me ka bibia ekufado ne ho nyehi se Bawumia he omuni ma won aka me se Bawumia komo de omuni ma komo jai kura because sa agenda no makọ bọ ni se omu be recruit people say Kofi Bento no ma o ma ye omu se omu de omu ye neutral no ma be try be wo se he me say afu election you hwe wudi si ye be twa hwe ye ma obia space eme ho eme tutu anoma ho emfa be kire ese anoma le ni o ye ma mo sa space ne kra me say ekufo de ho nya hi se Bawumia ho hisi obia Bawumia ni ho hisi obia ni ho hi
on kan no kre na sem bia nyina no kre so
me say Bawumia me say so omuni Bawumia ho ye Ghana fo hia akomo keka sansem no na Ghana for ask your man no e twen Bawumia mo de man started the campaign mo Bawumia started the campaign no unko market. I'm there Dr. Bawumia said Dr. Bawumia emfa kan ko Kumasi Central Market so koye campaign obu de man be ka kire no ho ombe yo mo pietu na de twa na ni so Bawumia ombe yo mpietu misi Kumasi Central Market for man no any race course for man no into us for man no ombe yo mo pietu na de twa Bawumia ni so se fa nkwasa se free so ko unim ya nkan fie nso ni ka ma ye mre sei.
Sure. No, but let me ask you. So, I don't think Bawumia and then the henchmen, the team, they want to blame Akufo-Addo for all what has happened to us. Why?
Sure, a strategy. A strategy. Akufo-Addo na ama ho kwan so munye nsa. A strategy. Sure, unim. Sure. Oh, say sa no mo de Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo didn't have an image. Akufo-Addo was hollow, didn't have any image. It was after Omo defeat in 2012. So election report no mo ye no. No mo hu no Akufo-Addo weakness. And Omo says yes Omo rent it. Omo package and they rented people. So time no people like Kofi Bento Lemko, even though Kofi Bento, minim Kofi Bento pa MPP ni. Even though their original alliances with these people no, they didn't know that they were being used to prosecute an agenda. A lot of them, if honest, and you see, they sold it in such a way, say, they made it look like a national interest agenda, and they got the buying of these people, and are coupled with tribalism, and a year Ghana for death. It's not some now Amoki can they Ghana for debt because Ghana for you tribalistic and nobody it's a lot of people were used to whitewash Akufo-Addo without even their consent. Omunyina ati omaniso bebre apepacho.
Oh, of course.
Now Bawumia de no and omo say Bawumia de why said we hwiri kahuro nso agu no ho enya wele ha wele oh so mun kwa fa say wele
ka sachire ji
kahuro
mun on wele no wo mo de gu nso no ma soki na ye mere kakra nti wo de si wo be 1 week na hu nso no e ka ho a wo be dware nko sana Bawumia te se de ye hwie wele nso na gu no ho into man who say Bawumia Juma na edin. And the only way they can do Bawumia Juma no is to sacrifice Akufo-Addo. Into one trust in one planning. Blame on himself and another on the oko. He's not going to be on the ballot again. Into more there, more fan swami. Into he say no, kasa no bekasa on Wednesday no. Eno obeyi ni nya de Akufo-Addo ni kenofrata so. And kenofrata say kenofrata on be pamo no. They say don't be any say on be pamo Akufo-Addo nko ombe yi kenofrata efiri wo omo de amin anta ene be finance minister.
So must start to cry esake
this na. Omo be yi about 10 regional ministers so ombe pamo mo no Bawumia de nkofo ombe hya ase aye bibi te say no yema Bawumia so Bawumia e de nkofo ba be hye ho enti no na enye se Bawumia no omo ye kakra ase eno ma ye ka Bawumia ka say no ode omo nko anu nkofo ba
ye no ma wia no side their bus system
say kana omo wia no omo di kakra be gu system nim na te say omo ka say Bawumia ka ye ma Bawumia kwan kakra ode no nkofo ba ye no say nanka kiti ye ma ne kwan ya ebeye ye tweno kwada ye tweno kwamna yes pe Bawumia wa obama ho kwan no ma be rental take Kofi Bento kahuro so ne bi hwie bi egu ye say Kofi Bento onu no ho o se dem de odo ntimi pie
no but responsible
kwabna ye ni wo e de da odo Kofi Bento tena ho ntimi kasa the way people have dealt with him. I know people have called him behind the scenes. Say Kofi-Addo, you've done a good service to this country. I don't know ugu ani masesa. Ewie ne ayaya say. Na we see him crying to even come into a civil society space. We are all disappointed in you, are they?
Kofi are surprising me too much.
We are all disappointed in you. Because when him said, people thought Kofi was actually even more principled than Franklin Kujo.
Exactly. And then I'm so surprised.
Yeah. People thought Kofi was even more principled than Franklin Kujo.
So you don't judge the book by its jacket.
You see, and in fact, what shocking will be
what shocking?
What shocking will be but yeah, dear. Say what shock you, say won't shock you. This time round, no. Yeah, ma bigger back. Yeah, more be an inch. Man, anybody who attempt to whitewash Baumia, you better shake a rose so only be a go so will so no. You don't have a fra. Because there's nobody with any iota of integrity or credibility who attempt to defend Baumia. Nobody. So, even a little credibility left her. Oh, Kitua Bimpoaka will find could defend the Baumia. We will pay the papa be the aye. Baumia. Ah, until 2025, we was our president. No, I was saying, His Excellency Dr. Vladimir Kopon. Baumia. Ah, Mute, yeah, Chomo, come now. Oh, Miss, dear Bayer Baumio Krumano. Obey and no me free aqua wale. Baumia be 2 fling cry her.
Ono about me na nim se onye credible. Ono anim.
Obetu cry her.
Ni team no mo anim say onye credible. Until they are finding a way to whitewash.
Yen one say na me. Uncle Rest. Yen tina say Ghana, yen tina say. Momo me ba o president okrum ha. Is it not an insult?
Yeah, no I na me na say.
It's not an insult. I mean, are we that stupid?
Yeah, no one say na me.
Are they? I ain't die. Kwame Nkrumah Ghana. You want to make Baumia a president? Are you kidding me? Nanti work up international funds people say who is your president? Oh, mine now so nobody trinkunu. No Kasano wako UN Security Council ko eko speaker. What?
Unim ye cry time.
Wait. Na ye twa omo. Me say wa would be try, you do be fra. Ye ma obia space wo krom ha and na Ghana ye ti krom na ye oh na oh in a neutral and now oh you don't have to and you don't have to oh you know just make your point but you don't insult. Hey, Baumia. Hey, that rule does not apply to Baumia. We are going to tell because here Kwabena ya file for sa on omba be confusing kwala no
eno no ma
so omo target ni free SHS nkwala no omo na omo target
yeah man akwete said the president na be so cheap say say I so cheap
yeah but you see omo target eye nkwala no free SHS nkwala no omo wu say nkwala na dwunu mo ha into omo be ya and omo so my calculation no because the last omo nim say every year it be nkwala about 150 200,000 students on free SHS. Into this year, we come within 4 years, no, or my estimate. So, okay, into campaign, a normal target. Targeting me, targeting crown on my dream.
So that's why they are using people like Kofi Bento.
What I say, targeting crown on one, or maybe SS from OSS, or maybe university for from, or my dream, and they are going to push this particular agenda.
And let me tell you one agenda be almost pushy. They are targeting some Gen Zs.
Yeah,
no, more a hype woman. No more use somebody.
And they say, "Oh, TikTok, oh, a lot of fake news about your mama. Nobody TikTok one the other. A lot of them. Enti, ye ma omo kwan, Kwabena. Ye ma omo kwan. Ye know omo the be see so. You know omo the be face so. What they see, e be chat.
Boot for boot.
What they Baumia? Me say, what they Baumia? We eat second cream be chat. Because Baumia, Kwabena, we cannot, Kwabena, we it in our wildest dream. Allow Baumia to become president in this country. It's unthinkable. It's unheard of.
But Baumia president in this country,
it's unthinkable.
It's like even giving Akufo-Addo a third term. It's as simple as that.
It's a taboo. It's a taboo. All right, so that's the president. It's like sleeping with a woman who is menstruating. It's a taboo.
All right, so Jacob P. Rufai is asking whether we are permitted to use arrow and Accra FM. Now Ghana there will be the arrow here. Jagafi. Anyway, all right. So Aisha Muntari is here on your Facebook page. Eric Kofinti is here. We have Jacob Freedom Yabua also joining us on Facebook page. Bright Tibu is asking whether Kofi Bento can eat from a new manufactured chamber pot. Looking at the way he's talking. Becky Stone says, is it bent till or bent till or bentwa? I don't know, Becky. So, Janetta calling is here. Says those calling him Kofi Bentwa must stop with immediate effect. And I've not heard anybody calling him Kofi Bentwa anyway. One from Buzet says cogent analysis from Mensa Thompson. God bless you, bro. All right. So Lawrence Treme, has the kind of adjectives they are using for one man, you know, be easy. Okay, so if we are suffering because of the mishandling of our economy by the economic Westgate, if Kofi is not under the influence of something illegal, then he's a tok-tok. Simple. Okay. Now, let me quote Listo and Nana Kusipoku. Time is the mightiest judge. Now we are seeing the minds of those so-called neutrals, think tanks, position in our politics. But it seems Kofi Bento has run out of cash due to the current economic hardship in the country. So he has to get closer to the Baumia campaign team. No Nyaka I didn't know Kofi. Don't say anything. Nilate. Vivian Upon is here. Okay, right. Thank you, Vivian. Kwame NS says my greetings to you all. Okay, we take a love letter or whatever. We love you, and I think in reference to Listo. All right, so thank you. Now, Maunya Freddy Agbanawavi says good afternoon, Bobie. Gucci Dari says the best show. Okay, thank you. Prince Dean is here. Oh, good evening. Watching you live from Qatar. Anyway, all right. So
in recent times, there is a trend, a very worrying. Persons that ordinarily you wouldn't think that they can easily fall for those tendencies, no. Nipa ni de me yapa e Kwabena Japan.
Me amadam for
Kwabena Japan.
Some who say na so in the CNE private.
Sometimes I want him to, I just want to prick his conscience a bit. Because look, he has just destroyed himself.
He held on so well.
Where?
He held on so well.
I
don't know what
politics. After keeping quiet for so long and maintaining his level, no?
Teachers, what can I do to
I tell you. I am very pained. No, I just say no. This is
I know.
I'm saying you said no to the audience.
Audience, okay.
One wouldn't name Kwabena Japan. You won't be pained like I'm pained. Because look, Kwabena Japan this is here. Do you know what they say that gets me so worried? Yeah. How?
Yeah.
He's a fine gentleman. But Madam for power.
No, I will say hitherto. If you're a fine gentleman, you don't think rightly. You can't be fine. So you allow yourself to be fooled and used. Look at somebody that you did try to also. Ye nim no krano. Ama ye krampon ye push say kasa. Kwabena so kasa. Ama ye mo krampo no edu baabi ne ye ne ewu se Kwabena Japan no a ye nyina ye di nachi adono ye bra ye di nachi a sebi we saw a hero in him no and ne ono ankasa allow ne who to be destroyed. Ama it got to a point that wo ankra na wo ankasa wo say wo ni for wo asem bia mu. And so you say party no I exonerate you. I did only for you exonerate you on. Because you magiatum.
What?
Hey, meet me Kwabena. And sometimes I don't like to do this on air, but I feel so pained, sir. I just can't hold it. Sir, and ne Baumia Namwa. I had to say boy. Hey, Kwabena.
On a big gate.
Hey. And you go say we can flat out that me when what destroy the home. And you go say it's an understatement. And no, me, how can Kwabena Japan convince anyone in the MPP? This is somebody that Akufo-Addo say one kind of credit. Wakoji NDC Fosika. Enti sani pana what discredit no. E dey na obekama MPP ni. They go to about Onya saying. Delegates no go to about Onya saying. So where is his constituency? Obia the do we see apaso ahoro wo say Ibrahim ama woka. Ukonya accident wiye. Wo dia konya elections why general secretary hwenim guase edi gu wo na ehun asedani a na say na akotena TV so oh baumia na na onim ade ya wo kan ya na esa me yakura ya na me fere adan a ye party baako na se eto aba na nka meme we ne ya se nka omo ma kan ba be di machi hey now me person busa question way, and this question is to all the stalwarts in the MPP. I won't say the rank and file because the stalwarts, I'm sure say omuna sebi the ODH suya the OD kind anti omuna the padomni di omachi. Eti yemusa ye say between your mind Ghana and the party no then ye do.
Omuda party no. I can tell you for sure.
What am I saying?
Omuda party in Ghana.
Busa who say even say do o party a. Busa who say enti say pa na wampani kufo. O ma party ni gija ye party say de na kufo do aye no say bi kontebe ya. Eka ujina bia ne he. So and media I'll still encourage that yensu ya adwen. Because it's the only antidote. If you fail to use the brain, some of these people, now wakoji ni sikebi, no abejina hono no wakache ose ba omia ni papa because ono wa me.
Yeah.
And the second so that is the danger.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
So these people no, including me and kasami dia mi chocho mucho Kwabena Japan. Asembi no kan no kre. Opa ni tapes na obeye candidate to want to be the flag bearer or can play those tapes and juxtapose that with the current utterances
and narrative.
Then you will see the person in him. How lying somebody can allow for himself to be used as a tool, a lying tool for that matter, a deceitful one. You are telling me Baumia is a credible candidate today. How? That the Ghanaian must go to the polls and see Baumia a credible candidate to elect as president. You Kwabena, how? How do you take us for? And what do you take us for? How do you think the Ghanaian reasons? Because you think Ebia when the speech be a my Ansah or launching the ambition to become president. You go and listen to the speech. That is what Kwabena Japan is. That is who he is. But money can destroy a very say Oyonko Boni say Obrapa. But we dey sika bone and say Obrapa. Sika bone. Now be sika bedaji. And you know, we enye in isolation.
We should expect more.
It's not in isolation.
Kwabena Mensa okra mate o
say the music chiri media nka omo dia
Mensa okra mate te
say the say owo jo mama kro mbeto no but members quick one member I Uncle Rex but Tommy obi busa me question bi and I think my senior another question here eye the same, that leaving out the idea of using money to manipulate the system, what else can Bawumia do to win election?
Kwabena, you see, the 2024 elections is a very difficult elections for the NPP. And they are very much aware. And Kwabena, I'm not saying this for the NDC to be complacent.
Or to think,
think that it's a done deal.
It's not.
It's not. Because winning election is one thing and securing the election is another. But Kwabena, I don't know if you've taken your time to analyze the votes from the district assembly elections. On say Afibiano, district assembly elections before the main election year. And the district assembly elections is always a precursor to the main elections. And based on the number of electoral areas pro NPP candidates and pro NDC candidates, will win. It gives an indication of how the main elections will be. And it happened in 2015 when we did the district assembly elections. It really gave an indication, say, the grounds was really not good for the NDC. And a lot of reports were sent, but some people in certain places disregarded the reports, did not pay attention, did not do the things that they were supposed to do. A lot of recommendations were suggested to them, which contributed to the defeat. Afi a district assembly elections now we in Kwabena. I can tell you on authority, the NPP could not even win 30% of the votes. Yes, in the district assembly elections.
Have you forgotten what happened in Ayawaso West Wogon, where in the Ayawaso Central, out of about 13 electoral areas, the NDC got 8. There was 1 neutral, and the rest.
It was that bad, and even Ayawaso quite a cosmopolitan. Eastern region, their own Eastern region, they lost Eastern region miserably. And when him say NPP sometimes NDC can win 8 regions, and just Ashanti and Eastern alone can come. In fact, they've lost Eastern region there. We Chebi areas ni free wa. The Krobo areas, Hokrano, but the surrounding areas, any the Krobo areas, the Oda, it's terrible for them. It's so bad for them. So, they know that they have an uphill task. And Nuntina, they are willing and ready, Kwabena, to spend as much. Bawumia is now, right now, they know, say, their math cannot help them. Is to use money. The money which they've stolen a lot. And now,
but the question is, is it going to work?
Kwabena, Ghanaians have become a bit smart now. The only thing, Kwabena, what we have a very big role to play. I know that Ghanaians are smart. Ghanaians will take the money and still may vote against them. But we have a responsibility to keep an eye and to encourage Ghanaians. Because and sometimes when money is involved, you cannot predict anybody. And we have a larger responsibility to keep Ghanaians on their toes, to continue to look at the larger picture. Say, it is not about the obedient net, but it's about the future and the soul of this country. This is a struggle to rescue the soul of this country. It is not about the obedient net. So we need to give more confidence to Ghanaians and say, hey, Sikanom de buy, GD. But have it in your mind, say, on the 7th of December 2024, it's a battle for the soul of this country. It's a battle for the second independence of this country. And we need to come now. So let me just end on that. And we need to encourage Ghana on that line. and let them know the omo ba be here no more mo go akwemu or the people they are going to. So people like Kofi Bento the omo here no, it's a precursor. In fact, the next group of people they are going to use are the pastors. As of for no, be kukuru siketwi dey am as of for no. It say no, we say enche as of for beba
o ma sha se.
I sha se be se nkom.
There be o ma sha, there be o ma sha se free soro. What year presby moderator no and okoye JB Dankwa you know lectures no. What has more kind? What has more kind?
Lectures a year.
Okoye ye ma JB Dankwa. What you na asmo.
They mean ti asmo kind.
Was say JB Dankwa any MPP from fa boni ya Ghana fo nyina ye omo enche.
Kwabena
ya JB Dankwa boni.
Na se no ho akofo do attitude mu. Ene me ka se
ya JB Dankwa boni.
Akofo do treat Ghana te se de Ghana fo aye ne boni na o punish Ghana.
Abo akromfo te se JB Dankwa ya ne boni.
Owu prison.
Kwase ya we.
Owu ye
ne boni.
Owu ye sie de se akokọ. You is within 9 hours.
Kwase ya we ya ne boni.
Na ye kra ya anye.
Ghana fo aye ne boni. Dario
ye kra ya anye.
Nkruma Kwame Nkruma kura ntimi nka je se ya ne boni. JB Dankwa aboa we. Ya ne boni.
Kwabena, you see, and they are going to recruit a lot of pastors. Ubewa for pastors na be shem come say Nyankopon aka che omo say akonya no kra adwo ma dia enye ye. Enti no omo nsa mfa ma ba omo yan to aso sa. Odi obeti omo fia so for no so a. Afi ombeko musicians no so. Uncle Rest mo nko for showbiz for no. Any sini for no. Any sinitwafo no any nkofo bi aba social media say you from influencers omo so no be recruit on bebre kwabena it's a sika twitwi de no matwa to o
mama
mura say ma Ghana fo anyi da ho ehunu se no mo ba be ye ehun se sekosio so mo de ye den yo ba o me no ye den oni president okrom ha ne eni ne tina enye ye.
All right, so quick one Eja
Papa
what for the form.
My funny form.
What for the form?
My funny form.
Hey.
Oyo.
Allah.
Oyo.
Me ba cho which part of Accra?
Ba cho me what Tema.
Tema. Say no about phone so.
500 naba.
Who can say?
I'm 55.
Any na dey udem.
Enya gro.
Udem.
Me ti o de bia o.
Me da say.
Me ti o de bia we mpo ma cha 5 pe ba ma we na me woman asa encourage me say me sa cha 5 nka ho na ma sa cha 5 nka ho a. And etomu
bam
nyame sha oni waju mapa wo ye
ame me da se bebre koso na etwa CMG sika achede adwumade ni Seahorse 5050 engine coolant ya Ghana ni a wuti e bon engine ho ban why o car engine no ya bon ho ban from overheating ai na ya bon ho ban so se enwe na ache so na se ubednya bo car engine wo ban a ye fra bibi eye Seahorse 5050 engine coolant ye no na ese ode emma eye engine no so na eboama engine no ne lifespan no ewa ena reduce eye fuel consumption na wose emma o driving no so no e go smooth wow to say car na nante a car nante na sound no ejiji wo yem obeyare man smooth. Okay, so also the 3367 coolant aba and a 1090 for normal protection so or the aba Seahorse engine coolant a man from call or memu lubricant shops now be from 0244 577 559 and answer 054042 4386 me boss 0540 424 386 a man from Greenfield Scientific Bar Clinic. Also the Bright Soldier capsules and a Bright Garlic Plus capsules and a ba ya Ghana Fragile Tumpa Papa. Na the woman says so on Sambua now when you actually Greenfield Scientific Bar Clinic. Almost say dear and now 2018 awards World Best Herbal Clinic na ekura stroke on your joy dear and after so name ya dear would win na almost a man from for money entre a year Nungwa Adogon last stop Estate Junction ubehu omo top choco was say top choco omo the top choco chocolate spread aba ya ye de fa brodomu nkoda pempenipe na no so na de ne mampomdin and what the 3-in-1 no so aba ye no de make ne kokoi and a situation de afra de ohia ne se wate agu nsuhiem wona wo kro no top choco no aha was from 024 3033033 onsa ebetumi aka wo mo na ye bo enka ye papa dia ne ye ka kiro manfo se aya herbal center aya herbal industries omna de aya mango aba aya mango boa bema o libido level ekofom na afa de asekremu ni trase bisa no aha ana aya fam no so ma aya modrum ovulation point na afa de etete faso o se aya no bi eboa ma siesie ma aya men flow ai aya o prostate gland no hweye na hanje ammo so manem function ye nom aya men flow na esiesie be ma prostate no na eboa kama jonso yare ahodo eyi afriwo aya men vital ya wode aba no ejina so entimi enye hwe entimi ngoba mesra wonum bie na eboa aya slim ya womode aba so beboa ama oswate na afedie twonu a waye no obi abehunu na chese waye kama osi FDA agiatum Ghana for agiatum from 050 875 8701 050 875 8701 mame enye we JM can assembly about your universities just 5 minutes JM can assembly about your universities patch quick one yemkonko tie asma JM kan and I think
we are known as the nation builders, NDC. We are known as the nation builders, NDC, because of the number of schools we have built. Every public university was initiated and built by us. All MPP knows how to do is to name universities that people have built. So after NDC builds the university, then they will come and give it a name of one of their heroes or one of their people. We are going to rename the universities. We are going to rename the universities. Ghana has many heroes, not only the heroes of the MPP tradition. We can name administration block after somebody. We can name hostel after somebody. We can name library after somebody. But the university must reflect its core mandate. And so we'll restore the original names, and the names that they have given them, we will give to a significant infrastructure in the university. And we will add other people and name the infrastructure in the university after them. But if the university is University of Development Studies, that is its core mandate. It will be called the University of Development Studies. We are known as the nation builders, NDC, because of the number of schools we have built. Every public university was initiated and built by us. All MPP knows how to do is to name universities that people have built. So after NDC builds the university, then they will come and give it a name of one of their heroes or one of their people. We are going to rename the universities. We are going to rename the universities. Ghana has many heroes, not only the heroes of the MPP tradition. We can name administration block after somebody. We can name hostel after somebody. We can name
invest in Munsibi. We see we are now my better to need. Oh, Tom, the Kwabena Ghana infrastructure, you know, you have fun to 2 on crop for. You know, many my friends say JM are doing 100%. It is said what can our bar at the end of the University of Development Studies reflect the core mandate. Now my best now more young and one no menene ya 100%.
Yeah, kwara the edikan I was saying it me who say the owo ba no na tunidi na ye wo mema bi wo mo ye krawa ya sebio omudu ewu nti no muntimi nye den enwo ba na bema untimi enwo ba no se impo okofa obi a wawo ma na ne netna ne ma no eya na omo papa ato omu din dada enti oba bi wo ho a waboa wa na osi o ni din wo ho na so no fa ebi a o say name eka ho tubon se frɛ obi a frɛ no kwaku agemandua esan se bawumia na akofa ni ntini e de bawumia e den asoso ti e frɛ no kwaku agemandua bawumia nti de otimi ya no but akola bia ya wono no o woni din dada university no Ansah na to say University of Development Studies Rollins edini sika ono ani sika na odi ko sha ase o I think say Gaddafi na this kind of chair na
there be a winning award
award
you know
this that was $50,000
and not cost starting
and not cost starting now in such an instance no he had a reason here and unti no dey den ekusi sa university no unye sika se wa broni e na odi koda ne nchen atofu kese wuso wa die ngruma e na nsɛmhunu ewiemu hyɛn president a wonwi da chinchirima ho
80 years old man
wo sɔre a aeroplane na wo no wakɔ han na ade nam wiem aeroplane akɔkora a wakɔ han aeroplane a yoga chair kwabra no yoga chair me ye friend sex bed ya no na mafo be
to say
aye ne ho te say de ko sei na asabu
what episode
me di bani na ehu na aye me na epoku de
na epoku atuma ko
na epoku a me di sofu de
kwabra subu fudie
ina se de bi ni esi church
akokra aeroplane yoga chair sim e na wa han na de na enti unye sika fa ye nyansade manfa so mra so hwese nipa audio ni dia kwa akoto University of Development Studies wa campus CK them odi boye ni a owo party ba panya owo no na wadi bone aya afoko ya o po afoko wa ya afoko bone a afoko de honhom saa nyahwe ana oja ne se wo me papa danfo na ene wo enti se ne mebu me papa nti me mfa ma no ntia wo na wo bone eni wanim unim owu ya omo ya na yie unim o tia mframa ebubu na pata nyina gu
ya be se mframa jampanturu
mo tia mframa o mo se konyo awi aye koye papa na wie omo mframa free mframa ni uko YouTube ni Facebook abehu CK tell them funeral how wind destroyed na ye Yankopon ene twia ne ka ene ni funuka nipa wei papa ben odi aye o ma wei a odi ne din kwoto suku kakraka wei so ayanu me papa body pa ni apia menka lawyer me penance papa ade a fe ne se enkaku fodo say me buy Mercy University for Employment friends entrepreneur rural and whatever there is a university in London that does entrepreneurial something it be a Mercy University e be a for entrepreneurs
na me de
apia me kedi atoso nti wo apese we entrepreneur in future bia no go to that university because apia menka was an entrepreneur and apino soap no kwampo krampo no ebetimi ama obia bedwen say that bi me pese me ko school ho we nyansa wo a wonsi bi wo a wo ba enya nwa krampo say ne mai kra say ne mai kra abeko na e obi ma obi wo na otu din ya Ghana ha na ye University of Ghana kama redin da daso University of Ghana what you ask me de kwa akoto bodam mini ya wa bodam akopam nkroma ama edna akoto afiase awuo debi dan kwa kromfo tutu bottom ni
hwɛ nkɔsi asɛm a president
me de Dankwa kwadi kɔto University of Ghana
sɛ yɛ JB Dankwa na wɔmfa nkyɛn
adan a yɛ wɔ University of a friend say Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology na o kɔbɔ din a JB Dankwa abusua bi fan adeɛ bi nkyɛme na duru baabi a ho yɛ sɛ wo ababɔne a na ato baabi nka unim sɛ JB Dankwa abusua no nso no mene ɔmo yɛ ɛwɔ ayɔnkofa paa o
ɔsɛ ɔmo fa bi
ɛnyɛ kufa do busuani no
dabi ɔsɛ ɔmo fa bi firi Asantema Mpɔn
ɛnyɛ kufa do busuani no
dabi nyɛ ɔmo busuani
obi otimi ko wi obi busuani sɛ me busuani no abɛde na otimi me na wo sika no awia na yɛ ɔya oni ni
JB Dankwa mfiri ɔmo baabi a o
moja ba ko kura nim ni mu JB Dankwa no na yɛ bɔ ni din akufa do nim ni baabi a ɛno na ma me madamfo JB Dankwa adu na ɔmo kun no Gabi ɔde ne kɔ court Gabi asɔre da kun we sɛ adan na wɔte Dankwa Institute in memory of JB Dankwa. Wow. Yes. Ɛnu na ɔmo de kɔ kun no. Ɛnu na ɔmo de kɔ kun no. Na ɔmo kɔ ya atwedeɛ na ɔmo se ɔmo kɔ na ɔmo de ɔmo sa kɔ fɔre ho nyinaa na fɔre sefo no kura afei ɔmo ntimi nyɛ ɔmo adwuma biem. Ɛnu na ɔmo kɔ kun JB Dankwa adu. Apart from ɛka na ɔmo de no. Oh. Na wakɔ akɔto din Pa Grant University. Na sometimes me timi tena wona wabusa mo say damu ana damu ana jebi uba ye wajisika bebrebe eneto eto aye tua wo Ghana ha na wo hwe sika se bi o Ghana ni wa wo stio aban na wono no ye gigi sika koto futuom ansa na wanya bi e de aye adwuma no ono se ahia no na yɛn yɛ tuatua sika no akwai so hina wɔte apaka mu ɔse awɔde no enti no Kwabena media I suggest say beyond even say John Mahama say be renaming no there are other areas bi wɔ ɔman we mu a because of a din deda so no ɔhu say Akufo-Addo ni papa Togo embassy here asawofo go statue wo ho ni papa su ban boni nti abodamfo ni asawofo na ahye ho ma no sa statue omo ba da chi bia wo se etufi ho sa statue no ba asawofo adwaman
ya meba
ani abodam samu adokro sa area ho no
ya meba sa statue no da chi bia no obi anya tumi a otufiri ho
nokre
sa judgefo
kwasi asem no esi supreme court esi tuturu nyina tugu ye pesa tu papa de esi ba bia nipa nwotwe na omu in a democracy in this fourth republic no omuti na o say
me adam nya tumi wo ma we musa
me nya ne 1 hour
supreme court
that is the only place I will head to
me tutu bubu ni nyina to
nyina yam no in fact me sakra de mela akwa kosi wa yam statue no Jimmy
Bradaba Association so wo nte ase a no ma consistent tu aba
omo pa mo read book say wo wiase nyina mebubu na hye na anye
ma me reading na yini ma no the also hu ye no. Okay, so this on my joy online it is time to forgive. Presby moderator tells late Dr. JB Dankwa's family. And just let me give you the first paragraph. The moderator of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana has urged the family of the late Dr. JB Dankwa to let go of any pains suffered as a result of the circumstances leading to his death. Unquote. Was it A?
He didn't say that.
Pains!
Maybe.
JB Dankwa ofui no no na busia fo mfa nche ye
na enti they say no
JB Dankwa kromfo no ne abrofo koka bom mu no mo bese nkroma
atai mu omo so abokro no gu prison omo so yankopa omo busia fo na edi na eta
ohwadru
as a tramadol yam say is impanyefo nyina ya de ohwadru
ya na ya ka kire amanfo say yen take health and mental health
seriously in this country
Ghana,
you know, because with the as a tramadol impanyefo ya de ohwadru
I think say on a lighter note so for no or right because there is much pain ewe busua no akuma yo for instance JB Dankwa wu yo o da ona o kaya o mutimi hallucinate no ema ebro bo mutiri yo more so na JB Dankwa nya Kufuor busuani na o se o ye de busuani yo enti no tumi se nyoma na e koso o man nim no akoye ti se ye bone so akatua ena yenyen
why bone so
Ghana for bone so akatua na Kufuor
bone be ya
oh na yenyen bone so akatua ni anka we de koso yi kwabna nya
kwase 40 sankoma no na kofa we besi ye so kokochira kai
kokochira kan no ye bone so akatua no
aja wie ni yanko
se yenyen bone a onye bone a na ko betu aso sei
tifiri odi yanko time aso
onye bone a na ko betu aso sei
kwabna me de na unim se me na me ni so ma sesa edin ne kwa o sometime bi ya enye school university me nam kuma se na me unim se me so you know University of Winneba, I want to me national service. Yeah, I want to me national. So I
Kumasi campus.
Yeah, Kumasi campus.
I was said you come from Apiamenka.
It's of course was me call Apenten at something Amstead.
No, what for people?
You see
University of Skills and Entrepreneurship and no, I'm saying and I'm saying when you na kokrata no. Enye dama.
Apiamenka ti ase kura wompene.
Kwabena enye
because more dam sa. Apiamenka obi oni Apiamenka bi nsa na adwemu do. Apiamenka.
University.
Yes.
Yes. University o. Na just Obiako University is we kuta ni certificate. Na ochina oko apply institution bi wa brochira oko certificate oh na oko school wan oh me go school University of Education but now it is called Apenten na pia men count something.
Yankra adwuma kase no dia mom kra school certificate but they need to change all other informations on their
edam fufu
we have any badwene kwa
tese wonnim omade baby omotono omotono we
live at 100.5 Citizens Show Monday afternoon. Happy birthday to you once again, Araba. Baby, Ochra ye Uncle Rex birthday. Uncle Rex,
happy birthday.
One Alice to pay. Ochra so Alice is so.
Oh wow.
And my friend Kofi Baso on Kochena dear.
Oh. On that note, I wish Uncle Rex a happy birthday in advance. And I wish unim say edina na obo no
Alice
no Alice the end there say ono so I wish both Uncle Rex and Alice a special day, happy birthday.
Na enra so ye Ernest Ado so a birthday.
Hey Ernesto.
Hey.
So may God bless you now. May God bless you now.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Pim.
Yeah, right, so that's it. Let's do it.
Are we back? All right, so that's it. just to balance the scale. But when him pass out there, oh yeah, and yet. But when him say, "You will end this for Nibia, or my general, I talk got them, or Jimmy." And to him, those who he can pick on them, swerve them, let them believe. Dampare cannot steal the election, neither can he let anybody win. Ont me say, ya tra kroma, ya tuaba, ya 2000. Obianu one near Danger Rollins. When the people decided in year 2000, say Rollins Ube Kofi, that time now Rollins was 64 battalion. And that time you mentioned 64 battalion. And they said you about to argue for you. Your boss 64 battalion. Now Omwodin were Africa. The 64 battalion, the brains behind the 64 battalion, the late Kojo Chikatanum, Kojotinum, no, they have gone to war with Jonas Savimbi, Angola war. Kojoti was there in Angola. Dampare we futa in onko baby ahụ. Onko baby ahụ nim she any brand champo we no. Omu nim she do omu nim ane kote tede record no. Asa tete record no we security, we adwuma. Anya adwuma. But even with 64 battalion, Rollins no man to me when Ghanaians said, "Look, you go." What want to me? They couldn't do anything. 2008, Adena ayi Kandapa, Interior Minister ne Damboche Numanye. Omucha aye box, ye print it, yet omutam printed boxes. Near the afa aye army helicopter to Kumase. Omako Shiagmo Bantima. 30,000 woman the choir, Ombakaina 30,000 in him. 2008. Obia MPP for him. Say Obakwa, you can't do. Mr. Dampare cannot steal an election for anybody. And on to me, Obia Winnie. Onyo Obia. He's just an ordinary person walking around. Ayatare, any 2 min wenya, and what bullying Crawford. That's all. Nyansa di Nyansa, Onimbi. A period. So me, I told the commander that look, so Obasa no Ansah Ghana Police Service no. Ono ba obi ba trafie, obi ba ye IGP yusu ne ma oye no. E dia yire no that day me Bobie Ansah me ba traf microphone chi si yara kai no say you okay. Asema ne e ka kire no today, but on for pia to die no entu no hofo. Former IGP na fe de eso tumika ekoko no akọ withdraw asem no efiri ho eye futuo ubetiatie wunti ajai ma obi anya hu bia ontimi ya hwe amanfo beko omonomo campaign wa campaign beton krofo trim eni abrabo a ekoso ne ye no ne bekere police ni bia ni wa obetimi akọ eye police station, and this time around any person obey military atare akọ police station bia say obey hey bia no onko fie obewu ho. For that one the MPP militants, they should hear it. Omo pa omo nsia nkola soldier for tare te say de omo call techiman ko bo nipa 62 no. Se Ghana Police Service eso obia tare ekọ police station okum nipa baako omo nkrofo 10 enebewu. Ude obehu kwaya Ghana for the one befa so MPP for befa so ukroma. They will see. They will see, and this time around nobody will wait. Say police ni kumobi our polling station a man for attack, a man for families. People who attack homes. I bet you woman sem. Yenina yebekwa ko toaba no 11 pepepe yebekai pepepe. But they see our techima no Ghana for see NC build that. It will never happen. And the member Obia and Yanajuri say Dampare cannot steal the elections. Neither upon Pepra Antiminya. They can't do anything. They can't do any foco. Omuntiminya. We a military commander. Gold bar no awaje no. Esha oho. Uni uncrophone bedi. mopa mo nche Ghana gold bars nyina amfa mopa mo ne Akufo-Addo enche Ghana gold bars nyina amfa obi amfa ho me say 64 battalion kra no Ghana fo konka wo mo enye fo yafo ayarefo yi enti mo de se yanu nti na ama bra champion nam na nkwase akeka we minister we want investors unim say investors omo no ba bia asomdwe ewo ena omo pe the current state of our economy we are struggling but Jimmy enti na abrabo foforo no a ohun sika da no a ene na ye ne se wanya sika no a ne ho pre ne saa wo wiase no oso microphone mu a no akeka nkwase asem kekako so pombe pra ene da mpare na eda da mo kekako ai agent Greater Accra ai military commander kekako so mo na eda da mo kekako but then it do the ordinary citizens will resist. They will do everything to resist. They will do everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. The ordinary Ghanaian on the street will resist. I don't know say Ghana for 1 year. You brought military people to your friend say, your friend Crony say, asking, Amo Edisami police for no. They armed military men. Edom be gu kromo. Omo na ma keke sa no say call. You no kra na just one constituency because no bia ye na dwene say e ha de e petem yam biem. Enti obi abefa strategy. The obey ne police adwuma no. Onya ne frenchim na ko ofie. At the end of the day you are there for young Ghana for, but what also there you are there for a political party. Ghana for betrayal. right, so thank you so much. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Good afternoon. Saliu Yusufu, Oyinba Gold, Anthony Pakalote, Professor Gloria is here. Thank you. Lottie Jones joining on your Facebook page. We are grateful. Adequacy, Emmanuel Fancy, Ken Gbogbo, Elijah Jibril from Jata Cement Factory. Adequacy, Emmanuel. Dangwe. Marie Nuruddin Muhammad Yakubu Search Center Wiseman Castro Oben George Abeti Fikwel Hamidi Saka Nana Odra Baba Sari Sanusi Muhammad Jack Matthew Floss Andy Mullers Justice Samuel Quincy Hakim Ras Rampa and I'm going to say and I say come on Sampa, thank you so much. And I say come on Benya FM in Elmina. Alex Pinto. All right, so that's it. On our YouTube page, Citizen TV Ghana. Yeah, boy. Enipa dodoɔ no a na omote Ghana bus ni mu a na joma ame etwi no Kwabena Japan Canada Japan they were part, you know, so they were part, they were passengers, they were all in the car, and they insisted that no John Mahama engine car no na Akufo-Addo ne ba omia emerge car no and driving me enko. And yes sir. Okay. All right. So after 6-7 years, let's go back. Yenko take Kwabena Japan ne assessment of the economy under the new drivers, the driver and mate noa. Kwabena Japan no take car no mo ye dede say no.
Can video me go round me ko share Mr. Boahen no Kintampo in your penny back so I have for Ashanti region Kumasi kwa dem hu bear 6. Yes. But I think they are about maybe 30 in number now from the original 123. Almost so to be. Okay, can in Abuma it does not exceed 900 people. Okay. We were GDA say omunim party no fapen. Omunim party na bakosem. They know say this is a very important landmark, a watershed election. Because we'll be in who are when you're third term. And right now we need a leader who can restore the confidence of the party, the grassroots. So we need a set of clean hands. It's very important. That is why there is a need for a drastic departure from the status quo. Kwame, in my honest opinion, an extension of the status quo will not enhance our chances.
Can you see? Because now cannot purchase say Enisa to Abama Dr. Baumia. That's what you mean.
The American say party he answers after 16 solid years of that leadership.
So Baumia out.
Yes, a new freshness that can go and engage the Ghanaian people, and especially the party base.
Kwabena, say Baumia out. According to Kwabena JJ Paul, Judicial party here freshness.
Kwabena news.
Kwabena,
what I'm saying is that
we need a change in the status quo.
That's right.
We need fresh leadership after 16 years.
That is my view.
Kwabena, what does it mean? It simply means that the leadership of MPPs is free. Not for Froba. na leadership no say nipa ba akopa ofiri mu a minima ojina Dr. Baumia. That's what you mean. So
I'm not denying what I'm saying. I'm just telling you as it is. If you want to capture it,
so let's move
name
forward.
It, that's what I'm saying. I think it will enhance our chances of winning in 2024.
Good.
When we have a new deal.
Great.
And that new dawn is so reflected by Mujamuno Kwabena Ejepo KAA.
Kwabena, that new dawn includes Kwabena. I
think say be there. Me call round him ko share Mr. Boahenum ewo Kintampo enu apani ba ko so ahafo Ashanti region Kumasi kwa dem hu be 6.
Yes.
But I think they are about maybe 30 in number now from the original 120.
They come to Japan launch what do you call it? All launch ne campaign what he said about the economy. And these are some of the issues he raised. What we say in Huaba.
We must be honest enough to admit that the Akufo-Addo government, despite chalking successes in road and health infrastructure, tourism, and of course education, it has struggled to deliver on a number of fronts. We started out saying that we're breaking dependency on the Western donor agencies. The slogan, Ghana Beyond Aid, rang from the Jubilee House with intensity and vigor. But today, we lie on a stretcher before the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and Ghana has become, in the eyes of many, a case study of how not to do it. It is true that the international climate has been hostile. But how many countries have had inflation skyrocket to 54%? And in fact, food inflation hitting the roof. And our city only just slightly recovering after a wild tailspin last year. These are stark signals of economic distress, and we cannot hide these facts. We've had to endure a painful debt exchange program with our pensioners laying siege at the finance ministry. Our party, the MPP, cannot afford to put forward those who led us to this state. I want to repeat myself. Our party, the MPP, therefore, cannot afford to put forward those who led us to this state and expect Ghanaians to embrace them during the 2024 election. We need a new face, a pair of clean hands, a leader to reconnect with our base. We must be honest enough to admit that the Akufo-Addo government, despite chalking successes in road and health infrastructure.
So we are sealing Komono. Now, Ghana Nibia will follow me. This is the reason why I keep on playing you that advert. Now, Kwabena Japan tika and movie. That time they were telling Jomama that even your 15% inflation, no, and yet, 15% inflation, and yet, yes. Interestingly, today, they are actually dealing with 50% inflation. Let's assume, say, Brian Champon, Nenkwasi Akekano Kojina Kwokeka no Krane no kre 24%. As of 2016, I see into Jomama no, now inflation 15%. No more Tikano mu yedede. Sak enya or the car record 24% say or no, so be we nikra on farmer no, despite 24% no. Why we nikra no on farmer 16%, 15%. Ojemu say no, maybe a beer many share. And also advert no, John Mahama driving that car. Ojina boko, and Okachom say, you can get down and join the other car. One of Kwabena Japan, Canadian Japan. I also Canadian Japan, then why the right one? We have listened to. Okay. No one cream. I'm say Professor from Paul Watson Kraus will be assessment on Akufo-Addo government. I'm say will be. And I'm say other persons who will be. Cream. Then they decided to step out. Now, you go to Kwabena Japan. When he decided, no, you go to Canada Japan. After Omunkofro order can now you heard Kwabena Japan telling us that Ghana is now on a stretcher. The economy is now on a stretcher. Then you have this boy, Brian Champon, just was a hotel, say 45 rooms, so say I don't know, telling us 24% inflation is a big deal. Was it ne? You had the free 54, about 24. As a messy, anyone on essay, and a call 54 no. And now my coffee diaba. And Ramene police penny be casa. No, I say, Kwabena, Aquana Casa, no, where Jimmy to be where we are there, no side the course, Bomabaso Semediaba. Where we are there, what they call was a Bomabaso. Where we are in the first place. Who we are now the court say, Yamo Abaso said, may we are not Masai diaba. Mediaba, Tiamo Abaso. What they call 54, what they about 24. Obi Jao 15%. 15%. You are insulting him. Say 2016, 15% is wrong. You are doing 24%. You are telling me that even if you win, I won't give it to you because 24 on many saw. You are a foolish boy to make such a foolish and reckless, stupid statement. And you won't get anybody to tell you. And I'm to say Mustafa Bandi, when you guys are giving them response, mention name. Say Brian Champon's can mudibia. Munche ye. Mention Brian Champon's name. On your bia. That idiot. Mention his name. Maybe because Brian Champon's cat that. And sit that. We need once the crime. One. 50 pesos. I don't need it. Yeah, say you be arguing say there. You see, you guys, you should look in their eyes and tell them, "Asama yeah." Next time, omo be kasa, omo be dwere ho. Esa mo show mo ani asese. Na mo kan kwase asem kire wo mo. That is the only way be mo my study. Aya bas ni nyina yetim. Tama Jomama AC Kumasi Kejetia. No more catch them, I say, Omunyu Omutrumu and Fantreno. Oh, Kumasi Abontreso. 8 years. The second phase is still there. They can't finish. Obian in the true Muntre Homo. Doesn't make sense. Yabusa Regional Minister, name 5 projects. Ekabefie, Yabusa Road Minister, Bantama MP. As I was watching my Mekabete, which I'm free. Bantama no abe race course abe tokon kunti. Ofisa and what we the 6 months say dying. Nana Budabu and to say double. Yabusano 5 projects he couldn't mention. So between them and Jomama Tanino, why in Kese and Ma Effie or more Chera. But Musha Homo. Musha Homo, and omo to make a canquas as some tremo, no omoko. Me am be Nibia no Bessia, me have a canquas as much as me my own quada. Ubet yes, mamma catcher. I feel no yare. We can't sit in this country and let some people bully anybody. You can't bully me. You can't. There is no way. So you are doing 24. You are happy. 26. Miss Sister Samira Bejina platform so catch it. You say when you see Jamama, you see incompetence. When you see you 15%. No, so who Jamama who incompetence. Now you are doing 24%. And when you see Baumia, you're not going to take Kwabena Japan on his assessment. And he was part of the people sitting in the car in 2016 telling John Mahama to stop because they have seen Akufo-Addo, a new driver. Canada, Japan, thank you. They have seen a new driver who is back.
Now, ya project, you know what the whole world. Ubehu nipe bebaha, ebema ejuma abaha. Sorry, strategies, more strategies. Strategies, any baby namun. It is only Ghana and I would the economy call IMF also your strategies. MPP for Oma clean campaign, Ombenyasem. Because media woka may reply. Obi also your strategies. Also your strategies. Embra, you take you over power. Not dollar 4 cities. And then dollar 12 cities. We are strategies. Excuse me, strategies. More strategies. Please. Omomianye clean campaign. Omomianye clean campaign. So Omanye clean campaign. Media assembly on Bakabia Meyano. Mamenka Samtro. March 2022. Namisika $40 million in cities. August 2022, the value of the $40 million now 16 million. Why not so strategies were Ghana? Mama will be a hunamo. Yet the Fiansa ebe Bugana mine, Amana a year. Choboy. Right. Yet you are free at Atebubu any prime neighbor. Strategies bang and was say Otumi a year fact. Now ya project you know what the whole world Ubehu nipe bebaha ebema ejuma abaha. Sorry, your strategies, more strategies. Strategies any baby namun. It is only Ghana and I would the economy ni call IMF.
So Theophilus, thank you. Mami fa we nkato popular request. Ansah Akufo-Addo Eddie Futobi ma flag bearer aspirants no. Okay. That nobody should try to move away from the party records, because based on the party records, and Ghana for the best judge woman. When Akufo-Addo is defending e-levy, and Akufo-Addo can send was a tape no more. Also, Ghanaians are not gullible. Bawumia thinks Ghanaians are gullible. They are not gullible. And you should get it clear. The master, driver Banzano, on a kind. So you're Ghana Nina Utiemia. It's so simple. And I've seen a friend say, Minya Franklin Kuju, Imani Ghana. Omo ye so vie no. Yin crossing cremofo say, and cremofo no, I say omo ye so vie no. Ghana for say 50% or say, and I say omope Kremoni president, and now 40% as omope Christian. Yes. Oh, but think tank they survive on budget, so we agree. Every think tank survives on budget. For that one, will be any problem. You are talking to Ghanaians at 72 year Christians. And even the Muslims now, 20% that you are talking about now. And look, I've said this. No Ghanaian is going to vote simply because will be a Christian, will be a Muslim. No Ghanaian will be any sadaje. To be honest with you, men come to what that's will be to say Otabel, Fan and Santomas Mompaye, and Duncan Williams. And see that. No. Why would you tell criminals? Difference behind him. And one day you say Duncan Williams will be president. Now Duncan Williams, me say wait. Bonia Ecoso Ghana in our count. Now my wasting me time so you Christian inti. I dey me come Methodist. No, me Methodist no kra me jai. Me jai. me nkwa sore me nkonkremu me nsombosom me jai because me hunu say emfaso bia ni wo say me de religion betitire me titi so say me da sore na ya say kremoni ne betimi aye on my way ye and from my assessment I don't care about religion. And let me tell you, you want kremo for serious businessmen na wo madwuma agu ne tanker business Ghana young kremo for na ye go and ask them if the business is the same as today. Go to the oil industry and kremo for na doso. Go to port and kremo for na doso. Kwabusa woman say if the business is the same as today, ebinum sikase. So what are you talking about? Anyway, make up one for say star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. And I may check 500 and 1,000 Ghana cedis. May check 5 million, 10 million. 5 million, 10 million. Star 413 hash. Makacho okobaye no. Enyema munye. What you say? Okobaye na enyema munye. Insta no kodi baye no. E ka ba fie. Ade na ye den. Se ka ba fie na ade na ye den dia. We no ye de so ne ma so eso ade so. But makacho se wan twa ne ntemu a wan nye draw ne ntemu a. Ye na ya na mo ne meko. Na Kwabena meto amini, meto amini. Ututum ntemu a ye numbers no ade a. Ye no eba. Anyway, so mentra wonche. No I ne pa. Na ye ko. All right, but Jema raised two issues. And he bedding come on cost of living. Moka issue was it him. Okay. So we'll talk about cost of living. But then Jema raised two issues be. One, and no Wisconsin. Or raise issue on the tablet issue. And obeka scholarship. Scholarship no say a ba a Freddie Blay ba a scholarship. Meanwhile, when him say Ghana for omunya scholarship call Australia. Atraba say almost stipends. Kakra yedema omo etobi bidino. The government is not paying. Ya for 50,000. Yedi ache. Yedi ama. Kokodi. $50,000 near the Amaweba, near the Amaweba, near the Amaweba. That is the kind of country we are running. But young Konkoti, Joma, Ora Jomama, young Kotin, Wisconsin, young Kotin.
The basic principle that underlies